number in is that one?
What, the set?
Ah.
It's on 173 hours.
Hello, this is Jerry. Can you hear me, David?
I can hear you on radio, yes.
I don't know why, but I've got no computer up here at all.
Wish I had more fucking voice.
So, is this coming over the video? I think it might be. Anyway, if you can tell Jim, no computer, no screen, so no time. So you could do something about that. Thank you very much.
Sandy, did you hear that? No, sorry, repeat your message. Need a computer in the commentary box. For Simon. Fine. Yes. I can't see Jim here. I can't see his car. So that's just what I'm not.
Good morning, everybody. From John and Paddock, welcome to Doune. And to those watching on the live stream, welcome to hill climbing from Doune in Scotland. This is the penultimate round of the National Hill Climb Championship here on the hills of the Bray of Cambus. And we started early this morning with the last practice run. The drivers had 4 runs yesterday. This is the 5th run this morning, and once they've had one more practice run, we'll get into the timed runs, and we shall have a couple of top 12 runoffs to decide points for the National Championship. I say I'm John Brown, I'm down the paddock. We will be joined later on in the day, very shortly hopefully, by more commentators. Jerry Sturman at the top of the hill, David Finlay at Oak Tree, and John Munro will be at the Meadow, I believe. I'm not sure if anybody else is online. Is Jerry or David, are you online at the moment? Okay, so they had a few cars going up already, double-driven cars. We're now at the first batch, which will start with car number 14, which is Angus Dow in the Ford Fiesta. He'll be followed by a few more cars in this road-going series production car class. Angus now was followed there by Robertson and his Ford Fiesta ST. And now on the hill is Peter Herbert in his Porsche 911. Only runner in this class today. Unfortunately, the other runner, Chris Beresford, is a non-starter. That's at the end of the road-going series production cars. The next cars are specialist production cars, road-going still. And the first car is Ian McKenzie in his Caterham. In fact, it wasn't Ian McKenzie, it's John Hamilton. John Hamilton is Westfield Megabusa. And John Hamilton's followed up the hill by John Pitt in the AMS Mortaya. Subaru engine car, 2 litre turbocharged. And following John Pick is Gavin Neate in his Peugeot 106 into modified cars now, modified up to 1400 cc's. And then number 32, John Ramsey in his Vauxhall Nova. And just leaving the line now is Jenny Howells in the family Hillman Super Imp. There's a road-going series production car back to Class A1. Double driven early by her husband Alex Howells. Up by John Emerson in the car he's sharing with Scott Brownlee, a Westfield SEI, and he'll be followed up by Jock Ramsey in his well-known orange Opel Manta. So Jock Ramsey leaving the line. Famous orange Manta. And following Jock up the hill will be 2 Peugeot 205s driven by Stu Reid and David Adam. This class always very well closely fought between these Peugeot drivers and the Vauxhall and Opels. It's a very competitive class here at Doune. So that's the second of the Peugeots left the line. That's David Adam, who's the current class record holder in this class. And a famous car, a Vauxhall Magnum of Alex Graham, has been driven here by Mike Stewart. And then following the Magnum, there was some more double-driven entries, and already we're into some of the smaller engine single-seater cars coming up in this early batch. But on the line at the moment is Doug Thomson in the 5-litre BMW engine build beam. Leaves the line, this lovely sounding V8 engine BMW car. Doug been driving here for 50 years at Doune. Former Scottish Hill Climb champion. Now sharing David Seaton the magnificent pill beam. And Douglas Thompson's followed up by Ian McKenzie in the caterum. So a bit of a mixture of order of cars here. But immediately after Ian is Lindsay Summers in the family DJ. Lindsay is followed up by Mark Lawrence in the OMS 3000M. Mark coming back into hill climbing after a number of years away, driving Harry Pick's OMS this weekend. So the time of dropping down, Lindsay Summers is a 43.46. So 52.53 for Lindsay, 52.53. Mark Lawrence is followed up the hill by Nicky Cottrell in the family force. Getting Nicky's first time at Doune driving the car, and only her second time out in this car. Sorry, break there. Nicky Cottrell time. I say Nicky Cottrell in our first competition here at Doune. First competition at Doune. She has competed before for many years, and only her second time in that family force. Coming towards the end of this batch, we've just had Randell up in his Mitsubishi. Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche 911 Carrera, which has already been up once today in the hands of Laura Wardle. So a very rapid fire run through that batch, and we'll have those cars come back down the hill shortly. If you're on the live stream watching this, please send in your comments. I think we've got a few new cameras angles for you this weekend. So I'm sure we'd like to hear what you think of it all. We will try and keep up a running commentary all day for you. And hopefully later on in the day we'll have some interviews with some of the personalities behind the British hill climb scene.
John, can you hear me? John? Testing 1, 2.
So those cars now come back into the paddock, and let's see if there's any more commentators up there on the hill now. David Finlay, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me this time?
That's good, David. Welcome to today's commentary.
Why, thank you very much. I like
So
that we were easing gently into the commentary rather than coming in with a big cymbal crash.
So where are you, David? Describe who you are.
I am just a few yards after Oak Tree and able to see the cars accelerating up for the reach the braking point for Garden Gate, at which point they turn out of my sight, steeply uphill to the right and go into the tunnel. I can't think of a more comprehensive answer than that.
So thank you, David. So when the cars leave the line, you'll be able to see them after about 15 seconds after they leave the line, I think. Is that right?
It will depend on the type of car, but I would say, well, cars generally get from the start line to the turn-in point at Garden Gate. The very fastest cars get there in about 12 seconds. Road-going cars will tend to be 20 seconds plus, but in either case, not long after they leave you.
Thank you, David. At the moment, sorry, I can't hear you in my earpiece, so I'll have to get that sorted. But the car's coming back at the paddock here, and once you get a bit of, I'll try and go over to a mic, a tan out to listen to you. So that next batch of cars are now heading up towards the start line, led by number 43, Phil Goff from Liverpool. Currently going up the hill now are the cars in the 1100cc single-seater class.
Welcome back, John. I wondered where you got to.
Well, I can't hear you over my earpiece at the moment, David, so I'm having to find a speaker to stand next to.
Do you use sign language?
I'll do.
All right, okay.
Or smoke signals.
I'll need longer arms for the... Not for the smoke signals, the other stuff.
So obviously you're now seeing some quick cars going up past you there, David.
Well, it's funny you should mention that because the one that's just gone past me is Debbie Dunbar in the DJ Firehawk, who I think she was about third or fourth in the practice runs yesterday in the class, and I think actually 13th quickest overall, which is pretty good going for an 1100cc car.
Yes, well, she's very quick in the car last year, and she got very close to the... Well, she did in fact break the ladies' record as it was before the start of the meeting. I think it was last June or September. So the ladies' record's moved on since then, but yeah, she's obviously a very quick driver.
Was that the time, although she was under the previous record, Nicola Mineeff had gone further under?
Indeed.
On the previous batch.
Indeed, yes.
The battle between those two and Olivia Cooper trying to get their hooks on that record.
Indeed, and Liam Cooper is in the end of this next batch, and I think also Nicola at the end of this batch as well. So we'll see Olivia's husband having his fifth practice run, first of the day,
which will not be a challenge to the ladies' record for
no, of course
clear
not.
and obvious reasons. Yes. Bit of a track report for you. Oak Tree and Garden Gate, they're not specifically wet, but the tarmac is quite dark, suggesting there's quite a lot of moisture there, and people are generally driving accordingly. I think this is going to be an exploration run for when the real action will start.
That's the whole point of, I suppose the whole point of practice today, David, just to make sure that the drivers do have an idea of what the track is like today. It could be significantly different from yesterday, depending on the weather overnight. You get a chance this morning to look at the hill before they, as you say, get into serious business.
Yes, this run is of no importance to the competition, but enormous importance to the way the drivers are putting together their weekend.
That wasn't Robert Kenrick going past, was
That
it?
jolly well was. How did you guess that was Robert Kenrick?
I saw him leaving the line, David.
Oh, right, I thought you were going to say I heard an engine revving at 13,000 or whatever it was.
Good to see he's back at the hill today after his slight off yesterday at the exit of tunnel. Or at the junction, so I'll just check his time from here.
Good stuff.
It's 45.21 for Robert. 45.21.
It did look like an exploratory run. That was not full Kenrick. And Liam Cooper, who mentioned earlier, not gone past. So that'll be the first of the double drivers at the end of this batch.
Morning, David. Morning, John. This is Jerry from up at the top of the hill.
Jerry.
As you know, we don't have any times at the moment because we haven't got a computer, so John is in the best position to give us the times that are displayed in the paddock. But yes, talking about Robert Kenrick, he did a 39.34 in practice yesterday, so just an exploratory run, as you say, after that start yesterday. we can only see the cars when they're just getting towards the end of the run. So also we can't obviously identify them because we don't have the numbers as they leave the line. So that'll, for the moment, be down to John, but hopefully we'll have a computer up here in the box very shortly. But we can tell you that fastest overall in yesterday's practice was Sean Gould with a 36.76, just ahead of the new British champion, local man Wallace Mingus with a 36.84, and the third fastest overall was a man who's second overall in the British Championship, Alex Summers, with a 37.38. So it's all brewing up for a good competition. When the competition runs start, we've still got a few practice runs to go, and we'll be seeing those big cars in a couple of batches' time. But just to tell you what's going to be happening today, once we finish the practice runs, we shall be straight into the competition runs proper, which also count as qualifying runs for the two runoffs. So the first class runs count as qualifying runs for the first British Championship 12-car runoff, which takes place just before lunch, and those are the runs on which championship points, British Championship points, are scored. But only the 12 fastest registered contenders get to take part in that runoff, and then after lunch we do it all again with the second set of class runs and the final top 12 runoff. This is in fact the penultimate meeting of the year for the British Championship. The final rounds will be held at Lowton Park in a fortnight's time, as they traditionally are. But it's Wallace Mingus, of course, who has already won the championship. He took the title at Gerston Down a couple of weeks ago, having scored 10 runoff wins so far this year, and as well as a couple of records, and in fact he's not scored any wins since. The winner at the last British Championship round at Prescott last weekend was overall, in fact fastest time of the day, was Sean Gould, who also broke the Prescott record, one of several records which we've seen go this year, and Sean fastest in practice yesterday. Hopefully we'll get the times up here soon and be able to tell you what he managed to achieve on this morning's final practice.
Could you remind me, Jerry, was it Dave Uren who won the second round at Prescott?
It was indeed Dave Uren, yes,
right,
that was the last round that we've seen.
Yeah.
That was his third runoff win of the year. So we can hear cars on the hill, but we won't be able to tell you who they are
I can actually.
until they get up here.
Well, that's actually Nicola Dearden. I didn't want to interrupt you in full
Oh,
story.
that's all right,
I
no.
think it was Nicola Dearden.
Carry on, I was filling in, as they say.
Expertly too.
So, yes, Nicola Dearden, first time here at Doune, sharing the ex-Ben Butterfield Dallara, the Gouldized Dallara, an early model of car, the 394. And in fact, Ben Butterfield, with that car, scored 2 consecutive wins here way back in the early 2000s. The next car coming through the chicane now is 795, which is Steve Owen, Mr. OMS himself, who's sharing Simon Andrews' OMS 28 with the Terry Davis built Suzuki V8.
I think Steve may have been doing some research in the last half hour as to the condition of the track, because he was pushing through Garden Gate considerably quicker than a lot of other people. So he was showing confidence that he would have a lot of grip.
And the next car through the chicane, Richard Summers, Alex's dad, with the DJ Firestorm, the car that is in a very strong second place overall in the British Championship. Amazingly, Alex Summers, Richard's son, holds that position without having won a round this year. In fact, out of the top 8 in the British Championship standings, he's the only one that hasn't won a round. So tremendous performance from Alex, but a much more powerful engine on the stocks for next season.
I was just going to say, it's generally known that that car is quite underpowered in its class. I had made the assumption that underpowered meant about 450 horsepower, and this is in a class with, in which some cars have about 700. I don't think anyone's actually admitted to 700, but I think there are.
Well,
a few out there,
not far off. No.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Will Hall in particular, but unfortunately, Will Hall, although entered, is a non-starter.
Yeah, that's a big shame.
Today, I think family commitments have intervened.
Okay, but Alex was saying yesterday the car actually only has 390 horsepower rather than 450. So I'm surprised it can get to the top of the tunnel, frankly.
Yes.
You might be interested to hear, Jerry, that an official vehicle has just passed me. I'm not saying that it doesn't carry your results computer, and I'm not saying that it does.
Well,
I'm just saying there's a chance.
My fingers are crossed heavily.
Well, I just saw John Warren going into the vehicle, so hopefully there will be a computer on his way.
Oh, jolly good.
And I'm back on. I can now hear you in my ears. I'm glad to say I've got a new earpiece.
Best things to hear with John.
I don't need to run around trying to find a speaker to listen to.
Your day is becoming considerably easier after a very difficult start, isn't it?
So yes,
you were doing a heroic job earlier.
Yes, held the fort marvellously, John. That's good.
So here we are. The batch of smaller engine single seaters and some of the double drivers, and coming up shortly will be the first cars in the next batch of the up to 1600cc single seaters. Being led by the first car out is a Formula Ford Van Diemen, which David knows a bit about.
Yes, the first thing to say about this is that it's going to be the slowest car in the class by some considerable margin. This is not because David Robertson is driving it. David Robertson has, he's still carrying on through a long and fabulous career as a competition driver in various forms of the sport. The Van Diemen, being a Formula Ford, has basically no grip, no power and no downforce compared with anything else in the class. But we're not going to blame either David or the car for that. That's just the way things have worked out. I vote we should have a separate class for Formula Fords, because as we were saying yesterday, that would be a really good entry class into hill climbing single-seaters. That particular car, and I think this is the clue you were leaving for me, John, the car has been in the family for quite a long time. Originally it was circuit raced by David's son Stuart, who has gone on since then to become first a top-level race engineer, laterally with the BMW teams overall in the German Touring Car Championship, and he is now the head of circuit and rally safety for the FIA, and is basically the most important person I've ever heard of. So if David ever wants to sell this car, you know, he can say, you do realise that the head of circuit and rally safety for the FIA used to run it. That'll be another £10,000, please.
Thank you for that, David. And in also next batch, we will find Les Much from Aberdeen, 9th in the championship last year, running car number 9, but having a more limited season this year. Les driving one of the grey and white built grey GWR Raptors. That's one of the older Raptors. We've already seen Robert Kenrick up in one of the new Raptor 2s. And one more of those to come as well, with Richard Spedding shortly.
Fastest in that class yesterday was David Warburton, who's sharing it with his father Allan. I was talking with the Warburtons after practice yesterday, and they were telling me about the speeds that are being logged on the onboard computer. Allan is coming through Oak Tree at 100 miles an hour, and I'm standing at Oak Tree. I have seen cars coming through here for years, and it still seems absolutely unbelievable that cars are coming through here at 100 miles an hour. David, however, is coming through here at over 120, which explains why I nearly jumped out my skin every time he went past me yesterday, because it was horrifyingly fast.
Well, David actually has just driven round the paddock back to his parking bay rather than doing into the double driver. Allan rather has driven right round to the parking bay rather than into the double driver changeover area. So we'll have to see what happens now.
He may just be having a little joke. I wouldn't put it past Allan to be teasing David. I'm hoping that some of the silence represents Jerry getting his computer.
Yeah, so do I, because it's difficult to get the times here because they tend to stop at certain points and you can get a false reading sometimes. But hopefully Jerry will be back online and we'll get the time from the source as soon as they're finished.
I can't remember which car it was, but at one point in the paddock yesterday, the clock stopped at something like 33.07 seconds, which would have absolutely smashed the outright record for the hill. And a couple of people going, "Look at that! That's a new hill record!" You know, and then the clock started moving on again, because that time was however long it took that car to get to the S's, not to the finish line. At which point we realised it very much wasn't a hill record.
Okay, well, David Warburton has just taken the cooling fan back down from the changeover area back down to his car down at his paddock place, so we'll see what's happening there. Maybe just a bit of overheating. We'll see if he comes back out again for this run. But obviously he'll be focusing more on the timed runs later on.
Like the sort of day where a car would be overheating, unless there's an issue. Apart from that, are you seeing the expected lineup of single-seaters in front of you?
Yes, they're all here lining up, ready to go.
Good.
As I say, it's led with Van Diemen, but with a couple of OMSs, and Vince Banks is Formula 3 Dallara. Lee Griffiths and his OMS. And then the lovely GWR Predator of Jonathan Varley, who has rejuvenated this car in the last couple of years. It had been shall we say, dormant for quite a while, and then Jonathan brought it out last year and with the BDG engine, and has been winning his class regularly.
Certainly has. I have my fingers crossed for Vince Banks, by the way, because the team has had a bit of trouble over the last year or so ensuring that it reliably runs correctly. There was one practice run yesterday where it sounded like a bag of spanners, but the very next run it sounded extremely strong. So I hope they've pressed whatever button it is to make it permanently extremely strong. Vince will be in a similar situation to David Robertson, but in a different class, because although I think the car is not now completely Formula 3 spec, I think it's now on better tyres. It is still well down on power with the other 2-litre cars. So again, we shouldn't be too worried about that.
Yeah, you got David Robertson coming up to the line now, so he should be starting very shortly. He's going now.
Well, pleased to say we now have a computer in full working order, and we can see that it's David Robertson with the Van Diemen, who's already left the line. Number 79. So that means we're talking about the bulk of the 1600cc single-seaters, and leading the way in practice yesterday in that class was David Warburton with a very healthy 36.98, who are up in the top few runners of the day. We'll now be able to compare
something
times.
like fourth quickest?
Something like that, fourth or fifth, I think. Yes,
right.
I didn't work that out completely, but we can tell you now if there's improvements this morning. I suspect times probably, due to the temperature in general, going to be just a little bit slower than yesterday's practice times.
They will be, and the track is, as I was saying earlier, you can see the tarmac is dark, so it's holding moisture. But it's not like you can actually see water on it, but it will be less grippy than yesterday. But I think that will clear up by the competition runs.
Well, 44.41 was Stuart Dow's best time yesterday. He's just on a 44.72, so there's not very much in it.
Oh, really? That's intriguing. That must be one of the closest to previous best time that we've seen in this match.
Oh, we'll see what former Scottish Hill champion as much can do. He's on the hill now with the GWR Raptor with 1600 high boost. So his best was a 39.11 yesterday. And he's over the meadow now. We can just briefly glimpse the cars in the meadow because of the undergrowth that's grown up. We can't see too much of it spray through the trees, but he's already into the S's now, Les Much. So 39.11 now is quite a bit slower. In fact, 42.06 this morning. Mike Andrew next up, the one of the additions to your programme with his OMS. He was on his best time yesterday was actually 48.57. So the red OMS across the meadow, up the very steep rise into the blind right at East Bray, which has caught several people out already this weekend, as it always does. But Mike Andrew is 49.13. That's just about half a second slower than he ran yesterday. Vince Banks is next on the hill with the Dallara F301. So that means we're into the 2 litre normally aspirated class. And it was Jonathan Varley who set the pace in this class yesterday with the GWR Predator, the car that Graham White Jr. originally ran with the ex-Formula 1 Arrows engine and gearbox, and scored some wins here at Doune, of course, with the car. 40.10 was Jonathan's best time.
Only about a second off his own class record.
39.05, yes. So
A second-ish.
a second-ish, yes. Although historically, if we go back, it's
Oh, here we go.
that class. The fastest 2 litre is actually Ben Butterfield. We were talking about him earlier in that 394 Dallara, which was Gouldized, and he actually set back in, I'm just leafing through the notes here, he did a 38.80 back in 2003 with the car. But of course the class split came 3 or 4 years ago when the 2 litre class was split into normally aspirated and forced induction. And of course in the class which Richard Spedding, for example, runs in, the cars are all bike engines and supercharged or turbocharged.
Yes, it's almost as if you need two sets of records, one for the classes and one for the type of car.
Yeah, well, in fact, in that forced induction class, officially it's Richard Spedding who holds the record on 36.43, set in June this year. But back in 2014, Joss Goodyear did a 36.02 in that class.
And of course at that time it was the under 2 litre class, so that's why it's now changed. And this happened all over the place. They happened in other places where they split the saloon car classes as well. So it's really, the classes change and the class records change because of that, but you've got to remember that sometimes before the classes changed there were faster cars. But we've got a bit of a halt here at the moment. Jerry or David, any idea why?
There's been nothing happening at Oak Tree. No sense of alarm.
So we've got Olivia Cooper waiting to come.
We should be seeing Andrew Henson in the aforementioned F394 Dallara. He's on the list after Vince Banks.
Yeah, I think he might be after Olivia though. Yeah, because of the
Oh yes,
change of drivers.
because yes,
and because of the different times to change between seats. I think it's Olivia first, followed by Andrew. So who was the last car up?
Vince Banks. But due to the changeover, yes, it would be Olivia.
Well, Vince has now been pulled back down, reversing down, or been pulled back down towards the start line.
Right,
So
yes.
the
Well,
John,
John, I just had some news about that, and you got in before me. I've just been told that the car just stopped between post 1 and Marshall's post 1 and Marshall's post 2. So we'll have got round Cottage, the first corner, and then the track levels out, and that's the point where you'd start getting the main acceleration of the hill. But he had no acceleration or indeed anything else.
He's now back in by the start line. Been pulled into the area by the start line to let the other cars go up. So we've now got Olivia Cooper coming up towards the line shortly.
It will be very frustrating for the team, but I suppose the bright side is that happened in a practice run. If that was in a competition run, that would be very, very annoying.
So that's the marshals back at their post, and Olivia started up and heading up towards the line.
It should then be Dave Warburton.
I say David, Allan Warburton drove round to paddock space, and they're working on the car at the moment.
Oh, still?
I haven't approached them at all yet, but Alan's
might
busy.
not be the moment.
Alan's busy fiddling, and David's standing watching the last time I looked.
Okay, that's Olivia very successfully through Oak Tree and Garden Gate, and should be in Jerry's sight in about 1 second.
Yes, just crossing the meadow now on still going up into this way. Olivia Cooper, daughter of former Shelsley record holder Richard Brown, and brothers Tom and George, also very quick on the hills. And Olivia Cooper, 44.24. She did. A 42.20 was the quickest yesterday, so only 400s away. Here is Andrew Henson now in this X-Ben Butterfield F394 Dallara. First time Andrew's been here for, I think it was 20 years, wasn't it, John?
About that, yes.
And Lee Griffith is going to be next up. It's a 46.42 for Andrew Henson. A couple of seconds off yesterday's pace. Let's see what Lee Griffiths can do. Switched to this OMS. Well, it's the same OMS 25 chassis, but this year he's running a normally aspirated 1660, about as big as it can stretch a hybrid. He ran the supercharged 1300 last year, and it's a 44.25 for Lee Griffiths.
I think that's about to be beaten handsomely, because it's very obvious that Jonathan Barley has decided the track is in perfect condition and very warm, because that is absolutely the quickest we've seen any competition. We could be down at about the 40 marker.
Oh, well, here's Jonathan Varley, who set the pace yesterday with a 40.10. This time it's 42.04. Guernseyman Andy Bougourd should be next up, John.
Yeah, going to the tunnel right now. Jonathan really wins the award for maximum tax so far. It's almost like Gary Dickson was driving the car. That's how fast he was.
That's fast.
Gary Dickson fast.
All the way from Orkney. Well, here's all the way from Guernsey. Andy Bougourd now heading for the line. And it's 46.34. Again, like just about everybody, not quite up to yesterday's pace. Here's Kelvin Broad, the first of the forced induction cars. Fourth TA with the turbocharged. In fact, I think it's Got turbocharged.
I
Yeah,
think
I'm
we
pretty sure it's
read it
supercharged actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just reading off the yesterday's timesheets. Yes, it's 42.53 yesterday, 43.49 this morning for Kelvin Broad on his final practice run.
I'm not completely convinced that the line he took round Oak Tree was the line he intended to take round Oak Tree. It did look a bit teetery, but if he's in the 43 in these conditions,
Well, we
gone right to
should.
some extent.
Next up is Simon Andrews.
Yeah, he passed me.
Is there any sign of Richard Spedding, John?
He's coming up a couple of
he's
cars
coming up,
time.
good.
Yeah, it's Simon Andrews, Sean Gould, Richard Spedding, in that order.
Right. Well, that'll be interesting because Sean Gould set the pace outright yesterday. First of all, Simon Andrews, we saw this car before in the hands of constructor Steve Owen. He's sharing the car today. Steve never drives his own cars at Doune.
That's a policy I favour.
Yes. And Simon Andrews' time 45.46. And here's Sean Gould, yesterday's pace setter and the new Prescott record holder from last weekend.
I think I'll just climb up a tree at this point.
That is the best launch we've seen by far, 2.11. And certainly the quickest to Garden Gate on 12.08.
I'll tell you partly why. He used virtually all the track there was to use. That was the least skill-extric line I've ever I've seen today.
Well, these splits are putting everybody else in the shade so far. His best yesterday was a 36.76 to set the outright pace. This time it's not going to be far away. Well, it's 37.59 for Sean Gould.
12.08 to Garden Gate is the kind of, well, first of all, it rhymes, and secondly, that's the sort of split you would expect on an overall winning run.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone get on into the 11th. That was absolutely fine.
Right, we'll see what Richard Spedding can do. He's left the line with the supercharged Raptor. 37.71 was his best time from a somewhat troubled day yesterday with electrical problems.
He's not on maximum attack, but he is going very quickly.
No, well, he's a couple of seconds or a second and a half slower than Sean Gould.
Yeah, if you'd seen Sean Gould coming through here, you'd know why that was.
Yeah, a couple of seconds down at junction, but he's already passed us now here in the S's, and it's 40.54, so somewhat his best.
Do you think that engine is sounding unusually smooth?
Alex Summers on the hill now.
So here's Alex Summers now, second overall in the British Championship.
I can barely believe the entry speeds that Alex carried into full day that it rained last night. That was really, really swift.
Well, he moved up to third place in the British Championship on the strength of that, ahead of Richard Spedding, who didn't have a particularly good day at Prescott last weekend. So here's Dave in the ex-Martin Groves car. He shares, of course, with Dominguez, has done for several years, and it's 39.09 for Dave Uren.
I feel a British champion coming on. We should have Wallace Mingus on the line now. But do we, John?
We do indeed.
Good. This will be eventful.
He may not show his hand at this stage. Still only the
Usual.
practice run. Well, he's away from line 2.19. That's 800ths slower than Sean Gould off the line. So pretty good launch. And 12.90, 200ths slower than Gould to the gate.
Yeah, that was careful not pushing too hard, but still carrying speeds into the corner rather than trying to jump on the power in the middle of the corner.
So 20.23. He's just to junction. He's just losing out fractionally, but once again, this is only practice. Popping and banging his way through the final bend now as he lifts off. 39.07, just a couple of tenths slower. He's probably one of the closest we've seen to the front runners to yesterday's times. Now it's the outgoing champion, 3 times British champion Trevor Willis, considerably less power than, for example, Wallace Ming is with this motorcycle-based RPE, Radical Performance Engines V8 in the back, which is based on 2 Hayabusa blocks on a common crankcase. And here's Trevor now, already through the S's. 39.29 for Trevor Willis.
Lots of sub-40s going on.
Yes, indeed.
We've now
Well,
moved
the last,
Sorry?
apart from one, the last 6 cars have all been sub 40.
Yeah.
Someone you know on the hill now.
Yes,
David?
we're now into the Old Crocs class, and the Old Croc driving the Silver Lever is Alisdair Suttie, who actually got to his great surprise, he got down to a personal best by something like half a second yesterday. So he's as a very low 58, so he's now thinking about the possibility of getting to the 57s for the first time today. He won't do it in this run, but later on he might.
58.09.
From a previous best of 58.55, so that was quite a chunk.
60.03 this time for Al Suttie.
Yeah, that's not too far off. We do have an amendment to the programme here because Kieran Bailey, whose Lotus 7 is marked in a different class in the programme, is actually in this class.
And he's coming at the end of the batch. He's the last car in the batch.
Right, okay. It looks, I mean, he's been setting similar times to Scott Goodfellow, who's on the hill right now in his Malak, who were both in the 55s yesterday, so they are...
64.61 then for Kenny Baird with that rare Jack Fisher built Fisher Spider. Scott Goodfellow and John Albiston should complete the back. Scott Goodfellow with the elderly Mallet Mark 6B.
With a 1560cc engine we finally established yesterday after much research, rather than the 1600.
Yeah, it's been it's 58.27 for Scott Goodfellow, and final on John Albiston in this splendid Brabham BT 38C.
And to correct what I said yesterday, it's not an ex-German Formula 3, it's ex-Swedish Formula 3, this car. Originally bought in 1972 by Ulf Svensson, who was a famous Formula 3 driver of the time. So never raced in Germany, but raced in Sweden, this car.
The background information is just becoming overwhelming now.
52.83. Here is Kieran Bailey, who's switched to class. Driving the Lotus 7. Car number 22. And 55.72 yesterday. This time it's 56.80 for Kieran Bailey.
Good Lord. So he's 2 seconds ahead of Andrew Goodfellow then, as opposed to about a couple of tenths.
Yes.
I think Kieran decided to be braver than Andrew
on that particular run. Yeah, well, Kieran, I seem to recall Kieran doing some circuit racing quite a while back.
Yes,
in various classes,
very
in
that, yeah.
various Caterhams and Lotuses.
And he also, as we remember, because we watched this happening right in front of us, the Bowness Revival 2 weeks ago, in the really competitive 1961 to 1973 class, he won on both days in this car. It's very, very good performance.
So Vince Bag's now pushing Dallara back into paddock.
I hope they get that sorted out for competition runs. I don't want that to be the last we see of that car. Yes, I was saying briefly earlier, Jerry, did you get a sense that Richard Spedding's car was sounding particularly smooth? Because I think Jerry may be busy with other things.
He actually was a bit quiet leaving the line. He didn't seem to have it on full throttle leaving the line. Certainly less popping and banging than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and the Supercharged Hayabusas usually have a really harsh exhaust note, and it just seemed a bit smoother that time.
Well,
I have no idea why.
He's had such a lot of trouble electrically with that car this season. One of those little glitches you can never find what the problem is, but except when it's running, and obviously you can't do anything about it when you're running it. So hopefully he's still getting some good runs. I mean, at Gurston a couple of weeks ago, he was actually ready to leave the hill this Saturday night and give up for the season, I think, in a fit of pique. But he obviously reflected on it overnight and was there on the Sunday and picked up a couple of 7th places, I think. So yeah, it's one of those cars which just has that slight electrical problem that you can't just quite find, can't quite put your finger on it.
Sometimes you just want racing cars to behave themselves and stop being all stroppy. I'm sure they do it deliberately.
The good news is that David Warburton's in the queue now for this practice next batch. Obviously he's managed to fix what the problem was, so he'll be coming out after Julia Patterson moves in.
So of course this is because there's a practice run, he can run out of batch.
Basically, yes.
That's fine,
yeah.
right? Okay. We should maybe point out that, with the exception of David Warburton, this next batch is actually a separate event from everything we've seen before, based on the particular grade of competition license the drivers have. So there's a fastest time of the day for which will be won by one of the big single seaters. But there's a separate one for this batch, which could be won by almost anything, because there's an enormous variety of cars doing very similar times. Do you see our fellow commentator Paul Hunter?
Yes, he's in front of the queue.
Right. One thing you didn't mention yesterday, Paul, who will be joining us on the mic later on, is actually competing this weekend with a broken rib.
Right.
Which may or may not have something to do with a particularly boisterous stag do in Poland last weekend. And he's also he's in the middle of a house move, which I think, I'm going to check with the person who's moving house with him, is taking 3 or 4 days longer than you thought it was going to be? Yes. With a sad nod of the head.
Yeah.
So he's under a bit of stress, the boy.
I'm just checking. We haven't seen the Chevrolet Corvette yet today. Maybe they found a better batch to run him in.
Yes, I think he was running in a completely different batch from everyone else yesterday, but since we haven't seen him, I assume he will now be running with the other people in class SM, which is the class in which he was entered.
I'll just go and check he's still there.
He'll be a long way down the line though, because I mean there's about...
Well, yeah, but he's still in his parking slot, I think.
Right, okay. So in this class we will have Paul Hunter first, and then second David Grubb in his 1.25 litre Ford Fiesta, which I thought was completely standard. It's not. It's got a slightly uprated air filter and silencer, but apart from that it's still pretty much standard.
So that's
an extraordinarily slow car, driven amazingly quickly by David.
That's a 1.25 as opposed to 1.6 then.
Yes,
okay.
That's it does say 1250 in the official programme.
All right, okay.
So that's been a correction. But we would check with David this morning. It is definitely that engine, which I think is the one that has a Yamaha cylinder head, which suggests that it might be very powerful, but it isn't.
We'll also be joined later on by yet another commentator, John Munro.
Jerry, we're hearing you over the paddock.
So John Munro was competing at Ulton Park yesterday in the 750 Motor Club Enduro Championship in his Mazda.
Do we know how he got on?
Don't ask him. They were doing very well. They took pole position in the class. They were leading the class by a long way until the last 10 minutes or so.
Oh no!
And they had another brake problem, I think it was. So basically, he will be gutted because He was fairly obviously looking towards another class win there until the last 10 minutes of a two and a half hour race.
That's a bit cruel.
So I'm sure he'll be quite happy to tell us about it perhaps later on when he arrives.
I suspect that after a disappointment like that, he might be just marginally less cheerful than he usually is. But I can't imagine any situation in which he would not be cheerful.
Yes, I mean, he's had a lot of tough times with that car this year. They have won the class once over in Spa in Belgium, but there's a few brake issues, and it's quite frustrating, I think, when you're doing so well and then all of a sudden that thing happens towards the end of a long race. But anyway, John, if you've been here watching Doune over the years, John, in fact, did actually qualify for a top 10 runoff and score points a couple of years ago in the family OMS. I think one of his first appearances at the hill in that car. So a very quick driver.
And he was subsequently the first person, although it's become almost the norm at Doune these days, but last September, he became the first person ever to be both a driver and a commentator at Doune. Because he was out in his mum's Nissan 350Z and battling with Peter Herbert. And John likes to point out that he beats Peter, and Peter likes to point out that his clutch wasn't working. So we can maybe call that a moral draw.
So we've got all the cars down, I think, David, unless there's some straggler coming down the hill.
A straggler appeared exactly as you said that, and it is young Spedding.
Okay.
Who's coasting past us.
Right. Well, that maybe...
And as he goes past each marshal's post, the red flag comes in. So presumably there will be nobody else after him. Yeah.
Okay. Well, perhaps he has had trouble again with his battery.
Could be. Electrical problems are little blighters. They seem to be so difficult to find. As we've all probably had experience of with our home computers.
Well, in the old days, of course, you could just do it by changing the points or something like that. That would fix your electrical problems. Nowadays, of course, it's a bit more complex than that.
I think in a way life would be much easier if we were all driving Ford Model Ts.
That would be pretty boring though, David.
Have you ever driven a Ford Model T?
No.
I have driven a Ford Model T. They're not boring. They're quite terrifying, actually.
So that's Richard in the paddock now, just gone past me, and the car's been taken up the line, and there Paul Hunter leads the way, just tightening up his shoulder belts.
Gingerly, because of his broken rib, I would imagine. Paul is today running brand new, very soft tyres, completely different from the ones he was running yesterday, which weren't particularly good.
Nice bit of tyre warming from him there, though.
Oh, yeah.
Strubbing. Yeah.
Oh, he's a showman. Or show off, possibly. Come on, Paul.
Well, he's away, so he should be with you shortly, David.
So these cars are so much quieter than the single-seaters. It's difficult to tell. Right, what's he going to do? Yeah. Oh, so far to the left on the approach to Garden Gate, which is really, really good because that makes the corner as open as possible. He's not pushing in a Paul Hunter-like way, but that would fit with still some uncertainty about the conditions and also the fact that he's in brand new tyres.
Yeah, he's about half a second off yesterday's best so far. But he's up into the S's now.
Followed by David Grubb in the extremely slow Ford Fiesta, in which he's going to do something at mid-65, which the car just simply can't do, but he's going to do it anyway.
Well, it was 53.44 for Paul Hunter.
Oh, he'd be pleased with that on new tyres.
And it's, as you say, David Grubb with the Fiesta, who is about a second down. No, yes, about a second down, in fact, at junction. 63.57 was his best yesterday. And he's through the final left-hander and over the line for a 65.76. So a couple of seconds off yesterday's pace. It's Laura Ramsey next up.
I'm quite proud of my mid-60s guess there, if it was a 65.7. Laura Ramsey, I think her ambition at the moment is to get under 60 seconds in the Saxo. She's not going to do it in this run, just because the track's not ready for it. This afternoon, maybe?
Yeah, she's 1.5 seconds away from it at the moment, and yeah, a little bit slower, 63.70 this time. Graham Hunt with the Mini Cooper, number 107. Won't be seeing David Stewart. Unfortunately, had a bit of a problem at East Bray with the Renault Clio yesterday.
In the sense that he didn't get around it. Not the first person to go straight on in East Bray, and he won't be the last. That was Russell Deans going past us, by the way. Russell should be about within your sight now.
Yeah, Russell is just coming up to the S's. He's through there with his Clio, and he stops the clocks on 57.59. That's a pretty good improvement, I think, on yesterday's time. No, not quite. 50, well, in the 57, so consistently. Alan Cameron next with the 944 Porsche.
Another one to take a very wide line into Garden Gate, of which we approve. And the extraordinary Xenos is on the hill now. Is this Christopher McDaid's first appearance at Doune? Certainly in that car and possibly in anything.
It is his first appearance at Doune in anything, yes.
Right, okay. He might want better weather conditions for his first time out here, but...
Yeah, turbocharged Ford EcoBoost engine and that, over 200 brake horsepower.
Yes, it is certainly quick, and that car won't weigh very much either. Gavin Marshall on the hill now in the Caterham. This is not the Caterham that he used several times at Doune up to 3 years ago, because he sold that car. He has borrowed this car from his son, who goes circuit racing in it. And he's very nervous about bumping it, as he would be.
Oh, Chris McDaid, 61.87.
Anything around 60 seconds in a road car on your first ever time at Doune is good going.
Yeah, he was in the 59s.
Did he? Oh, really?
He was in the
60?
57s.
Was he?
Yesterday, yeah, 57.79 was his best.
That's a very impressive Doune debut then.
Just after Colin McAteer, number 115, we will have David Warburton.
Any idea why we were so long?
Not yet. I'll find out. I'll find out before later on.
If he's on the pace, that'll be fine.
As I say, Allan was fiddling and David was watching, so obviously there's a slight problem after Allan's run when he came down.
Since I have it on good authority that David was coming into Oak Tree at over 120 miles an hour yesterday, I think I'll commentate on this one from the top of a tree. Right, that probably wasn't 120, but it was certainly a long way over 100. The startling contrast from the fairly standard road cars to this flying machine.
Colin McAteer through the S's and over the line on 59.66. And here is David Warburton already with us. So what can he do? It's not going to be a sub 40. It's 40.60 for David Warburton. Well, he presumably had some sort of a problem, which is why he appeared late, because he was in 36s yesterday. So that's quite a disparity.
that run might have been a systems check for all we know. Just make
Possibly,
sure
yeah.
that
Well,
keep
it's only
running.
I mean, he's had 4 practice runs. There's no point in
He's not been short of practice.
doing this.
Yeah, Graham Beveridge came through Oaktree working in several directions at once. I wasn't entirely sure where that car was going to end up, but it has ended up in the tunnel.
John Welsh precedes him, and he was there in 53.02, but Graham Beveridge is just about to ascend the rise to Spray. Here he is now, flashes across the top of it.
Slightly relieved he's got there.
You'll have
With this garishly hued car, and he's round the final bend over the line, 53.04. So that's very close to yesterday's best time.
Very,
for him.
very good.
One car missing will be 127. Neil Gunn, good in Mazda. He didn't appear yesterday afternoon, and he's not here again today. That's 127.
His only run was somehow a 97. That's obviously something going badly wrong. Speaking of Mazda MX-5s or related machines, this is David Wallace's Unos Roadster, basically about on MX-5, on the hill now, making the strangest noise I've ever heard an MX-5 make. But it always does that, so it's obviously, there's something deliberate happening.
And meanwhile, we've had Julia Patterson in the Van Diemen Formula 4 through here on a 58.44. David Wallace, as you say, with the Mazda, the first of the Mazda runners. We've got 3 entered this weekend.
No, 2, if we're not seeing Neil Gergard again, which John suggests we're not.
And it's 57.18.
Yeah, actually, it's just the 2 Mazdas.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes, Neil Gilbert. And Leslie and Schooner is the second of them.
Richard Morris is on the hill now in the absolutely gorgeous yellow TBR. Essentially a TBR Vixen, but not with a 1.6 litre Ford engine as most of them had. This is a 2.5 litre Triumph engine, which sounds as good as the car looks.
In fact, most of those TVRs with the Triumph engines, apparently 90% of them were actually exported to America.
I believe so, yeah, absolutely. More yellowness on display from Robert Anderson as Lucas Allan. Julia Patterson, by the way, who went up earlier in the Van Diemen, she is of course the daughter of Andrew Patterson, who in very competitive circumstances nonetheless scored a double win at the Bonus Revival 2 weeks ago in his older Lotus Formula Ford, which was a splendid performance.
So Richard Morris's time with TVR 70.54. Robert Anderson comes through the S's with the Lotus Elan, and then it's going to be Alex Hazlewood with the Healy Sprite.
Which means we don't have John Beckett.
Unless he ran earlier.
Yeah, he's coming up next.
Oh, he's coming up.
He just left the line.
So he's reverted to his proper running order.
He has, yes.
Just left the line now.
Yeah. Actually, I remember yesterday that car was smelling tremendously of clutch. I'm hoping it won't do so again now, but I'll just have a sniff as it goes past.
Robert Anderson 58.39 as Alex Hazlewood rounds the final left-hander in the Sprite.
I'm starting to get a whiff of hot clutch.
Just to pre-warn you, the first batch of timed runs are coming up at the end of this batch. That's the first 4 double-driven timed runs are coming up at the end of this batch.
So we suddenly revert from practice to competition. Yeah.
We do.
That's correct.
Indeed, and Hazel was 62.94.
We'll have Margaret Addy in the Porsche, and then we'll be followed by Alex Howells in the Imp.
So no Tom Marr?
Yeah, he's coming up now.
Oh, well, Stephen Muir's on the hill at the moment. So is Tom on the start, yeah?
John Beckett 65.23. Well, he was in the 62s with the Corvette. Yes, it did. Can't smell the clutch from here because we are.
It will come to you. It takes
Closed
a
in
little
the
while.
yes. Unlike you chaps.
Yeah, Tom Marr's on the line. He's on the hill.
He's gone past me actually.
Yeah.
He's definitely wrong. Stephen Muir might be wondering about now if there's something wrong with his clutch. But he's actually smelling John Beckett's clutch.
So coming up towards the line is the first of our timed runs for this weekend. That's Alex Howells in the Hillman Super Int in Class A1. He's on the line now.
But you'll have to wait until Margaret Eadie finishes her run. Did you reckon yesterday this was Margaret's first or second Doune?
I don't think we decided that at all. We haven't asked her, I don't think.
One of her very early Dounes then, but she has done Bonus Revivals 7 years in a row. So she's certainly moved away up there.
Tom Marr 64.43, and it's the last practice run. Car is on the hill. That's Margaret Eadie with the Porsche 911, and as you say, the next car which you'll see is Alex Howells, which is the first of the actual competition run. So when we see the Imp, that will be for real, so to speak. And very shortly, we'll be having the first registered contender coming to the line in the following batch, or the next batch we see, which will be Peter Herbert in the Porsche 911. But he'll be up soon.
You might have heard the sound of the first competition run because I left the mic open when Alex went past. So that's audible evidence that we are now properly racing.
Right, so 712 then, Class A1, road-going series production cars are up to 2 litres. Alex Howells, the first of them. Then it's going to be George Emerson with the Westfield SEI from the road-going specialist production cars. Alex Howells is past us now, and he stops the clocks on 67.50.
George is pushing hard. I think he's basically trying to work out a way of beating his co-driver Scott Brownlee in the same car. Although Scott isn't the one who owns the car, he's the one who has been quicker at virtually every event this year.
So George Emerson then 52.05.
Oh, that might have been sending a little message to Scott. I mean business here.
And now we've got Alan Reid from the 2-litre modified production class on the hill with the Peugeot 205 GTI. And there's number 734 through the S's. And final runner in this batch. She's left the line now. Past you, I think, David, Laura Wardle.
Well past. You must be just about breaking the junction roundabout now.
Alan Reid, 54.10.
For Alan Reid?
Alan Reid,
right,
yes.
okay, yeah.
So, yes, so Laura is just heading up into the S's now.
One.
And rounding the left-hander to finish off this batch. And she's over the line in 55.95.
Did I hear a Clio driving Mineeff making a noise on the microphone?
Not from this microphone.
No. I thought I had...
Mr. Hunter.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure yet.
Somebody said 1-1 on the mic.
So cars coming back down, led by David Warburton. And then we'll be underway with the remainder of cars in Class A1. That's the 2-litre road-going series production class.
I'm sure someone was testing a mic about a minute ago. Maybe they put it down or dropped it. Marshals are making cryptic messages at me now. So this is always a worry, because marshals always know more than the rest of us do.
Morning, Jerry. Morning, David.
Hello? Who was
Hello.
that? Who are we hearing there?
It's Alisdair. How are you?
Can PA people maybe turn up that mic?
Can you hear me?
Not very well. I think we need somebody who knows about electronic things to turn volume up.
So just come back, had a chat to Allan Warburton. The problem was, to quote, gear wiring. So they managed to fix it, and obviously David's been uphill and had that test run with it there, and we'll be back to full running order, obviously for the time runs.
That will be an electronic gear change.
Must be, yes.
And that would explain why David wasn't in sub-40s as we would have been expecting. We just wanted to check that the car always selected the gear he wanted.
Allan said he drove up in fifth. Allan drove up in fifth.
Ah, right, okay.
More worrying, we've got a lot of work going on at the moment around the David Seaton pull beam. When he came back down the last time, the engine cover was taken off, and they're still looking in the depth of the engine there to see what the problem is. So the David Seaton pull beam is looking like it won't make this batch for Douglas Thomson.
And since we're into competition runs now, I'm not entirely sure that he will be able to run out a batch.
Not normally, no. I presume they'll then focus on trying to get it ready for David to take his run in the following batch.
Which would be okay, because that is the batch he was due to run in.
So was John Beckett running in the Chevrolet with the headlamps on? Does that mean he was running with the headlamps up, and basically, and because obviously that would reduce his aerodynamic.
The fog lights in the front of that car are so blinding, it's difficult to tell. I can't actually remember noticing.
Well, if you say the white lights and then the headlights are on, yes, because they were on yesterday, I believe.
Were they?
Well, maybe we switched them off when he left the paddock, but yeah. Anyway, Jenny Howells is on the line now into car number 12 in the first car of this next batch to run.
That must have been a quick old handover.
It was, yes. I don't think they have to change the seat in that car.
Well, Alex had just set a 67.50 to set the first time in that class. I think we're going to be looking for
56. What did you say, Jerry?
67.
I thought it was a 56. I was a bit wrong.
I think that car's got a 56 in it.
Oh, 67 was it? Okay.
67.50.
Okay, thanks, Jerry.
It would be possible to make that car capable of 50-60s, but as we were saying yesterday, Alex and Jenny prefer to keep the sort of standard Hillman character, which they have done very successfully, even though there are some competition bits in it.
Morning, everyone. I'm here at Cottage.
That would be Al Suttie.
Hello.
Was it you who was
Morning,
trying to join us a few minutes ago?
That was our IT guru.
Oh, right, okay. On the mic you're now holding?
Yes, and Angus Dow is just away past me. As usual, very neat and stuff.
We're just waiting for Jenny Howells to appear at the top of the hill. Here she is now, into the S's, 6750 to beat in the same car.
Al, we could do with you and Mike being turned up quite significantly if there's someone who can do that.
66.91 for Jenny Howells, so she leads. But for how much longer, with Angus Dow and particularly Granger Robertson on the hill. Granger Robertson's left the line. Here's Angus Dow through the S's now with the Fiesta Mark II, and it's 60.33, so that's another new leader. 60.33.
I think it could change again because Granger, whose brother David we've seen in the Van Diemen Formula Ford, very good, and also in probably the most powerful, well, no, the most powerful car in this class.
And now we've got the first contender for the British Championship runoff. Has left the line, Peter Herbert in the Porsche 911 as Granger Robertson crosses the line on 58.09 to take the class lead from Angus Dow.
Yeah, Peter made a very aggressive start there. He was telling me earlier on that he was quite cautious on his practice run, so I think he's looking to make up quite a lot of time with this run.
I think he's also benefiting from new gearing because that was changed over the winter. Because it was very, very high geared before, and he's now brought that down, and he was suggesting that yesterday it was working for him very well.
So he's already into the S's now with the sonorous 911 round the final left-hander, and Peter Herbert sets the first qualifying time of 55.84.
So if it now starts snowing very heavily, he'll be in the top 12 runoff.
Yeah.
I have mixed views on whether I wanted to snow very heavily, you know, and for Peter's sake,
No,
yes, for mine, not so much.
I think on balance, Peter, of course, has got into British runnels before with a 911 at Craigantlett, as have you, of course, with the first car, David. You were the driver of the first road-going standard saloon to score British Championship points.
Yes, and on the same day, Peter became the first driver to score British Championship points in a Porsche, which had never happened before. He's also the only person ever to have scored British Championship points in a Westfield. So
Well,
we're quite proud of these little achievements. You know?
Oh, absolutely. Well, meanwhile, we've had Ian Mackenzie through the finish on 54.26. His
I think that's about to be beaten because Scott Brownlee, as ever, is driving far too fast in his Westfield.
Well,
George Emerson's Westfield, sorry.
John Hamilton's also across the line with the Westfield Megabuster, 52.50. But it's still George Emerson that leads from the previous batch with a 52.05. That's the time to beat in this road-going specialist production class.
I think Scott might be on for a 51.
And that's John Pick off the line as well. And if anyone's wondering where Kieran Bailey is, I think it's worth explaining that he was classes the rest of the weekend.
And the answer to your question, David, Scott Brownlee, 51.09, 51.89, correction, 51.89 to take the lead, Scott Brownlee.
It only leaves John Pick.
Yes, the final runner in the class with this Subaru running gear, engine and four-wheel drive on the AMS Murtea. Through the S's now, John Pick. Time squealing from the four-wheel drive, and it's 51.73, which takes the class lead.
Oh, really?
So John Pick leads from Scott Brownlee.
Ooh, Scott will be cross.
And in third place, it's George Emerson, who led originally.
Al, we still need someone to turn up your mic. Could you repeat what you said about Kieran Bailey as Garry Dickson goes past him sideways in this
I was
cartoon?
just saying that Kieran Bailey is not in the Class B. He's switched to the Historics.
Ah, yes, we did mention that earlier, but thanks for the reminder there. So.
Well, meanwhile, we've had Gavin Neate running solo in Class C1, 1400 mod prods on a 51.23, and we're straight into the 2-litre modified production class. Led at the moment by Allan Reid on 54.10, but we've got Garry Dickson hurling the Mark 1 Cortina through the S's now.
Speaking of hurling, John Ramsey had about 5 opportunities in 3 seconds to touch barriers, but we don't think the marshal's actually checking the track to make sure there isn't a bit of barrier on the tarmac, but everything seems to be okay. But that was, I want to say wild, but I also want to say controlled wild, but he was shifting there.
Well, the time he's got to beat now is Garry Dickson's 53.26 with the Cortina. He's into the S's now. This looks a quick run from John Ramsey. I think it's going to take the lead, and it's a 51.69 for John Ramsey.
Well done, John. You're about to see Jock Ramsey in a tremendously smoky Okomanta. There's clouds of stuff coming out of various parts of it. I think we're just checking to see if there's anything on the track.
Well, he's diving into the S's already with the famous orange manta.
Is it still smoking now?
No, it didn't look too bad.
Maybe he's run out of oil.
52.39 goes second. Just behind his son.
That car will be a lot lighter than it was in the start line.
So we've got Stuart Reid, who should be followed by David Adam, both in Peugeot 205s.
Really quick run through Oakley for Stuart Reid. I'm now watching a cloud of smoke gradually head up the fields towards the commentary box. So you are, at some point in the next 2 minutes, going to see jocks smoke.
Oh, right.
You're not going to enjoy it. It smells horrible.
It's in right through here.
I think maybe you were nobody on before he got to you.
So here's Stuart Reid, car number 34, and it's a 48.12. That's well clear at the moment, 48.12. What can David Adam do about that?
He didn't look as quick through Oak Tree, but that might be deceptive. Maybe it's just that it was very smooth. I've got a Paul Hunter walking past me, stopping in front of me. Hello, Paul. He's scared of talking to the mic. He's actually one of our commentators, and he's scared of the mic. Say hello, Paul.
Hello, people.
So here's David Adam. Looks pretty quick, and it's 48.12 that he's got to beat. He's just going, 47.60 from David Adam takes the lead.
So it was deceptive then. That was just a smooth run, not a dramatic one. For drama, we have to give the Oscar to John Ramsey. That was. I hope that appeared in the live stream. It was quite exciting.
It's a tribute to Thames Television.
Why Thames Television?
They ran a car. Thames Television on the sides.
Well, that's fair enough. Since he built the car, I think we can allow him that. Who drove it in Thames Television colours? I mean, the period car.
I'm not sure.
Well, nose high in the air as he accelerates through the S's, and he's over the line with the 54.01, Mike Stewart, which takes the lead from Lord of Wardle as we're into the over 2 litre modified limited production class. And through the S's we got Chris Randell with the Evo 8, and it's 49.10, so new class leader.
That's Jonathan Williamson just getting ready to go now. Porsche 911, which he shares with Laura Wardle.
And they've been sharing this car for 35 years, as you can see from the inscription on the roof. Geoff Twemlow, probably the most travelled hill climber on the British circuit, comes from Cannonstown in Cornwall, never misses a Doune. And Geoff Twemlow's over the line in 54.63. So that's third place at the moment. So look from Jonathan Williamson, vastly experienced competitor from the southwest of England. I can never remember him driving anything else but this particular car.
Garry, can I just let you know some household management?
Absolutely.
Paul is still standing with me, so I'm going to let him take over for a bit at Oak Tree.
Okay.
Treat him gently.
Okay, Paul. Jonathan Williamson, 53.85. So that is good enough for second place. As we now got Lindsay Summers has already passed us. The double-driven BJ Firehawk, which is sharing with Debbie Dunbar. So that's the 1100cc single-seater class. And Lindsay, a registered contender with the British Championship. So this is a qualifying run, 46.50 for Lindsay Summers. And the next double driver from that class, 1100s, Mark Lawrence, reappearing on the hills with the OMS 3000M of Harry Pick.
And just to interrupt you, Jerry, I think that's Nikki Cottrell had a bit of a problem just on her way up towards Oak Tree.
Right, yes, nothing, no splits coming up on the garden gate.
Yes, there's a couple of marshals heading up towards.
Yeah, so
sort that out.
for Nikki Cottrell, unfortunately, well, we've got the time for Mark Lawrence. It's 45.76. Mark not registered for the championship though.
No, can't quite see anything from where we are at Oak Tree at the minute, but I don't know if you've got a wee update there, Al.
I can hear the car, and it doesn't sound like it's moving, but it sort of sounds like it's either rolling or just being pushed at the moment. So it certainly, as it came around the first bend, it just seemed to lose power, and the engine just went very quiet. So whether that's electronics or gears or the engine itself, I'm not sure. But certainly no great drama and nothing to worry about. So hopefully the car started and take another run.
So no sign of Doug Thomson. I guess they've still got problems with the Pilbeam BMW, John.
Yeah, they're still investigating it. The bodywork's still off, and well, David's pouring fuel in it at the moment. There may be an issue with a fuel leak. I'm not sure, but they're still looks like maybe might be getting close to finishing it, but we'll wait and see. But I don't see Douglas. Obviously, he didn't get out in that batch, so he won't be coming out this run.
Just an update.
Did you have a time for Gavin Neate, Jerry, by the way?
Yes. 1 second. 51.23.
And that's Nikki Cottrell's car just been rolled back down the hill. I think it's obviously stopped somewhere short of where it would be easier to turn it around. So it's just been carefully rolled back down by the marshals. Of course, the problem with that section of the track is it's so narrow that you can't really turn the car around.
I don't know if you want to take a chance at this quieter stage of the proceedings to update the spectators on the programme changes. If you want to, I'll go through those at the moment. So if you're spectating on the hill and you've got a programme, there's a few changes to the programme. In page 14, Class A2, number 19, Chris Beresford is a non-starter. In Class B, number 22, Kieran Bailey, transfers to Class M, the classic cars up to 1971. And an additional runner in Class B is number 25, John Pick, in the AMS Murtaya, a 2-litre turbocharged engine in that one. In Class C2, an additional runner, number 31, Garry Dickson, in a Cortina 2-litre. 2-litre D-Tech engine in that car. Class D2, the top of page 15, number 52, Johnny McKenzie, is a non-starter. And in Class I, halfway down the page, number 770 is now driven by Mark Lawrence, and he is not registered for either British or the Leaders' Championship. So 770, Mark Lawrence in place of Steve Owen. In Class J, racing cars up to 1600, additional runner number 83, Michael Andrew, in an OMS CF04, a 1400 engine. And in Class K1, and another additional runner, number 89, Andy Bougourd, that's B-O-U-G-O-U-R-D, in a Force PT, a 1630 engine. And he's entering the British and the Leaders' Championship. Over the page. On page 16, Class L, unfortunately number 2, Will Hall is a non-starter today. And add to Class L, number 795, Steve Owen, and an OMS 28, or 2600. That's the car sharing with Simon Andrews. In Class M, the Class M record is to Malcolm Wishart, but it's actually 49.43, and that's all in Class M. And add the car number 22, Kieran Bailey. In Class SA, number 108, David Stewart is a non-starter after going off in practice. And add 116, John Welsh in a Westfield XTR2, the 1300 engine. Finally, in Class SM.
Just to jump in there, John, also we're missing David Lawrence car 112, the Sleeker GT4. He's had problems on the way here today, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So 112, a non-starter as well. And then in Class SM, an additional runner, Margaret Adey, in a Porsche 911T. And that's all the changes to the entry list there. One other change is that on page 11, I think it is, the Ladies' Hill record here is no longer 41.01 as is listed. It's actually 40.70, which was set by Nicola Minges in the June meeting this year. So it's not 41.01, it's now 40.70, still held by Nicola, but in June 2019. And that's the changes I've got to the programme.
You have my...
So the Nicky Koshel car's back in the paddock and it's started up again. So Jack's busy looking at it to see what the problem might be. So we're just waiting for the other cars to come down the hill and we can release the next batch, which is led by number 43, Phil Goff from Liverpool in his Caterham Hayabusa. So the car's now returning to the paddock.
So now a couple heading towards you now. Just passing Oak Tree.
How does the track look up there, Paul?
It's actually okay. It's strangely, when I was on Myron, it's actually drier at Oak Tree than it looked in the Meadow, because when I got to Meadow I thought, maybe I'll just back this off a wee bit. I don't know, it just probably looked more intimidating than it was, but there's plenty of grip, I know that much.
How are your new front tyres going?
Scrubbed in now, so hopefully we'll be good to go for the next run. But yeah, what a difference putting a brand new set on makes, obviously. Any dramas in your run?
No, none at all, no. Just a bit cautious, obviously being cold, and I think when you see that it's sort of a little bit down in the track line, you want to push harder. The wind's still big, it's easy to survive the competition run.
I agree with that, definitely. There was a bit of a mental block when I seen the Meadow earlier on. I thought, yeah, it's not worth binning it here for practice.
Well, I think I've got remember where the corners are.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be quite interesting this afternoon. Hopefully the sun comes out a bit more and dries it up a bit more. That'd be smashing.
Well, the sun's poking out now as Peter Herbert's Porsche crackles past me. Hopefully, I think the bit more warmth and the breeze, the track will be nice and dry and being sort of the same condition as yesterday, because it was really good. I think yesterday afternoon for the second and third practice runs.
Yeah, there was definitely, if I had the right tyres yesterday, there was definitely a close to new PB in it anyway, so the track is good. It's a different good to June. I mean, it's a lot cooler, but I think it's actually suiting my car more this kind of temperatures.
And what's your PB at the moment, Paul?
A 52.49 here, so I'm looking hopefully today, if the conditions improve, to better that, because I'm on fresh rubber, so here's hoping.
Something that starts with a 51.
Oh, that's pushing it, but I'd love that. That'd be the dream. I hear you were smashing PBs yesterday, so the track was definitely there.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. It was a bit of a surprise, to be honest, because my first run was under 60 seconds, which in my car is kind of doing reasonably well anyway. And then second and third runs were one PB after the other, which was a bit of a surprise. But I think it's one of those things that sometimes you just it comes easily when you're not trying too hard. I think that was kind of how I was driving yesterday, not thinking about it too much and just making sure all the lines were strung together and just driving very neatly and trying to be tidy with it.
It definitely does make sense. I had that kind of problem at Forest Burn. I was overdriving the car with dead tyres, and it's really frustrating when you couldn't figure out what it was, and then everything clicked, and I kind of backed it off and went probably just as quick, but it felt way smoother. So it's all in the mind sometimes.
Yes, and I had the lesser spotted John Munro with me.
No way.
Racing yesterday.
That guy couldn't buy luck, supposing it was free.
Yes, John said he's on his way up to take over from David.
No worries, I'll just head down and take over from you, Al, if you're heading back for your next batch.
Yep, I'm going to go.
Okay, I think also that microphone's still quite a low level at Cottage, so if you can get it raised a little bit, that'd be good.
So speak to the IT expert as I go past.
Good, thanks, Alisdair. So I've just been talking to Doug Thomson, David Seaton. The problem with the pill beam was a leaking coolant hose, but it wasn't one of those easy ones to find. It was one of the ones buried at the bottom of the engine. So they think they repaired it. They're just getting the car back together again, and hopefully we'll see David out in this batch, but depends on the timing.
Well, that's got rid of him. Paul heading down to Cottage now.
Sorry, were you trying to talk to me there?
No, I was just telling the world that Paul is heading down towards you.
Well, he and John will pass.
John Munro here.
He is, yep.
Oh, right. That means I'll get to go up to Junction. How exciting.
Musical chairs.
Yes.
I'll just stay down here in the paddock, don't worry.
Al, question. Were you carrying bits of another car in your car when you came back down the hill on that run?
I was, yes. Easily the most expensive and fastest bit of my car belonged to someone else.
I find myself wondering whose car it was part of.
It was number 5.
Richard Spedding?
Yes.
Oh,
yes, sorry,
okay.
Richard Spedding. Yes, the engine cover was off when I arrived in the paddock, top paddock. I'm not quite sure what the problem was, but the car's back down safely, and certainly they were fussing over the back of the car as soon as it was back. So I'm not quite sure what the problem is there, but I think they had some problems yesterday as well, so it might be all be related to that.
Yes, there's been a lot of talk about electronics in that car not behaving themselves. electrons flying all around the place without so much as by your leave.
Yes, well, I'm all too aware of that after my experience last year at Bo'ness, at the Bo'ness Revival.
I don't think you had any electrons left, did you?
I think they all decided to head off and do some spectating rather than do some racing.
We'll find somewhere drier.
Well, last year was okay. This year was certainly
Yeah, I
Saturday
suppose,
morning
yeah.
was a bit wet. But
I remember it being slightly on the humid side last 2 weeks ago.
no, it was fine.
So are the red flags still out up there because there's nothing coming down the hill?
Still out at Oak Tree and Garden Gate, yes.
So there must be something stuck at the top.
My sources tell me it's because the recovery vehicle hasn't yet come back down the hill, and it can't yet because it's still having Jock Ramsey's Manta attached to it. So maybe the large amount of smoke that was coming out of it has proved to be very significant.
All right, yes, you did say it was smoking quite badly.
It
Hope
probably was, yes.
Hope it hasn't dropped anything on the track.
No. I'm getting a vehement shaking of the head there. The track was checked as pretty much as the car was going past, and there was nothing there. It was all being burnt off.
Good. Well, this is all obviously good news for David Seaton because it gives him more time to get ready to get the car out for this run.
That's an astute point.
Now, John or David, you'll be able to tell me. That's a replacement engine in Jock's car from the previous engine already, isn't it?
Is it?
I thought Jock had problems with his original engine, and that's a replacement.
He had problems down at Harewood a few weeks ago, back in July. He had a few problems. He only went down for one run, and then his engine blew up down at Harewood.
Car's just going past me now. It's still not trailing anything. Mind you, I think there's probably nothing left to trail. I wasn't aware of that, the engine situation at Harewood, so I'm afraid I can't help there.
Well, I'm just standing next to the tent down here, so I'll ask him when he comes back down again.
Actually, of course, I was at Harewood, spectating,
You were.
and he was in the entry list, but he wasn't running by the time I got there.
You were there on the Sunday, but on the Saturday, his engine blew up on the Saturday, I believe.
Did he do the club event on the
Saturday? Yeah.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
When the British Championship was at Barban, yeah?
That's correct, yes.
Right, okay. That's a bit too many engines in one season.
Well, that's Jock's car just away into the paddock now, so I think we'll be looking at seeing the next batch starting fairly soon.
Yeah, Tim Thomson's Land Rover bringing Jock's car back in the trailer. Just the Nicky Kostrel's car, they just died. The engine just died when they started up okay when it came down here. But yep, so and Jack Kostrel will be up in this next batch as normal.
We were speculating as to whether Doune has now developed its own Bermuda Triangle, because a bit between Marshalls Post 1 and Marshalls Post 2 is the one where two cars have now mysteriously just fizzled out.
I think the cutoff cord was just accidentally caught by in Nicky's car, so nothing sinister there, David. Really?
Really?
Not unless we've got a few gremlins running around up there, have you?
Somebody, I'm one of them. Hello, we've got a John Munro here. I'm going to talk to John Munro. Can you talk to everyone else? Somebody please talk.
I can talk, yes. Down
Great.
here.
Oh, right, okay. I'm just going to do a handover actually, because now John's here. I'm going to move up to Junction. So the perspective of the 127 commentators that we now have is going to widen even further.
So yeah, so the Jock's car's back down now, and how about one?
Well, so far we've had just 2 qualifiers for our first British runoff, but there's going to be quite a few more coming in the next couple of batches. In fact, they're over 30. I think it's around 32 at the last count, which certain drivers will be looking for those 12 qualifying places in the first of our 2 British Championship runoffs. Just to remind those of you who may just have arrived, it's Wallace Mingies, of course, has already taken the title this year with 10 runoff wins so far this season. He took the title at Gurston Down a couple of weekends ago, and also the Hill Climb Leaders Championship was also won at Gurston by Robert Kenrick. So both those drivers coming here with those championships already in the bag for this season. Wallace Mingies has won here at Doune before, and he'll be looking to perhaps add to his tally today, but he's going to come under fire from Sean Gould, who won both runoffs here in June, and has put down the marker by setting the fastest practice time here today, just ahead of Wallace. But that, of course, was only practice. But certainly Sean flying in this brand new car for this year, which is the new GR59J with the Judd DB4, originally Le Mans type engine, but there's a special hill climb version, 4-litre V8 that he's running in the car all season. 1 or 2 gremlins, not surprisingly, for the first year, but they're rapidly being sorted out, and he's already won 5 British Championship rounds this year in the car, including getting inside the Prescott outright hill record last weekend. So Wallace Mingies lead spot in the championship. At the moment he has 254 points, and it's 10 points for a win, down to 1 point for 10th place. The last 2 don't score in the runoff, but you do get an extra point if you've betted the hill record that stands at the beginning of the meeting. So you can do it any number of times throughout the day, as long as you're inside the old record. Even if you don't establish a new one, you get an extra point. And in fact, no less than 5 drivers did just that at Wiscombe Park at the end of July. Second overall in the championship is Alex Summers, who, as we mentioned earlier, is the only one out of the top 8 drivers who have not won a British Championship round, but consistent running all year has left Alex Summers in a very strong second place overall in the championship. Dave Uren has moved up into 3rd place overall after Prescott last weekend, ahead of Richard Spedding, who had a slightly problematic Prescott. It looks as though, unfortunately, he's having a few problems here this weekend as well. At the moment, he's 9 points adrift of Dave Uren at the moment. And Trevor Willis is down in 5th place, the outgoing champion and the 3 times British champion. He's not had a particularly good year, a lot of handling problems this season with the OMS, with the RPE bike-based V8. Certainly down on power traditionally with the other V8s, apart from Alex Summers, who's also not got anywhere near the horsepower of, say, Wallace Mingies or Will Hall, who unfortunately is a non-starter today. We won't be seeing him. But anyway, we're back in action then with Phil Goff. We're into Class D1, modified specialist production cars up to 2 litres. Car number 43, Phil Goff with the Caterham Hayabusa, and it's a 51 seconds exactly for him. Trevor Park is next on the hill. So I'll let you other chaps get a word in now.
Yeah, we've got John Lowe on the line just now. He's just made a quite a bad start there, so he's been pushed back for another go at it. I think he had issues with that yesterday. Oh, he's done it again. Don't know if the car's stalled or...
So he's not crossed the line with all four wheels then, so he gets a rerun.
It's
Good.
literally just moved and no more, so I wonder what the issue is there.
Well, meanwhile, Trevor Park, 49.26 to take the lead.
Looks like he's been pushed back off the line. Oh, sorry, John.
I was just a bit glad to know that David Seaton is in the line of cars here, so they've got that car fixed. So he'll be coming up in his due place shortly.
That's good to hear. It's never nice to see a car go out for any reason, really. So that's good they've got it repaired and back running.
So John Lowe spinning the rear wheels, the burnout coming to the line.
That's Melvin Hartley, actually.
Is it? So,
yeah. So John Lowe's been pushed aside.
Oh, he's had a problem then.
Yeah.
Right. With that, with those dust starts. That's a shame. So hope he can get the car going. But Melvin Hartley with the Westfield Mega Booster then is going to be next up.
He's launched off the line now. Round first. Oh, very, very neat to the inside of the barrier in the first corner there. It was very tidy.
So time to beat so far is 49.26 from Trevor Park, but Andrew Grover was flying in practice with the silver right. He'll be up in a couple of cars' time.
And John Lowe's now back at the line to have another shot.
Oh, good. So looking out for Melvin Hartley. I guess David's not quite reached his point at junction yet.
I will cut in and say I'm here at Oak Tree. David's just heading up to junction just now.
Right.
Welcome, John.
Yeah, and first car that's come past me is John Lowe in the Fisher Fury.
Meanwhile, Melvin Hartley's come through the S's now with the Westfield, and it's a 50.51 to go into second place. So here's John Lowe then with the Fisher Fury, third time lucky on the start line. Chasing 49.26 still from Trevor Park. Into the S's now. Here's John Lowe. He'll be across the line any second now, and it's a 49.21 to take the lead by 0.05 of a second from Trevor Park. So 49.21 now, the time to beat. And Simon Jenks do it. He's very rapid on the British scene with this Caterham Hayabusa, has been for a number of years. And he's quicker to junction than John Lowe, so could take the lead. 49.21 to beat. He's into sight now, heading for the S's. Simon Jenks, it looks like it might be on for the class lead, but of course there's still Andrew Grover to come, but it's 47.80. That's a clear lead then for Simon Jenks. That's the target for Andrew Grover. And Grover into the S's. And it's quicker splits, so the overall time 47.27. So Andrew Grover takes the lead in the class. 47.27 leads after the first runs. So now we're into the 2-litre sports sleeper class. Richard Matossian is already over the line, 43.92, followed by Brian Beverley.
Yeah, Brian was looking very quick through Oak Tree, so it'll be interesting to see if he can dethrone Richard. Obviously, these are the first time runs, so first competition runs, so time to look at.
Right, so 43.92 the target then from Richard. Brian Beverley's followed by Allan McDonald in this outrageous Morris Mini Evo. So 56 Brian Beverley through the S's, chasing 43.92. He's not going to do it. 44.73 for Brian Beverley.
Yeah,
So
Allan, a wee bit hesitant through Oak Tree. I'm not sure there was a wee issue with the car, but he wasn't running too slowly. It just didn't sound like he was at full chat.
Well, Allan McDonald's Mini Evo, not much mini about it. It's a complete space frame special with a turbocharged Mitsubishi engine, driven by the former Manx Grand Prix winner, and it's 44.93 for Allan McDonald. We're into the over 2-litre class. And I'm wondering whether we're going to see David Seaton and Doug Thomson, because they've got the Pilbeam BMW fixed. Christian Mineeff, though, with another Pilbeam, one of the very early MP43s with 2.8 litre heart. Ray Rowan's car, and Ray's here this weekend. Christian Mineeff, another registered contender, as was Allan McDonald.
I can definitely hear David Seaton or Douglas Thomson are heading up the hill now. Very distinctive engine note in the 5 litre Pilbeam.
Yeah, it's David Seaton.
Very committed to Oak Tree as well.
And Christian Mineeff, 45.09 to go second to Allan McDonald.
Yeah, it looks like David's on a charge there. He was really, really close to the barriers to Oak Tree, had a perfect line and a huge amount of speed, so we should see him threatening.
Well, 44.93 then the target for David. Can he do it? He might just squeeze in, not quite. 45.36 for David Seaton.
They're all really close there. That's going to be a great class to watch this afternoon.
Yeah, 2:45s and the 44.9. Yes, Christian Mineeff very close, as you say, to Allan McDonald. So into the 1100cc class now, and Tom Graham. 8 of these cars in this class registered for the British Championship, and quite often we see 1100s getting in. At Doune, 65, Tom Graham, the first one through. We've already had a 45.76 from Mark Lawrence to set the pace in the previous batch. And Tom Graham, 49.10. Here's Colin Graham.
Yeah, looked good through Oak Tree as well, did Colin. Nice and tidy.
Keith pushing on here. Look good.
Yes, he's up on the speed to junction. Tom, he's already through the S's now. Colin Graham, followed by Keith Weeks.
Yeah, Keith quickest of the 3 of them through Oak Tree visually. Quite early on the brakes into Garden Gate, but looking good.
46.65 for Colin Graham. So that's third place in the class at the moment. Keith Weeks in his Formula 4-based image with Suzuki K1 motorcycle unit. And Keith Weeks is a registered contender, so this will be a qualifying time, and it's 45.54 for Keith Weeks.
Darren Gumbley on the line now.
Darren Gumbley next up. He scored serious championship points this year. 18th equal overall in the championship with the 1 litre Kawasaki powered Force T8. The TA is built by Ian Dyson.
Oh, almost flat out through Oak Tree as well. Really, really committed from Darren. He's driving it like it's completely dry. It still looks slightly slippy under here, but absolutely commitment from Darren.
He's a couple of seconds quicker than Keith Weeks to Garden Gate, and he's already at junction, 21.95, 3 seconds, over 2 seconds quicker so far. So he looks set. Can he take the lead from Mark Lawrence? 45.76. He's already heading for the line. Yes, he's going to take the class lead. 41.77 for Darren Gumbley.
Meanwhile, Debbie Dunbar is already through Oak Tree as well, and she was travelling a lot of speed as well. So it's going to be close between her and Darren, I'm sure.
Yeah, it could well be. Debbie, of course, the ladies' record holder at Lowton Park, driving the DJ5 Storm, the V6 that her fiance Alex Summers drives. So here's Debbie now with the Firehawk this time. This is the much smaller DJ car, and it's 42.50. So not quite up with Darren, but second place in class at the moment. 42.50 for Debbie Dunbar.
Getting really close to the outside is Harry Pick there. Perfect line through Oak Tree again, as close as he could possibly get without losing any time. So yeah, Harry Pick on a charge. Unsurprisingly, of course, Harry being one of the quickest drivers here in the class for a few years now.
So yes, well, this car in the hands of Mark Lawrence was the class leader up until a couple of runs ago. He's now third. So can Harry Pick get into the 41s or even quicker with this car? It looks like he's going to. Yes, 41.13 for Harry Pick, new class leader.
Yeah, and Jack Cottrell looking very committed as well. Another one, there's quite a few cars in a row now that we've seen that have been equally committed through Oak Tree, so obviously the track giving them a little bit of confidence.
So all these cars bidding for the leading qualifying position at the moment. That stands to Harry Pick, of course, but what can Jack Cottrell do? Very rapid driver with this Ford Suzuki PT. It's 42.08, third place for Jack Cottrell at the moment, 42.08. Steve Marr should be next on the hill with the PCG Saxon, designed by former Team Lotus designer Martin Ogilvie, the man responsible for the Lotus suspension on the Lotus 79, to name but a couple. So Steve Marr with the Saxon.
It won't be long before Robert Kenrick's up with you as well there, Jerry, because he was absolutely flying.
And here's Steve Marr, 40.08, that was his time. So here's Robert Kenrick then. Can he get that Alex Summers record, which has stood since 2016? 38.57, not a million miles away. The record stands at 38.42, set by Alex Summers in June 2016. And Robert Kenrick, 38.57. Could we see a record on the second runs? Clear leader from Steve Marr, and in third place at the moment it is Harry Pick. So now we're into the 1600cc class, and it's Liam Cooper in the fourth TA, number 781. Sharing the car with wife Olivia, already over the line in 42.16. And Allan Warburton already through the S's now with the Ford Suzuki, 41.09 for Allan Warburton. And now we're moving on to the double-driven 2-litre, normally aspirated cars, and it's Nicola Dearden with the Ford Suzuki, with the Cool Dallara, the F394, the car which Ben Butterfield took consecutive run-off wins here back in 2003. So after that flurry of 1100s, we've now got 12 qualifiers, so Lindsay Summers will be looking at the clock. She's number 12 on 46.50. That's the time to beat to immediately get into the run-off. Robert Kenrick, fastest qualifier at the moment on 38.57.
Yeah, and understandably, you can understand why Robert was the quickest, because even just through Oak Tree here, you could see visually how committed he was. Unbelievable speed.
Meanwhile, we've had Steve Owen through the finish in Simon Andrews' car with a 41.17. And here's Richard Summers sharing the DJ Firestorm Cosworth V6 with son Alex, and he's over the line in 42.78. So Robert Kenrick still leading the way in qualifying, but a lot of big cars still to come, of course. One of them being Nicola Miguez in the ex-Martin Groves Gould GR55B, and 41.67 for Nicola. So that should be the end of a batch.
Certainly, Jerry. Jerry, is your radio on next to the microphone? Because we can hear a lot of radio chatter in the background.
No, it isn't. It's where it's always been. It's actually facing the other way against the wall.
Guys, can you hear me? Oh, I think you can hear
Oh,
me.
we can hear you now, David, yeah.
Ah, brilliant, right, yes, okay. Thank you very much to Sandy Crawford for rescuing the situation at Junction. We now have 145 commentators on the hill, which is exciting, and I'm going to move away from that speaker so we don't get that noise again, because that was very unwelcome.
Yeah. Hopefully, I've tried to move as far away from the speaker as I can, so hopefully we'll have less feedback from my mic anyway. But we'll get going. We'll be all good and set up well for the rest of these runners here.
Hey, well, I'm liking this position trackside at Junction.
Yeah, I was going to ask David, how's it comparing to Oak Tree?
It's more open, which is nice. I'm trying to remember all the times that people have gone off on the outside of Junction, and none of the times when they've gone off on the inside. But if they go off on the inside, they tend to be quite a long way across the meadow.
Yeah, Junction is a funny corner. It's fairly unique in its kind of layout because you can't really see what's going on, but it is actually quite a high-speed, fast corner. You can brake really late. Also, of course, it's an uphill braking zone, so you can really get on the anchors pretty late and get it turned in. The problem being that if you're just a wee bit too late, you're carrying a lot of speed and you kind of lose the camber quite quickly, so it's so easy to go off on top of there, especially if you don't quite have the grip. But it is a very, very strange corner in terms of perception. It's actually, in some ways, kind of similar to Garden Gate, but just visually completely different in the way that you've got to approach it.
It's not as scary as Garden Gate, but it's probably about as satisfying to get right. It is one of, well, if I say it's one of the Doune challenges, and pretty much the whole hill is a challenge, but it's very, if your technique is right, you're going to make up time through here, and you're going to get a fast downhill exit onto the meadow, which is all good.
So the cars then head back down the hill. That's looks like that's Richard Summers coming back down past me in the Firestorm. Yeah, the grip level looks interesting here because it does. The times are suggesting that it's not 100% dry, or at least it's not hot, especially under the trees. So I'm just kind of hoping that the track's able to grip up a little bit for this afternoon. But what it does mean is it might see a slight shake up in the order and the results, because the drivers maybe aren't on 100% like they would be on a very warm track. So we could see a little bit of a mix up and see basically who can maximise their commitment on the way up the hill.
Oh, the next batch of cars will contain the remainder of the potential qualifiers of the first runoff. But fastest qualifier so far is Robert Kenrick on 38.57, not a million miles away from the class record. He could well go quicker if he gets into the runoff. He does have a habit of bettering the class record in the runoff. But of course it doesn't count as a record unless you set it in the class runs. But he's not. It's a good chance that if Robert Kenrick maintains the form, having sorted out the problems this weekend, that he'll be having a go at that class record.
If he does, will he then have the? Sorry, Jerry. Will he then have the full set?
I can tell you in a moment. Hang on 1 second. I can just have a look at the leaders chart. I know that he's got about 12. So
I'm not sure. Did he go to Crigantlet this year?
I don't think he did. No.
I don't think he's been to Crigantlet, so he probably doesn't have that as a part of the. And it's not part of the Leaders' Championship, so it's not on your list.
No, he's got record of Prescott, Harewood, Thurston, Barben, Harewood again, Shelsley, Gersten and Prescott. And of course there are 2 rounds of the leaders. Each class run counts as a round of the Leaders' Championship. So he scored on a number of occasions, so actually scored 20 points.
Did you mention Wiscombe?
One record. Did I mention Wiscombe? No, I didn't, because he didn't get the record out. I think from memory he had a problem there, but that's one of the, in fact, Wiscombe, Doune and Lowton are the only events that he hasn't scored at least one record. But he's got plenty, but he'd like the Doune one because it stood for a long time, and it's so he's getting very close to it now.
Even if not this season or in the British Championship round, did he not get the Lowton record? Possibly in the Midland event.
This is pretty good.
He might have, yes, but that doesn't count towards the hill climb leaders. I'm just going off the.
Yeah, no, completely understand. But the original question was about how many hill records he holds.
Yeah, this goes back to the earlier discussion about the split in records, because it's true that you hold a class record, but there's no record anywhere of you going faster in the top 10 runoffs. There should be a class record and a category record for that hill, which includes all runs at the hill.
John Brown, controversial.
Always gets a bit complicated now.
Well, it is, because obviously if Robert goes under 37, say, in his runoff, there's no record of it in the record books. So it should be there because it's the fastest run by that type of car, but not in the class, not set in the class.
Yes.
So it should be there as a record for that particular type of car.
It couldn't be a class record, but because not everybody in the class had an opportunity of
beating it. It could be a category.
I know what you mean about category.
It could be a category record. It's the fastest time of that car, type of car.
Yeah.
A similar one class up here, Graham White has set the fastest ever 1600 racing car time.
In a runoff.
But it was in a runoff, so Sean Gould still holds the class record.
There's no record of Graham White's time except in the runoff record. So it's an interesting point, and one which I might investigate more fully.
You know you're going to be asked to do that job.
No, I'll do it. I'll probably do it when I go back home this weekend. You never know. Certainly for next season.
I could easily believe you would.
I mean, just another point. Jerry's mentioned Ben Butterfield, and Ben Butterfield sadly no longer with us, but he is the only person to have his only 2 runoff wins coming at the same meeting. You get one off, people winning one runoff, and some people are one-off wonders. But Ben Butterfield's the only person to be a double runoff winner, runoff winner wonder, having scored both his runoff at the one meeting. If you see what I mean, maybe you don't.
Do you presumably don't mean 2 runoffs at the same meeting?
Yes.
Because Sean Gould did that in.
No, he's the only person to. No, but Sean's won elsewhere. Ben's only won those 2.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the only one that he did it. Yes.
Ben only won the 2 runoffs. They're both at the same meeting.
Is there a car about to
left? He's left.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll come back to the subject later. But this will be David Robertson.
It is indeed David Robertson. Yes.
Okay.
With the Van Diemen.
A car which, as we said before, is not competitive in the class, but that's okay. Keep chasing his personal bests.
And the next, well, all the 6 cars in this class are registered for the British Championship, plus Michael Randell, who is not registered, but David Robertson with the Van Diemen. The Formula 4, the only Formula 4, so he's going to be a bit outgunned by these bike-engined single-seaters.
I think a bit maybe understating the case.
Yes, considerably then. Well, he's already through the S's, David Robertson, with the RF90. And it's a 55.43 for David Robertson. The class led at the moment by Alan Warburton on 41.09, but we've got David Warburton to come, and he's certainly set the pace so far this weekend.
Looks like the OMS coming past me now. Looks like it'll be Stuart Doune in the 25. Obviously his previous car being the one that now has been run by Mike Andrew.
I wish I could tell you exciting things about Junction, but those 2 cars have gone through in a perfectly smooth manner. I'll let you know if it gets jazzed up later.
So Stuart Dow is through here and he's over the line in 41.93 and second in class.
Olivia Cooper looking quick through Oaktree as well. Maybe a little bit quicker than Stuart, but hard to tell.
I would say that her entrance on the meadow was the fastest we've seen in the class so far.
Yeah, quickest than Stuart Dow through junction.
John, you might want to start climbing a tree shortly in anticipation of David Warburton.
Oh, I'm already on one. Oh, wow. I understand what you're saying now. I really do.
Yes. You have to experience it to understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I did experience it with Rob Kenrick, to be honest. He was unbelievable as well, but yeah, not much between them.
Olivia Cooper, 41.75. And here is David Warburton now. So, yes, get those...
David's speed through the last part of the meadow just before he started climbing East Bray was phenomenal.
He's already with us now, in fact, and he's about to cross the line, which he does in 36.54.
Hello.
Okay.
So that not only is comfortably ahead in the class, but that's top qualifying position now.
That is putting in a marker. I mean, I was saying earlier that maybe the track doesn't look too hot and too grippy, but David Warburton, unbelievable time.
I think we can now agree it is. I think that was, among other things, a sort of shout out to the other potential qualifiers. It was like, hello guys, I'm here. Don't forget about me.
Not far off a class record as well.
Well, meanwhile, through the S's, we've got Michael Andrew, not registered for the championship. Addition to your program with his OMS Suzuki. And he's there in 46.93.
Les Much looking terrific. That was absolutely fabulous. I don't think that's something you see very often. The amount of speed he lost in such a distance going up East Bray was most impressive.
He's heading for the line, and he stops the clocks in 38.66. That's third fastest qualified, just behind Robert Kendrick. 38.66 for Les Much.
Do we know if Vince Banks has got the Dallara sorted?
It looks good. I mean, I was just about to say, I obviously had problems yesterday, but looking absolutely fine just now.
Looking and sounding very good now. That engine has made so many different noises this weekend, but that's a proper strong Formula 3 sort of engine sound.
What I would say is Martin Banks was running it very quickly at Goldsby just last weekend, so they're really beginning to get to grips with that car and obviously start the development on it.
Has Martin ever competed in it here?
I believe so.
Has he? Right.
I'm not 100% sure.
I know he's competed here, but I just couldn't remember if he's done it in that car.
Sparks flying, by the way, for Lee Griffiths through here.
Vince Banks, meanwhile, 47.93.
Oh, that's all right.
That takes the lead in the 2-litre normally aspirated class. The 1600s led, of course, by David Warburton from Les Much and Allan Warburton.
Lee Griffiths' turning speed at the top of East Bray looked pretty special.
Obviously, that car very low to the ground.
Griffiths looking for a qualifying time as well. And it's a 41.31 for Lee Griffiths.
Do we think that could be a qualifying time?
No, it won't.
I was going to say,
at the moment it's 8th fastest qualifier, and we've still got the big Seaters to come. Stuart Dow's on the number 12 spot at the moment, the 41.93. A lot of cars in the 41s, but it's a 36.54 that leads away from David Warburton qualifying.
Jonathan Varley, unbelievable for Oaktree as well. Sorry, Jerry.
Well, I was just going to say Andrew Henson's over the line with 42.70, but not registered. But he's still second in class at the moment. With Johnson on the hill, I don't think it's going to last. And
he carried a lot of speed into junction.
Yes, he was very quick on the split, so he's looking for a qualifying spot. And at the moment it's still ticking on. He's through the S's now. 38.73 for Jonathan Varley.
And that's a class record.
Which is indeed John, yes. 38.73. In fact, that finally beats Ben Butterfield's time set in June 2003, as well as Jonathan's own record set here back in June.
There, Jerry, are you happy now?
I am indeed, yes, yes.
That slayed that ghost.
puts in fourth fastest in qualifying. So we've got Andy Bougourd now, the Guernseyman, just about to cross the line. Another late entry. Can he make the cut? And it's 44.07 though. He's nowhere near with that time.
After Jonathan's run, shall we stop talking about poor weather conditions?
Yes, I think we
I don't think we have any cause to refer to them again.
So he leads the class from Lee Griffiths and Andrew Henson in third place.
Kelvin Broad is another one who carried a lot of speed into junction.
Well, he'll certainly be looking for qualifying time. He's got to beat 41.79 to get in, but realistically he's going to be
just outside
38 to qualify. Well, it's a 41.94 for Kelvin Broad.
That's Richard Spedding coming past me now in the Raptor 2, looking committed as always. Pretty neat and tidy, to be honest. Didn't look too dramatic, but very fast, of course. And Richard, obviously, a very likely qualifier.
At this stage, Kelvin Broad doesn't qualify, so can Richard Spedding get in? He'll be looking for something sub 40, I think.
I think he's going to. He's he's monstering
Oh, yes, the car is going a bit better now, certainly. And it's a 37.55, which is second fastest qualifier so far. 37.55 for Richard Spedding.
And that's Simon Andrews coming through now. A little bit tentative through Oak Tree. Slightly carrying slightly less speed than some of the cars previously, but maybe just put off by the look of the circuit.
It's been so dark all weekend.
Yeah.
Oak Tree. I mean, it just looks like it's going to be very little grip.
It might just be me because I've just arrived. Obviously, first time I've kind of seen the surface, and it doesn't look like it's going to be that grippy. But obviously, the times are proving me completely wrong, and I'm sure some of the drivers kind of went through the same thought process as they headed up. But the grip is clearly there.
Well, Simon Andrews 42.07, so that doesn't qualify. So we've got 5 drivers remaining to set a qualifying time. So it looks on the face of it, so a 41 will get in. That'll be Allan Warburton if he...
Oh, and we've had into the barrier here, car number 3 it looks like. So that's
not Wallace.
I think it might have been.
Oh no!
It's okay. The car's stopped now. He'll be fine. But there will be a red flag on the hill.
He's in front of me here. It's definitely not Wallace. It's number 90.
Sorry,
96. It must be Sean.
It looked like Sean's car actually. Yeah, I was a bit confused. I thought I saw the wrong number, but must have just been as he was sliding past me. But yeah.
If you misread 96
shame
as
because
3, that's you might want to go to the opticians.
That's a shame because Sean, of course, was going so well in practice, and of course won the last 2 rounds here, both rounds here, back in June.
So what happened there, John Monroe?
It looked like it was hard to see because I was just about to look round, heard the car coming, and he just seemed to lose the back end slightly before Oak Tree on the right-hander. So I don't know if he's just had the power down a bit too much and got the wheels spinning. But obviously that corner is a very committed corner anyway. So he's just lost the back end on the right-hander. I think he's hit the Armco on the right before Oak Tree, and he's just slid along the Armco. It's a bit similar to an accident Trevor Willis had here a few years ago. But yeah, sorry, I missed the number there, so apologies to anyone who wasn't sure who that was. But it was just all happened very quickly, and he came shooting past me. So.
Do you know how many heart attacks there were in Stirlingshire, and probably globally?
Yes.
Believe it or not.
I swear I saw number 3. That's what confused me because I'm wondering what's happened to the colour of Wallace's car. But yeah, no, unfortunate for Sean as well. And he's been running so well this weekend, and obviously the last few rounds the British. So. Yeah, real shame.
I think I heard a siren in the background. Do I take it that's overcautious?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. As you were saying that, a marshal was nodding at me, so which is nice. It's always nice when you say something a marshal agrees with.
So I guess there'll be a bit of a delay now, obviously, until we get that car cleared up.
Was it a gentle glancing nudge? He said, hopefully.
Yeah, it was. I wouldn't say it was gentle. I think what's happened is instead of losing the back end, I've been told by someone who saw it better than me, he's just glanced the barrier on the left. So he's come through the right-hander. He's just glanced the barrier on the outside, which has then put him to the right-hand side into Oak Tree. So he hasn't necessarily lost the back end under power or anything like that. Okay. He's just glanced the wall. So maybe just tried to get the line as perfect as possible and slightly misjudged it. Maybe had a little bit of understeer, but obviously Sean's been fully committed. Looking at the times all weekend, he's been unbelievable. So,
undoubtedly, yeah. The margins are so tight at a place like Doune. You know, it's not like you can go, oh, I've got a wheel in the dirt. Ho ho. You can't do that. I mean, from nearly the start to junction, it's the old Monaco thing. You know, when drivers complain they've been penalised for going into runoff areas in Grand Prix. Officials will usually turn around at some point and say, you don't seem to need runoff areas at Monte Carlo. It's like, well, no, on account of there aren't any. So it's a similar thing. You've got no room to play with.
Well, before potential runoff contenders still to run, that's Alex Summers, Dave Uren, Wallace Minges and Trevor Willis. It looks as though Harry Pick is going to make the cut. But it's going to be Darren Gumbley, Nicola Minges, Lee Griffiths and Steve Owen who will be watching the clocks to see if they get bumped out or remain in. At the moment, fastest qualifier is David Warburton from...
in a 1600.
Yes, in a 1600. From Richards Bedding, with Robert Kenrick still third fastest qualifier with the 1 litre.
Has somebody turned this qualifying run upside down?
Well, he has qualified top for British runoffs in the past.
Robert?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got the rescue vehicle with the spectacles down here, the paddock, just picking up some trolleys, etc. So I presume they're going to try and extract the car. Maybe the back end is okay. They're just trying to take the front end onto the back of the spectacles and take it away like that.
I'll go and have a wee look actually, just a wee bit further up and see what I can see and report back. So if you bear with me a few minutes, I'll go and investigate.
So David, going back.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
David, going back to the last break, it does look as though I've set myself a project for this winter, doesn't it? To
yes.
try and investigate the differences between the class records and the actual fastest times by cars.
And in fact, you have now painted yourself even further into this corner by saying it looks like I'm going to have to do it.
Well, yes, it does.
Everybody else is now going to agree. You're probably the person who would enjoy it most.
Well, I've got most of the information, I imagine, somewhere online or at home. So I'm sure Rich Dammy can probably help me occasionally as well if I do run out of information. But we shall. I'll have that and try and get that back out for maybe an article in Speed Scene at some time during the winter.
It'd be a very good project. Yeah.
Speed Scene, the magazine of the Hill Climbing Sprint Association. Which some is read regularly, David.
That august organ, yes.
So we're going to be a wee while down here, obviously. Drivers are standing around, helmets off out of the cars, just having a chat.
If there's going to be a delay, can I ask the question that I mentioned at dinner last night?
You can try that, yes.
Shall we do that? Jerry, are you up for this? I'm wondering if Jerry's taking a comfort break in the trees.
Quite possibly.
Okay, so the question is, hill climbers that we have seen and been impressed by at other venues who have never been at Doune, who would we like to see at Doune that hasn't been here before? Have you thought of something overnight?
I'm afraid not. No one.
John, what?
No one was said early last night. Actually, I imagine some of the Channel Islanders or some of the Irishmen would be very good over here. I mean, the Channel Island hills are quite tight, so I imagine something like Darren Warwick maybe, which is one option.
You do remember he's the first person I mentioned at dinner last night.
He was. I'm just pitching
He's the first person I thought of, by the way, when I heard that. You just said that right now.
Yeah. Who is the guy who has the Rainick?
That's Nick Saunders.
Nick Saunders. I've seen him on video. I mean, I think Darren Warwick is supreme, but I mean, Nick Saunders as well. Wow. The times he's getting.
I'd like to see what Heather Calder could do as well in the Gould. Obviously, the Gould not in a place right now to be able to do anything. But
let's bring the Calders into hill climbing.
By the way, guys, I've just wandered up to just quickly to have a look. Sean's absolutely fine. He's wandering around the car, just having a look at it. Looks like, to be honest, the tub and everything's looks completely intact. I didn't get a close look. It looks like it's just damage on the front right and rear right hand side wheels, tires, maybe there will be some suspension damage, I'm sure. But generally, it doesn't look too bad.
That's good.
He should have access to spare parts on account of it's his company.
Well, you might not have them. You might not have them with him though, David.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a substantial. He rode along the Armco for quite a long way, so there'll be quite a few things needing sorted. He had
an off again also at Barburn earlier on this year when suspension failure pushed him off at Barburn early on, and obviously that was the whole weekend out, including Harewood. Otherwise, he'd probably be further up in the championship at the moment. But yeah, I mean. I have seen him at Gurston go dashing back to Newbury to fix cars from there. That's only an hour away.
Straight from Doune.
Yeah, but it's a bit far from Doune to Newbury.
I've just had a wee word, guys, again with Tim Thomson, and what he's saying from he's obviously been a lot closer to the car than me. He's saying it might just be wheel damage.
Oh, really?
There's a possibility that it could. We don't know for sure, obviously. We need to wait and see, but. Looks like there's a chance it could just be wheel damage, and if that is the case, then maybe, you never know.
That'd be really good.
Could see him back out, but obviously we won't be seeing him in the first runoff.
Well, I was going to say, since his rear wheels have crossed the start line by some margin now, he can't take a rerun for this one.
Yeah, and the Armco barriers apparently are in good shape, so shouldn't be needing barrier repairs either, which is good news.
Okay,
a lot of good news.
Other good news is that it looks like Douglas Thomson is going to get a run. He's sitting in the queue here, waiting to go up in the Pilbeam. So obviously he will be running out of batch, but he's obviously being allowed to have a run in the David Seaton Pilbeam. So Douglas is probably coming at the end of the classic car batch.
We've just had another vote for a Channel Islander to come to Doune. John Dunn, who previously had a screaming 1300 BDA Mark II Ford Escort, but now has a Mitsubishi Evo, goes extraordinarily quickly in Channel Island events. He should come here too.
I also think I'd like to see some of the Gurston Down Mazdas come here.
Oh yes.
Mark Krukel, who once again has been remarkably quick and has lowered the record for a Mazda to below 39 seconds now, I think it is, even below 38, I'm not sure, but
really?
He's flying in that Mazda down there at Gurston Down and won the championship for the third year in a row. And that means having to beat his own target time from last year, nearly every meeting this year, so he's been in a really good form down there.
Okay, sign him up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how some of the European hill climb specialist cars would get on here as well.
I don't think they get on very well.
It'd be too wide, probably.
Yes, too wide. They run on such wide courses.
You have to talk to Tom New. He might bring Norma up with him.
Of course, he has that car. I don't think he's brought it here before.
No, would it actually fit up Doune?
I think so. I mean, John Cleland got a Chevron B23 up here, so.
The Fisher Spider is about 5 foot 9 inches wide, actually.
Oh yeah, it's not far off being a Chevron size, is it? And the Pilbeams are pretty big, the MP43. So yeah, I think we can get the Norma's not that big a car, actually.
Yeah, and actually, in fairness, John Beckett, come on. I don't mean John Beckett himself. I guess a slim and healthy individual. I mean his Chevrolet Corvette. The
difficulty with that, though, of course, is fair enough getting it up, but being able to commit as much as any of the fastest single seaters when you don't have when you're that much close to the barriers is some challenge. And the likes of David Seaton obviously push on really hard, but you can see how tight it is for them.
David insists that car is not wide. It's
no wider than a single seater.
It's as wide as the single seater on which it was based, and he said it looks wide because the sides are at the same distance out as the edges of the wheels.
Guys, just quickly to jump in here, Sean Gould's actually driving he's rolling the car back down the hill as we speak.
What? Oh, wow.
So they've put a new wheel on it, and it is moving. It seems to be crabbing a wee bit, and there's no front wing, but he is rolling down the hill.
Good. Next one from Northern Ireland. You'll know this one, John Brown, Tom Lawther in the Rover SD1.
Yeah, from Northern Ireland. Yeah, I've just been told course, Tom New drives the Norma, but of course it's Duncan Barnes that actually owns the Norma,
Ah, right.
and they share that car down at Gurston Down.
Only Gurston?
I've always seen it at Gurston. I'm not sure. Maybe elsewhere, Shelsley. I'm not sure.
Tom, of course, has won British Championship rounds in the past. It'd be nice to see him back out. Although he's a bit busy looking, doing his job at Scuderia Telecutri Quarries.
By the way, guys, I'm hearing another update about Sean Gould's car. It looks like it's a bent track rod as well. But that's honestly, given the obviously having an incident at this part of the hill, he's got away really well with that one, I think.
I hate to say this, but I think we're in the you might want to buy a lottery ticket this week, Sean stage.
That's really good news, though.
Yeah, these kind of things that it all happen so fast down here at Oak Tree. It's amazing how quickly just one little mistake can cost you. I was flapping around trying to work out who it was, what had happened, and it's incredible how quickly one little mistake can turn into an incident. But it's great to see that there may even be a chance we'll see him back out later on today.
And hopefully that will be caught. The camera position down there in the live stream is pointing back from Oak Tree towards the right-hander. So that should have been given some good pictures there on the live stream. At the moment we've got Rich Danby wandering around the paddock. Obviously, well, there's nothing happening on the track. He's come around the paddock to use the mobile camera to add some more pictures to the live stream. I suppose Sean's problem might be I presume he's got a spare front wing with him. There's obviously no front wing in the car at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know what spares Sean's got. I don't know if anyone in the commentary team knows, but I know that what I do know is those front wings, especially Sean Gould's, is such an intricate design. So that'd be a fairly expensive one.
You could always take the one off Wallace's car.
I'm sure Wallace wouldn't mind.
Yes, he's a genial fellow. By all means.
Well, I think Wallace has probably got a spare anyway.
Very possibly. Welcome back, Jerry. Were you taking your ease in the woods?
No, I was just eating a banana, actually.
Oh, well.
Just listening to us all babbling on, Jerry.
Yes, I thought I'd let you chaps have a go.
Thank you.
It's obviously not just the front wing, because the wing's torn off the nose, so it's probably a new nose cone as well.
Yes, well, I don't know.
But the car, I'm looking at the
spare situation is, but it will be a shame if he doesn't manage to get out, having won both runoffs here in June. And the way he's been going of late.
Yeah, remarkably undamaged, looking at it. The rear near side wheel's got a bit of a scuff mark, but
if I'd hit the barrier on the way into Oak Tree, I'd be okay with a scuff mark.
In fact, no, that's the rear wheel they've put on. The rear wheel they've taken off. It's got a fairly shattered wheel in the middle of it.
Oh, right, okay.
Which presumably was the left-hand side.
Yeah, not sure if it was the front or the rear. I think both were quite badly damaged, but the left rear definitely.
And the front right.
Yeah, right. Sorry, I say left. I mean right.
The front right obviously hit something, run along the barrier, and the rear left is obviously the one that took the main force.
Yeah, the right rear was largely damaged. That's the side I could see, and obviously that's the side that slid along the armco. So of course there'll be damage on both sides and the wheels.
And that's the damage is the suspension at the back.
John, I may have missed this earlier on, but have you told the nice ladies and gentlemen about your exploits yesterday at Oulton Park? Because I think the public should know.
They have a right to know. No, it's yeah.
Well, can that hang on a minute? Because Alex Summers has just been started up. And we'll be coming up to the line shortly.
Bad timing.
Saved by the bell. So we'll see what Alex can do then. First car back up the hill since the red flag delay.
Oh, I just remind you, fastest qualifier so far is still David Warburton, 36.54. Then it's Richard Spedding in the 37s, and Kenrick, Les Much, and Jonathan Varley all in the 38s.
I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't be too surprised if David Warburton holds that first place throughout this run.
Well, I'd be a little surprised, but not very. He is obviously just on it this weekend, whatever has happened.
He's been on it. He's been on it many times here at Doune. The last few times I know since we've been doing the coverage here, he's been very very quick, but he's been getting better and better.
I think he'd like to do more in the gold. Because he wasn't as competitive in the Caterham when he came here as he is in the gold. I mean, obviously he's super duper competitive here.
That's Alex Summers coming through. Looked nice and neat and tidy. Very quick though through Oak Tree, carrying a huge amount of speed. So this should be a good run.
Alex Summers going quickly, you say? Oh yeah, lovely through whatever that corner's called, junction. No problems at all.
Still not quite as quick as David Warburton to junction though, and he's already through the S's, but this will certainly be a qualifying pace, and it's 37.65, which is a tenth of a second slower than Richard Spedding, just a fraction quicker than Robert Kenrick. So third fastest qualifying place at the moment for Alex Summers, 37.65.
In fairness, Alex is one of those drivers who doesn't give it anything like all he has on a class run. He just gives enough to get into the top 12.
Enough to get in the top, yes.
So the next time you see him, he'll probably be going a good deal faster than that.
But it should be Dave Uren next up.
A former winner at Doune, of course.
Yes, and winner of the last British Championship round at Prescott last weekend. And he's away from the line, 2.30, 11 hundredths quicker than Alex Summers. Got a little bit more power, of course. We'll check the split to Garden Gate, 13.08. That is quicker than Alex, is where the power's coming in now on the hill. So David Warburton, 36.54, is top qualifier at the moment.
I would have said his apex speed was a good 10 miles an hour lower than Alex's. Alex was pushing on significantly harder. Despite what we just said, I think David's being even more cautious.
Well, it's 32 seconds to the S's, 37.65. No, it's 38.36, which is fourth fastest qualifier.
That would do it. He must be in.
Oh, he's definitely in,
Yeah,
yes. Here it goes down. I mean, Harry Pick should be in. He's currently 10th. We've got 2 to run.
Oh, good. I like it when Harry gets into the top 12.
So 38.36 then for Dave Uren. Next up, it's going to be the British champion-elect, Wallace Minguez. Once again, he knows he's only got to do a, well, he may not know, but all he needs is a very low 41 to qualify, which should be relatively easy.
I think that's going to be achievable, yeah.
Yes.
Remember when I briefly interviewed him yesterday, I was saying, now you won the championship, are you just here doing a sort of lap of honour? And he said that's the best way to land in the barriers.
Yeah.
So he's not doing that, he is focusing, he's going to go for safety reasons.
I think I can hear a car off the line.
Yeah, 6 seconds into his run.
Oh, very, very quick into Oak Tree.
2.09. The only person that's been quicker off the first 64 feet is Sean Gould, who didn't finish the run. So 100th down to Garden Gate on Alex Summers, but once again the power.
That's about as good an apex speed as we've seen so far.
Yeah, this looks a good run from Wallace. He's already storming up to the S's, popping, banging. You might be able to hear that over the mic, and he's over the line with a 37.01. Still second fastest qualifier, not as quick as David Warburton, 37.01.
Tell you one thing about Sandy Junction. I'll maybe leave this until this must be
Trevor will be with you very soon,
okay,
I'm sure.
okay.
Yeah, very committed to Oak Tree.
Oh, this is the last potential qualifier, Trevor Willis.
First car we've had in this batch that had a bit of a wobble through Junction, and possibly the first part of Meadow as well.
He's had handling problems a lot this year, but he's already now heading for the line, Trevor Willis, and it's 37.37, so third fastest qualifier, 37.37.
Am I right in thinking these handling problems have been down to changing a gearbox?
Yeah, I think the
resulting
Sage
suspension
gearbox
problems.
did have something to do with it, yes.
Right,
It
okay.
totally altered the weight distribution in the car.
We've got Alan Suttie on the hill now in the silver leader.
I would really like to get a 57. He's been under his personal best already this weekend, and the next goal is a 57 of some sort. He did do a 58.09 yesterday, having done a 58.55 last time he was here.
So Suttie really through the S's, and it's 57.65
He's
for
going.
Suttie.
We may, for the first time in years, see a smile on his face after that. That's a huge improvement in his PB.
Here's Kenny Baird with the rare Fisher Spider.
Unique, really.
Yeah, well, Jack Fisher did build a number of single-seaters, I think, didn't he?
And some road cars as well.
Yeah,
Actually. But funnily enough, the Fisher Spider as a car is unique. I think every part of it appeared on another car. It's a sort of conglomeration of bits. But
I think it has an A series, isn't it?
it's 30. In period 1100, but it's 1380 now. Scott Goodfellow had quite a wobble in the Mallet coming out of Junction.
60.58 for Kenny Baird. Scott Goodfellow.
That might be a PB for Kenny in that car. I can't remember him being down in 60 before.
Scott Goodfellow in the Mallet, 54.66.
That's the great for Kieran Bailey in the Lotus 7, but before that we get John Albertson in the Brabham, who is about to appear in your sight, Gerry, at the top of Eastbury.
Yes, right on cue. He's diving into the S's now in this splendid BT38C. Going to take the class lead without too much problem, and it's a 49.80.
Douglas Thomson passed me through Oaktree as well.
Doug then having his run at last.
Well, no, I don't know. I think this is going to be his personal first, but his actual second competition run. Because is this not where he would appear?
Are you talking about Douglas Thompson?
Yes.
No, Douglas is having a run late here.
Are you sure this is the batch he would
No,
be
this
in?
is Kieran Bailey. You're thinking of Kieran Bailey, I think.
Nope. No. I'm not. I may be completely wrong in everything.
Yeah, I think you are in that case, yeah.
Anyway, it's a 40.46 for. Sorry, 48.
No. Right.
48.46. Yes. I think I was being a bit optimistic.
Yeah, Kieran Bailey now on the hill. He has been very close to Scott Goodfellow in the Mallock, but he would need to be in the mid 54 to match him, I think.
Well, 49.80.
Yes, but
Kieran Bailey. Well, 54.06.
Oh, okay.
Kieran
So
Bailey.
that's second in the class because he has beaten
Yes.
Scott Goodfellow.
No, 54.8. 54.06.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Sorry, yeah. 54.06. He's beaten Scott Goodfellow. Yeah.
He will be terribly pleased. Scott Goodfellow less so.
So the class led, of course, by John Albiston with the Brabham.
Yes, nobody's going to match that. That's that done and dusted.
I think that might be the batch as well.
That should be the end of the batch.
That is the end of the batch. Now, David, going back to Douglas Thompson, Douglas should have been in batch 1.
I thought it was batch 01.
Well, no, Douglas should be batch 1 because 01 is a road going modified.
So David Seaton would be batch
2.
Right.
David came out in batch 2,
Yeah.
and Douglas could come in batch 1, so he came out in batch 3.
I was indeed, as I suggested earlier, entirely wrong in every respect. And not for the first time. The point I was trying to make earlier on was that from Junction, the cars, as they're going from Eastbury to the S's, are kind of crossing directly across, going directly across your line of vision. So it's like you're approaching on the side road and they're on the main road at a T-junction, right? The acceleration of Wallace's car in that section was something to behold from here. Just, he puts the foot down and suddenly it's in the S's.
So just to say, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here because I'll be working during lunchtime. So I'll take a little break here while the buffer classes are on and get back to you for the runoff.
Good stuff. Hear from you then. Don't eat too fast. we still have John Munro?
Yeah, sorry, yep. Just watched the cars come back down.
But you can tell us about Open Park now.
I can, unfortunately, yes. No, we had a really good.
It was partly glorious, John.
We had a very strong weekend. We qualified on pole position by about half a second.
This isn't the Mazda MX-5.
Yeah,
for anyone who wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. So I took the first stint in the race. We were leading by just over half a lap, and we'd broken the lap record by just under 2 seconds, and we were over 2 seconds quicker than everyone else. So we were absolutely on it in terms of pace and in terms of the car. But sadly, we came in to change driver halfway through. So it's a 2-hour race. So 1 hour in, we changed driver. My teammate Nick went out and was going to take the car home. But with 25 minutes to go, he had a little bit of an altercation with one of the cars lapping, the faster class cars lapping, which put him onto the grass. And when he was on the grass, we don't really know exactly what's happened, but a bit of debris or something must have come up and literally pierced through the brake line. So he was then left with 0 brakes whatsoever. So unfortunately we had to retire the car. The team did an amazing job to try and fix it as well, but we couldn't quite get enough length in the cable to get back out there. So unfortunately we led all the way, we smashed the lap record, but it wasn't to be.
That's the second time I've heard that story, and I winced just as much this time
yes.
as the first time.
Yeah,
It's just painful.
It's a shame because in terms of the championship, we were looking really strong in terms of our pace and potential. But the last event, we lost a win, and we thought, okay, well, now if we just keep it up and win every race from now on, or at least go for it, we'll be right back in contention for a top 3 and top 2 in the championship. But that's two issues in a row now, so we are well and truly on the back foot. But
you showed your pace.
Yes, absolutely. We've got exactly. There's 2 more races to go this season, so if we have reliability, we're now looking very strong for picking up some good results. So that's the main thing.
Are you planning to do same series next year?
Don't know yet, to be honest. Just have to wait and see how the plans go. But definitely enjoying it. Second year of doing the Club Endurance Championship. So it's a great team I'm racing with as well. And
I think I read through the code in the first part of your answer there.
Yes. We'll see how it goes.
Once a racing driver, always a racing driver. Yeah.
Yeah.
The old issues.
The good old issue.
Alan Suttie is actually smiling as he's driving down the hill. This doesn't happen very often, but since he's improved in his PB by such an extent, who would blame him? And I do think Kenny Baird has set a personal best too. I don't think he's been on a 60-point anything before. But this will be partly a result of fixing the gear linkage in that car, which had worn terribly over the years and required quite a lot of resuscitation. The fun part in that class, in the second run, is going to be how hard Scott Goodfellow is going to try and claw second place back from Kieran Bailey. Because he won't be terribly pleased about what's just happened on that run. I would be guessing that the next car on track will be our colleague Paul Hunter's Renault Clio. Would anyone agree with this?
Yes, he's certainly the first runner in the final batch before the runoff.
He was telling me earlier that on this morning's practice run, having just put a brand new set of Extremes on the car, he was just testing them, just leaning on them a little in every corner just to see what happened, and he said they were absolutely brilliant. I mean, I think he'd only done about 1 road mile on them before coming to the start line, but he said the grip is absolutely extraordinary. So he was full of confidence at that point, and when he was talking, the track was not as good as it is now, and Paul will know that. So I suspect we're going to see a maximum commitment run from him within a few minutes. Are we all aware, incidentally, that David Lawrence is now out of that class in the Toyota Celica GT4?
Yes, I think we got that. David Stewart, of course, 108. David Lawrence, 112.
Yeah, here is Paul. Just not lifting at all across the middle. Not really bothering to brake much for... Oh, did you see him maybe put a wheel off? At Eastbury?
Well, he's certainly charging through the S's, and he's about to finish his run. 52.85 for Paul Hunter.
Good stuff. I think you did. I saw a bit of a wobble, and marshals are now moving around. I think taking dirt off the track. So David Grubb now in the possibly the least powerful car here today, the 1.25 litre Fiesta. But I could see him doing a 62 or 63 in this car, which is really quite extraordinary. And John, you must have Laura Ramsey going past you?
David Grubb, 63.98.
Good stuff. Laura coming across the meadow now.
It's followed by Graham Hunt with the Mini Cooper.
We know Laura's ambition is to get under 60 seconds in this car. Oh, she's no, Laura has come off at Eastbury. It looks like she's headed right rather than going towards you, Jerry. So can you maybe see the top half of a blue Citroen Saxo? The grass is very long there, so the cars do tend to disappear in that.
Oh, just having a quick look. No, it's really virtually it's obscured by trees.
Oh, the trees rather than the grass, right?
I can't see.
Right.
I certainly can't see a blue Saxo.
Right. Okay. Well, I can see the upper half of it. So it looks like she's come off on the meadow side, so the right-hand side of the track, which is often where cars go if they come off at that corner.
But I can't see any orange overalls. Actually,
there are two marshals very close to the car, basically right at it.
It might be just sort of over the brow, perhaps. I certainly can't see anything from here.
I think if we prune the trees, you would see much more than you can.
Yeah, I think if they cut the trees down, we'd see quite a lot. I don't think Lord Doune would allow that.
I'm sure that there's a sort of middle option. Just get the shears out. But yeah, so the interesting thing here is going to be how to get the Saxo back out, because it is quite deep and bumpy where she's landed.
Yeah, well, you can obviously see better from where you are than I can.
Yeah, I'm much further away, but there's no vegetation between me and it.
I can just see the lights of the course car coming, and the course car pulling off onto my right, which is the left-hand side of the road.
Recovery vehicle coming up, because I can't see if there's any damage that would make that necessary. It might be just a precaution. It's more likely to be finding a way of finding a route to back out. She is in good company. Graham White once landed in almost exactly the same spot in Les Much's Raptor. I think that would have been about a year ago.
Yes, I think that was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, this time last year.
I think John Cray got quite a good picture of him starting to leave the track there.
Oh, I think John actually got quite a long sequence. Okay, so one official vehicle now coming back down the hill.
As this looks like it might be just a short delay, it will probably be a good time just to give you the runners and riders.
Just before you do that, Jerry, can just make one observation. Laura was in the car until about 30 seconds ago. We're speculating that it might not be possible to open the driver's door because it's up against a bit of earth banking, but she has now come out of the passenger side, which is good news. Right, and a rope is being attached to the back of the car. So this is probably what the recovery vehicle is going to be doing. It's not so much rescuing the car as just pulling it out.
Well, there should be time to give you the running order.
I think there definitely will be, yes.
Right.
You can
Well, if
take
you
your
like
time over this one.
if you like to turn to page 12 in your programs, you'll see a couple of grids, one for each run-off. And the first one, which is going to be round 31, the runners and riders are as follows, and they're in reverse order, of course. Fastest qualifier runs last, and there is one double-driven car, and that is, of course, the Warburton's Gould, and there'll be very little problem with this because Allan Warburton's running first and David's running last, so plenty of time to change over. So the first to run will be 782 Allan Warburton, then number 70 Harry Pick, 74 Steve Marr, 88 Jonathan Varley, number 9 Les Much, number 8 Robert Kenrick, number 4 Dave Uren, number 7 Alex Summers, number 5 Richard Spedding, number 1 Trevor Willis, number 3 Wallace Mears, and finally last to run, top qualifier number 82 David Warburton. So just in case you missed those, we'll run through the numbers once again. It's 782, 70, 74, 88, 9, 8, 4, 7, 5, 1, 3, and 82.
Now, presumably, Dave Warburton is going to take his run on warmer tyres than anyone else.
Well, yes,
Do we
I
think
suppose he
that's-
would, except they've had the whole of the run-off to cool down, of course, virtually, with his dad running first and him running last. So.
How quickly do I've never run on tyres of that sort of compound. How long would it take them to lose all the residual heat?
Well, I don't know. Probably not too long. They do heat up very quickly, obviously being soft compound hill climb tyres. But I've never really investigated how long it takes them to cool down. In this weather, I should think they would be cooled down fairly quickly. But on the other hand, they work pretty much from the start anyway. You know, even
I
from
suppose
cold. So
yes, it's not that big an issue.
yeah. But yes, David Warburton, I think that's, from memory, his first top qualifying place this year. He's almost assured of 10th overall in the championship, which means he'll get a permanent number 10 for 2020.
He was saying yesterday that he's quite pleased about that, but acknowledges that it's largely because Jason Morant hasn't been doing a full season.
Well, we're not going to see Jason Morant. Nick Saunders is next up. Paul Hames is, what is he, 18? Yeah, well, he's not going to score enough points at Lowton to get past him. Sorry?
Did you say Nick Saunders?
Yes, Nick Saunders. Yes, from the Channel
What
Islands.
position is he in?
He's in 12th overall.
Good
Because he got some serious points in Jersey and Guernsey.
Yeah, well, this is what I was saying earlier when we were talking about drivers we want to see at Doune. And he is phenomenal.
Yes, he'd be one of Darren Warwick, who...
Oh yeah, we all think Darren Warwick.
he only ran in Guernsey and he's 14th equal.
Was that a tyre supply issue for Jersey?
No,
Or
he
something?
doesn't. I don't think he tends to do Jersey much.
He has done both in the past.
Yes. But the thing is, he's never been to a British hill climb, and as you say, he's certainly one of the people we'd like to see here at Doune.
Can you imagine a season of watching Darren Warwick and Jonathan Varley battling it out?
Yes.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, I think, with all due respect to Jonathan, I think possibly Darren might have the edge. He actually, I think they both competed at, I can't remember which one of the end of season, every 2 year FIA Hill Climb Masters event.
Oh yes.
I'm pretty sure that
Darren was devastatingly quick at that in Gubbio last year.
Yeah, well, he goes very well on it. Well, he does a lot of continental hill climbs anyway. So.
Yes.
But the person who must be really, I say annoyed about it, but it is Paul Hames, whose car that was, that Delara Vauxhall. And
is that? Ah, right, okay.
That was Paul Hames' old car, and he's not had a lot of luck over the last 5 years with his turbocharged Gould Suzuki.
I just hope he can get that car sorted, because I mean he's an extraordinary driver. June last year, I was in the commentary box where you are now, and he was his turn-in speed to the S's was just staggering.
Well, he does like Doune. In fact, Doune is the only hill climb on which he's won a British Championship round.
In the self-same Delara?
No, that was in the one that he shared with Allan Warburton at the time, which had the V6 in.
Right, okay.
By the way, that's me back online, guys. Just an issue with the loudspeakers being a bit loud, but yeah, we're sorted now.
And speaky.
Yes. So unfortunately, some of the spectators now at Oak Tree won't be able to hear it as well. But I'm sure there'll be plenty of good places to be able to listen and watch. And also now it gives you a great chance to watch a fast corner without hearing us ramble on, if you're fancy that instead.
Just had a text from Richard Brandt. Well, about 50 minutes ago, so I obviously didn't pay attention. But Richard, when he was commentating here in June, was I think the first person ever to utter the words "flipping Nora" over Doune commentary, and it was because of the speed that Dave Warburton passed him at Oak Tree. And he's texted saying, "Another flipping Nora from Baby Warby, lol." So he must be watching on the live stream.
Forgive me, guys, because obviously I've just arrived, not missed the first runs this morning. But what's happened to Will Hall?
He hasn't been here all weekend.
Okay.
There was, I think, maybe on a family commitment.
That would explain why he wasn't on the hill then.
Yeah, such a shame.
So we've got the obviously a few more cars to go then for their first time run once we're cleared with this weight at the moment. But then we'll have the first of our runoffs, which is going to be an exciting one, I'm sure. And David Warburton looking incredibly strong in that timed run. It'll be interesting to see if he can reproduce that kind of form in the runoff. But we know that there'll be so many other quick cars really pushing on to try and beat it as well. So it's going to be fascinating.
It really will. Just arising from your mention of Will Hall, I can't remember if it was personally or over the commentary yesterday. I was saying I think it is right and proper that we've now got to the point where Wallace Mingus has won the championship. I think the championship would have been slightly diminished if he hadn't done that. I would now like to see Will Hall win it, and that's not talking against any other driver. The talent in British hill climbing at the moment is just extraordinary. But Will tries so hard and is so exciting to watch in an amazingly dramatic car. I don't care when it is, doesn't have to be next year, but at some point I want to see a number one on Will Hall's car.
And in fact, Will has actually won 4 British Championship runoffs this year. Only.
And is behind Alex Summers, who hasn't won any.
No, Alex hasn't won any. Yeah, and Sean Gould has won 5, and Wallace has won 10. But no, Alex, as we've said earlier, a remarkable second place overall, considering he's the only one of the top 8 drivers who's not won a round.
What I would say is fascinating for going into next year is Sean Gould, because obviously he's carried a huge amount of form and momentum into the second half of this year, and he's been probably, arguably up there with Wallace as well, I don't know exactly how the points have been working the last few rounds, but I know that Sean's been scoring hugely high and winning many events, and of course he hadn't won that many overall runoffs before this year. He'd been a bit of a Doune specialist, but hadn't done too many outright wins anywhere else. So obviously he's now found his form with the V8 engine in the GR59, and obviously he's come a cropper here in the first timed run. But going into next year, especially, Sean's going to be a really big threat. To the championship.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And interestingly, he won his first British Hill Climb Championship round at Fintray, I think it was, about over 20 years ago. And his next one was here at Doune 20 years later. And since then, and that was in a different car, but now he's really got this new GR59J working well after quite an intensive development period. But as you say, towards the end of the season, he's really come good. He's won 5 rounds so far, and got a new hill record at Prescott last weekend.
The GR59s are running really well at the moment as well. In particular, obviously, you've got Wallace and Sean doing a great job. You've also got, obviously, David Warburton in a GR59 as well. So, the Goulds are really on form at the moment. People seem to be getting on top of them. I don't know if that's development with the car or just the drivers getting used to them, or a bit of both probably. Obviously the Raptor's been very strong over the last few years and coming through, and now you've got the GR59 really making a mark. It's a lot of new technology coming through and doing very well in the British Championship.
Gentlemen, this is all very well, but let's get back to Citroen Saxos. I can't now see the car. I was distracted in conversation. It's presumably been moved. Has it gone to the top of the hill or the bottom of the hill?
No, it's not come up the top of the...
I don't think it's come down either yet.
So I think
right.
It's all still there.
In that case, it dug a bigger hole, because I can't see it anymore.
As I say, from my position here, I can't see anything really. That's what's happening. When we had the incident with the Clio yesterday, I had to go for a walk to find out.
Jerry?
Yes, David.
Laura did drive past you in the Saxo.
Did she?
Told us in the holding paddock.
Oh right. Well, I was looking down at my paperwork. I'm afraid. Yeah.
That would have been it.
That accounts for it. Apologies for that.
Possibly she coasted past so as not to disturb you.
Oh, I think yes. She drove very quietly.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh well.
Don't worry, Jerry. I also didn't see the car come flying past me as it was having an accident earlier on. I couldn't tell which car it was. So, easy done.
Easily done. Yeah.
I just love working with professionals.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When are you going to start?
Feelings mutual. We've got, speaking of professionals, John Brown in the paddock. How are things down there? Or is he away?
No, he's on a lunch break.
Oh, he's on a lunch break before lunch.
Yes,
sorry, that was a great opportunity.
He's going to be beavering away during the lunch break.
That would have been a fantastic link, John.
Yeah, I know. I'm gutted now.
Yes. Can you maybe just save that one for the lunch break?
Yeah, professional use of a professional link. Yeah, good times. But obviously John Brown having his lunch break now, so that we can hear more from him during lunch, which I'm sure everyone's excited about as well.
And there is a planned interview with new British champion Wallace Mingus.
Yes.
Which should be very interesting. We had a very impromptu one yesterday.
In fact, he did a bit of commentary, didn't he?
He did a very small amount of commentary, yes, absolutely. But I don't think anybody knew it was going to happen until we were halfway through it. Wallace sounds really good on a microphone. Very natural and amusing and informative.
He's no bad in the car either.
He's not bad.
Thank you. Yes, correct.
I've seen. In fact, I have been a worse person in a car than him. I don't mean morally. I just mean technically.
Guys, I missed Paul Hunter go past because I was trying to help destroy a speaker. But how did he get on?
52.85 for Paul Hunter.
Okay, that's not bad.
That will be personal. I don't think it's personal best, but it's personal best-ish.
Yes, yeah, I know he's on the new tyres now, so he'll be. I know he's put it this way, he won't be happy unless he gets at least close to his PB. But I think.
He will be literally. He will actually nail himself to a cross if he doesn't get a PB, because he's a bit competitive.
Is he?
You know what it's like. Well, so are you. So am I. I'm expecting another text from Richard Brandt right now saying so is he.
Obviously, you were out in Paul's Clio recently here at Doune, David. And oh, by the way, guys, sorry I've interrupted myself, but we've got a car on the hill. It's Graham Hunt in the Mini Cooper.
Oh, excellent.
Pretty quick through Oak Tree as well.
Colin 107 on his way now. He's cleared Garden Gate, just heading up through the tunnel now towards you at Junction, David.
Pretty standard car, we reckon this is, isn't it? Yeah, it looks jolly standard. Quite a lot of suspension movement, but being pushed on quite impressively. Just make sure you don't go off on the right. Ooh, that's quite an ambitious entry speed to East Bray, but it worked.
Yes, it looked pretty quick. I'm just about to see the car coming over the top of East Bray, and he's passed us now at the S's. And time for Graham Hunt, 62.86.
That's very good after a long wait on the start line. Right. Yeesh. Oh, right, Russell Deans is he's monstering this. How did he look round Garden Gate, John?
It was pretty good, yeah. It wasn't quite as, I would say Graham Hunt was maybe more on the edge actually.
Oh, really?
But I don't know if that was maybe just because he was carrying more speed into it, so he had to lift more, so it sounded more that way.
Could well be.
Yeah. Russell Dean's really pressing on through the S. He's got to take the lead. He's got to beat 52.85 to do it. No, he's not actually. It's 55.31, but that's second place at the moment.
Yeah, maybe that was part to do with that.
Is Paul leading?
Yes, Paul's leading with the 52.85. That's right.
Okay.
Russell Dean second, 55.31. We've got Alan Cameron on the hill now with the Porsche 944. And then we've got Chris McDaid with this EcoBoost 2-litre turbo-powered Xenos.
I think it's his first time on the hill as well this weekend for Christopher, I believe.
We believe so, yeah.
From Kilmarnock. Lovely looking car as well. Something a bit different on the hill.
59.17 for Alan Cameron, puts him in third place.
You can see Christopher McDaid getting more and more used to this car with every single run. He's having a very good first do.
Yes, he looks quicker through the S's than he has been before. And he's down through the beam, 57.03. Slots into third.
Gavin Marshall in, as we were saying earlier, his son's cater room. Son whose name escapes me, I'm very sorry. But he normally goes circuit racing with this car.
Yeah, first of 3 caterums in this class. Next of which is coming past me, Oak Tree now. That looks like that'll be 114 actually, so that's Graham Sinclair in the Super Sport.
Yes, Gavin Marshall meanwhile, 52.56 to take the lead in the class.
I'm informed that Gavin's son is called Peter. A bit of background information for you. I can also tell you that he's no longer Paul Hunter's best friend, on account of being quicker than him.
Yeah, third of our caterers coming through now. That's 115, so that'll be Colin McAteer looking actually very strong. He's probably the quickest of the 3 caterums through here, maybe. Quite similar to Graham Sinclair.
Well, 52.56 the target. Graham Sinclair 52.90, so he goes second. So it's all down to Colin McAteer.
I wouldn't be surprised if Colin edges this one based on his speed through Oak Tree.
Very careful too, John. Even if he ends up being the fastest caterer, he didn't have the fastest exit speed.
Not as quick a split to junction either. 52.56 to beat. And it's 53.19, so he goes third.
What a close class.
Yeah, it's good going. John Welsh, by the way, in the Westfield XCR2. Now, John has been improving hugely in that car recently. I saw McGolski and he was flying.
There's going to be a little bit of a delay because he didn't turn through. Everything is fine. He's waving at people, but he just caught the outside barrier coming through junction. I don't know if that was carrying too much speed or a little bit of understeer. Can't tell from here. He's knocked bits of bodywork off it. I'm not sure there's anything more serious than that.
They say there's no such thing as a commentator's curse.
That's quite. He is getting out of the car, so he is 100% fine. Maybe not 100% happy, but looking fit and healthy. So it's now just a question, all the damage will be inside I can't see, It's just going to be a question of seeing if the car needs help to get back down the hill. And I'm not going to know that for a few minutes, so if you just bear with us there.
Well, meanwhile, in a very competitive class, it's Gavin Marshall who leads on 52.56 with Paul Hunter second, 52.85.
Much as Paul is a mate, I'm really, really pleased that Gavin Marshall is leading this class. That is superb news. You know, this is his first event for something like 3 years. And he's just come back into it and immediately he's leading his class. Now, what would have happened if David Lawrence's car hadn't broken down on the way here this morning? That's another question. Because he would have been very, very competitive. But I don't know. I'm really pleased for Gavin.
And not far behind, in fact, in third, in third place, 52.90 Graham Sinclair, and then 53.19 for Colin McAteer in fourth.
That's it. That's the kind of close competition we want in classes. You know? I have to say, actually, it's a kind of close competition that Paul absolutely loves. I think he'd rather be second in a very competitive class than first when he was just expected to win because he had the fastest car. So he will still be pretty happy. Gavin will be delighted.
Just a quick word on John Welsh there. I was just talking to John Albiston, and this is actually John Welsh's first time here at Doune. He's been improving hugely since he started with that Westfield. I think it was last season, and he was going really well noticeably at Golspie last time out. So it's good to see him pushing on. Obviously, beginning to find the limits, but yeah, he's been having a great weekend.
Yes, it's such a shame this has happened because his weekend has been going really, really well. Speak as an outside observer, but just got caught out there, and it's a kind of accident we've seen many times in the past. It's easily done, which is not going to be much consolation for him at the moment. But
just to give you an update here in the paddock. Hello. This happened last year. I went for lunch and nothing happened when I was at lunch, and it seems to be happening again this year. But Tim Thompson's the Land Rover's down here, hitching up to the trailer. So he'll be coming up the hill shortly to obviously collect that car that's gone off.
Although I can't see it from here, it's possible that there might be damaged wheel or bent suspension or something like that. I don't think this is the moment to go over and check.
Yeah, it was good talking about just earlier this class battle for the lead there. You've got Paul Hunter second and obviously Gavin Marshall in first. It's great to see such kind of variety of cars in there as well, because you've got a Renault Clio being, you have to say, Paul wringing the neck out of this front wheel drive hatchback, and then you've got the Caterham 7 just in front of it and another couple of Caterhams just behind it, which is obviously a completely different layout of car, which is good to see.
I always enjoy when cars get very similar times for very different reasons.
Exactly,
because
yeah.
there will be parts of the track where the Caterhams are much faster than the Clio, and it will work the other way around too.
So just to interrupt, I've been asked, where did Laura Ramsey actually go off?
On the right-hand side of the track, on the exit of East Bray.
East Bray, okay, right.
Yeah, and you can. The thing is that if you go off on that side, just the topography of the land there, you are going to get sucked into a deep gully.
Yeah.
So there would have come a point where Laura might as well have folded her arms, you know, and just waited for the car to grind to a halt.
Okay, right, good.
I would be very surprised if there's any serious damage, and she did drive the car into the holding paddock afterwards. It was just taking the car out of the abyss.
Yeah, that's we've had that before at Gurston. If you come out of Carousel at Gurston and you overcook it and end up the right hand side, you're up against the fence there and you can't get out of the car.
She couldn't get out of the car, but I think it was because she was up against an earth banking or something like that. She actually came out of the passenger side.
Yeah, well, like Gurston and that, at the top of Carousel, on the way up to Deer Leap, on the right hand side, you can slide into the verge there and slide on down towards the where the fence is sitting top of the bank. And that happened to Dean Cubitt this year at one point. He actually
did it.
He got out by reversing eventually, but
okay.
It was noticeable that he couldn't get out the car door.
The next corner at Gurston Ashes is like that as well. If you go slightly off on the right, which you might well do because that's the
It's
a left-handed corner.
Yeah, you understeer off, yeah.
Well, it's just that what starts out as level grass quickly becomes sloping grass, and again you're pulled into this gully just before the Ample.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't told my Gavin Marshall anecdote yet this weekend, I think. Have I? Don't think so. It's when he was competing in his own Caterham a few years ago. John Pick, the driver of the MS Martaya, has a delightful habit, which everyone enjoys, of taking Haribo sweets, other confectionery is available, and handing it out to all the drivers in the holding paddock. Not just at Doune, I mean, every venue he goes to. And Gavin Marshall thought that it would be the gentlemanly thing to do to return the favour. So he put, I think it was a box of After 8 mints in the passenger footwell of his Caterham, so that he could sort of return the favour. The only problem was that he broke his gearbox on the start line. So when we all went back down at the end of that batch, he was standing there looking tremendously apologetic, not really worrying about the gearbox, but aghast that he hadn't been able to give out the After 8 mints.
As long as the mints didn't taste of gearbox.
I don't like mint, so I don't actually know. I also don't like gearbox oil, or I assume I don't. So I'm not sure if they did, but I mean, he was still determined to dish them out, you know. So they were available just about half an hour later than he was hoping to give them to us.
I thought you were going to say that when he got to the top of the hill, they'd all melted because of the heat.
Or they'd all flown out the side because it was a Caterham and it has no roof or doors.
Well, if it was deep in the passenger footwell, it would take a while for them to work their way out, surely.
I wouldn't mind if I was a spectator and there were some After 8s flying about as the car was coming up the hill.
Well, we would have to change all the signage saying "Warning: Motorsport is dangerous. You may be hit on the forehead by an After 8 minutes."
Before 8 o'clock as well.
And before 8 o'clock. How ironic would that be?
I'm sure Jerry sitting up there in the commentary box, kind of away in the wilderness, would appreciate a box of After 8s right now.
Well, I'm doing fun with my Tunnock caramel wafers, which I have hoarded since Boness 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah, not sure it would go well with Jerry's with the banana he was eating, but oh yeah, I didn't actually get my caramel wafers at Boness, so you probably owe me half of those. I think that's how it works, isn't it?
Well, even if it does, I've now eaten more than half of them, so suck it.
And you're a bit behind the time, Jerry, because I've just spoke to John Pick, and he said it's Frutella and jelly babies this weekend. So
well,
no
that's
Haribos.
a change. I wasn't consulted about this. Mind you, jelly babies would be even better. Could you keep talking, guys? I'm going to have to take my jacket off because of the searing heat.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling it through the trees just as you say that as well. So, absolutely. Just looking at some of the cars we'll have coming up soon. Obviously, we're still waiting on the delay due to the incident for John Welsh, but we know John's absolutely fine. We should be seeing Graham Beveridge coming up the hill soon as well, Jerry, in the 206. How's he been running this weekend? I know he was very, very quick last time here at Doune.
Yes, I'll just have a quick look at his practice times.
I know he's very competitive with the likes of Stuart Reid and Jock Ramsey and those kind of cars. The 206 that Graham was driving, obviously in a different class, being the
yeah, that's right. I found it. I've found them now. Yes, well, he did a 52.93 yesterday, and everybody was quicker yesterday. That was his best.
Yeah, it's good going. It's good going. It's very, very close to, as I say, the likes of Jock Ramsey, which at the end, these cars are really tanking on the modifieds. And the Peugeot 206, it definitely barks, but it goes up the hill as fast as it sounds. It really is good. And Graham's driving, getting everything out of that car as he heads up the hill. So it'll be exciting to watch him. I presume he'd be next up the hill anyway. Then we've got the likes of Julia Patterson as well, coming up in the Van Diemen. And of course the MX-5 class, which I'm sure has been entertaining you up in the box this weekend. Less cars than usual, unfortunately.
Yes, only a couple. I think one on starter. One on starter we got, haven't we? Neil Grubb.
Neil was here yesterday, but went home yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're down to just David and Leslie Ann.
That's all, yeah.
But I was actually, I had a shot of, I was part of the MX-5 class last time out at Golspie a couple of weeks ago, or last weekend I should say. And I must say those cars are fantastic to drive. I was sharing with Andrew Connell who is along with the likes of Ross Glenn and Keith Rose down at Harewood this weekend. So the Scottish mob have headed up down to Harewood as the English mob have headed up to Doune.
Very popular all over the British Isles in hill climbing, with a number of clubs, Gersten that John was mentioning, including run a special class for MX5s, as they do at other venues too. And of course, within the HSA Championship, Hill Climb Sprint Association, there's a separate class for them. But going back to Gersten, you'd probably be interested to know that the same driver in the same MX5 has just won the Gersten Downhill Climb Championship for the third year in succession. A chap called Mark Crookall, does that ring a bell?
Doesn't with me, actually.
Oh no, well he's not a circuit racer, and he doesn't go anywhere else as far as I know.
Yeah.
But
it's good going,
very
though.
successful. And in fact, in second place there was another MX5 as well. So very popular. And in fact, there was an article about them in this the latest issue of Classic and Sports Car. I don't know if you've read that, but I would have thought for you it would be required reading.
Okay, can I interrupt? The chat at the moment. I've got Kenny Baird here. Kenny, a leading light in the Bowness revival, and also driving the wonderful Fisher Spider. Now, David Finlay reckons that might have been a personal best for you, Kenny.
No, it wasn't. He's wrong.
So
Yes,
what a surprise.
What is your personal best?
It was. He's never done that before.
I've done 56 seconds, but not in the Spider.
Not the Spider, okay. Well, is that a personal best in the Spider then? No, not that either. No. Okay. So
He's making this up, John. Don't
the
listen
Fisher
to
Spider's obviously got a big history behind it. How long have you had the car for?
I've had it for just a year. It was restored in 2007, and it was run by Peter Speakman and Hill Climbs and Sprints from then. And I bought the car last year.
Now, I remember seeing it in its GT format way back in the 60s in Ingliston. Is it the same chassis from that time?
Yes, it is. It's the same chassis. It's just been slightly widened and lengthened to fit the Groper Spider bodywork.
Okay, well, thank you, Kenny, because we've just got Graham Beveridge about to start up again. Thank you, Kenny, for that, and good luck this afternoon. So back to you guys. We've got Graham Beveridge's car just about to go up towards the line.
Yeah, just to cut in quickly there, John Welsh obviously was back down the hill, and the car looked pretty much intact. Didn't see much damage at all, so that's good news.
Well, that's because you saw the bit that didn't hit the barrier. It's at the left-hand side. The suspension has been damaged front and rear, and I've heard indirectly, but from a very good source, that he has admitted that he braked just a bit too late.
Yeah, the left-hand side is pretty much, the two wheels are at a very acute angle, etc.
Okay, so I didn't see that from here.
Definitely not. You wouldn't have seen that, John. But so it wasn't so much a case of understeer or oversteer, it was just carrying too much speed in.
It shows how confident he's getting in that car as well, though.
Well, yes, I mean...
first time at Doune.
Just chatting a couple of minutes ago and agreeing with people that it's been, even with that, it's been a really good first Doune for him. Because, I mean, his times have been coming down really, really well. And that is a very quick car, and this is a very intimidating hill. So he's not going to be pleased with himself at the moment, but I hope he will be, say tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we should know when Graham Beveridge gets on the hill, because it's quite a loud car, the Peugeot 206.
Orally and visually.
Yes.
What did you call it, Jerry? Something.
Sorry, what did I call what?
Graham Beveridge's multicoloured Peugeot.
Oh, garishly hued.
Garish, that's the one.
Hello everyone, that's me back online. I can tell you that's Graham just on the line now.
Personal best, Al?
Yes, thank you very much.
Well done.
It looked great from here.
Yeah, fantastic.
So that's Graham on his way up now.
Okay, yeah. Nice and quick into Oak Tree. Bit of a lift, back on the power, beautiful line. So it's Graham's continued his good form. Nice and close to barriers. He gets braked for Garden Gate, but through nicely. Yeah, nice and smooth.
Graham is very good at using the whole width of the track. He's not afraid to get close to the barriers. We hope not too close. Got a bit of, I think that was front left task wheel as he came through junction. Really pushing it. Jerry, you're not wrong. Garishly hued does sum it up. That's,
yes, you can't miss it. Can
you really can. This is a very good looking run. I think we're going to see a cracking time.
It looks good through the S's too, and he's just about to cross the line. And the time is 53:09.
That's Julia Patterson coming through in the Van Diemen.
Oh, right, okay. As we keep saying, daughter of Bo'ness 5 times winner, Andrew Patterson. Maybe one day we'll see he is father of Julia Patterson. She is not scared of this car. Oops. Now, that seemed like a very early braking change down, long before she got to Eastbury. Don't know if that was planned.
Well, she's safety round Eastbury anyway, and into the S's. Looks like the quickest run of the weekend so far for Julia, and it's a 54:07.
And that's the first of the Slimline MX5 class on its way up at the moment.
Yeah, David Wallace in the Mark 1. Looked quick through Oak Tree, very committed as well for David.
This is the garishly exhausted Unos Roadster. It does sound a bit weird. Don't know what exhaust system he's got in this. It's avoiding the Laura Ramsey line at Eastbury. I won't call it that again or we'll get into terrible trouble.
Bellowing through the S's is David Wallace, looking to set the first official Mazda time of 54:81. So it's all down to Leslie Ann Schooler, with Neil Girdwood a non-starter.
Did we ever find out what happened to Neil?
I think there was a problem on the way to the meeting or something. I can't remember.
He did one run which took about a minute and a half.
No, I have no idea. As I was sat in my car yesterday evening, he left the circuit with the numbers still on, and I presumed he was coming back, but he obviously didn't come back today.
We've also had Richard Morris through in the TVR, so we should be seeing as well Allan on the line soon, I presume, Mal.
Yeah, Robert Hanson's just off the line now, and
Schooler meanwhile 65:04.
We now know about Neil Girdwood on his only practice run yesterday. He actually did a bit of a John Welsh. He collected the barrier on the outside of Junction.
Ah, right, that was the reason, yes.
Somebody's put magnets on that barrier.
Robert Anderson, by the way, in the Lotus Allan had a very nice through Oak Tree. Looked pretty quick and nice and smooth, good lines as well.
Robert, who has absolutely hurled that car into Junction, he is one of these guys that is deceptively quick. He is so smooth, but he's not afraid to carry speed into corners.
Richard Morris, meanwhile, 66.39 with the TBR. And here's the Allan now, Robert Anderson. We're into the final class before the runoff. This is sports racing and racing cars up to 1971. And Robert Anderson, 56.71.
That's John Beckett just off the line in the Corvette, and he's got the lights on, so I think he's obviously hoping to push on.
Yes, he and Alex Hazlewood seem to be running in the opposite order the way they are in the programme, because that's Alex heading directly towards Jerry now.
Yeah, Alex is just coming through the S's now in the white Austin Healey Sprite. 56.71 to beat from Robert Anderson, and it's 59.20 for Alex Hazlewood.
Oh, we very nearly had a spinning Corvette there. John came out at pointing in several directions at once, but managed to gather it all together. I think nobody has told John that the car is meant to be smaller than Hill rather than the other way around, but he can certainly handle it.
I thought you were going to say the sun's come out, but he's still got those lights on. But he's over the line with 59.83, John Beckett.
No, he'll be very pleased with that. He was after a sub 60 second run.
Al, surely that's his first sub 60.
I think it is, yes.
By some way. Well, okay, but by basically attempting to cut out most of Junction and go in the grass instead, that's how you get a Corvette up in under 60 seconds.
So
you certainly give the marshals a lot of work to do.
Yeah, just so you know, Stephen Muir was red flagged on that run, so he's gonna turn around and go back down.
That's because Junction is now looking like a ploughed field.
That makes sense.
Although less so, because a very hard-working marshal is clearing it up.
And meanwhile, Stephen Muir with the Healy Sprite stops the clocks on. No, he's got the red flag, of course.
Yeah,
which
no,
is
he's
good at
the
the
one
screen.
with the red flag, yeah.
So yes, after that sweeping, so just Stephen Muir, Tom Marr, and Margaret Adey with the Porsche left to run in this batch.
I'm looking forward, as I always do, to watching Stephen Muir. He's so quick in this car. It's a very good car, but he also drives it superbly well.
Yeah, he's already going back down the hill, so he'll be not too long, I'm sure, before we're back underway if they give the bit of a clean at junction. The marshal's working hard, as you say.
Well, not now, because he's worked so hard that there's no more sweeping to do.
Well, we'll see
And
Stephen
he's
Muir very
looking-
soon.
He's looking well chuffed with himself, and quite rightly so.
Well, I think when you've got a Corvette whose nickname is Lemmy, it's always going to be a little bit badly behaved.
Badass.
We were obviously commentating on John at Bo'ness recently, and he was doing the whole hill in third gear, but he didn't need anything lower than that, because there's even in third gear with no revs, there's still about 400 horsepower going through the Corvette.
This is the first run when the car hasn't stank of clutch, of burning clutch. So I don't know if he's fitted new clutch recently, or if he's completely burnt out the clutch that he had. But it's not smelling as rank as it was before.
Well, I think John's also got so much torque with that huge 6.3 litre V8 that you can let third gear do all the work.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see it. You don't really need more than that, you know, judging by how twitchy the back end can be on that Corvette. You can see he really doesn't necessarily need. I don't think. Put it this way: if you were trying to make that car quicker, I don't think the first thing you'd do is add more power.
No, that would be 15th on your list.
Stephen Muir off the line now.
Yes, I have a nasty feeling this wouldn't have been picked up on the live stream, because I think the camera here is pointing up the hill rather than down the hill. Trust us, it was great.
Here comes Stephen Muir then, through Oak Tree, very committed and quick. As we know from Steel, gets very, very close to the barrier on the right, perfect line. Nicely over to the left for Oak Tree, for Garden Gate, sorry, and away he goes towards you, David.
Looking forward to this one, and hoping it doesn't go wrong. Oh yes, he was full of commitment. I'm trying to find the word here. Full of commitment when he couldn't see around junction. He thought, I know which way it goes, I'm just going full throttle now. Really impressive run here.
And that's Tom Marr on his way up towards you as well with his recently rebuilt engine.
Stephen Muir passed our commentary board to the top, trying to beat 56.71 from Robert Anderson. And it's 54.09 for Stephen Muir.
Margaret Adey away in the lovely Porsche 911. She's been improving steadily all weekend in this car.
Looking good in the stream as well yesterday, the little bit I saw.
She's another one who's having a very good first or perhaps second Doune. I mean, she's a Bo'ness expert. I haven't been there for ages, but she's putting together a really good Doune weekend now as well. So it's been a good September for her.
Tom Marr's midget, 62.45. So it looks as though Stephen Muir with a Healy Sprite is going to be the one after the first runs. Margaret Adey, the final runner.
Yes, because Margaret's Porsche is not going to be capable of that time.
not
But having
that
said
sort of
that, it's a very confident looking run. She's now looking like a Doune expert as well as a Bo'ness expert.
Yeah, she's going well through the S's, so just about to stop the clocks on 65.43.
That's okay.
So
Be pleased with that.
So it's Stephen Muir that leads the way with 54.09 ahead of Robert Anderson, and that leaves in third place Alex Hazlewood.
So John Munro, did you say you saw the live stream yesterday? Was it actually up and running?
Well, I just saw little bits of it. I think it was, I don't know, I wasn't sure what I actually saw, to be honest. I was rolling through Facebook and I definitely saw some footage from...
Sometimes Rich Danby puts sort of minor sections of live stream on Facebook without necessarily putting them on YouTube, and he'll when
I see, okay.
And I did see a Porsche, I did see Margaret in the Porsche going through during that, so...
All right, okay. But we are on full live stream today, so if previous live streams are anything to go by, we could have an audience stretching from Canada to Australia, which is pretty much most of the way around.
Yeah, and we have seen that before, of course.
We have, yes, exactly. The very first one was like that. I think it was something like 128 countries picked it up.
I'm not sure what we had down here in the car park at the auction centre, but just a few interesting cars speeding out of the car park. I saw a Hillman Avenger Tiger, which takes people back a number of years, Ford Capri 2.8, and a couple of Club Mini States. So it looked like some kind of classic car run. Some visitors here today for presumably here for the hill climb.
Excellent. Status update on Laura Ramsey. She's driving the car down the hill. It looks absolutely fine, except for the fact that it doesn't have a rear bumper, which might not be a bad thing, because it means the car will now be lighter for her second competition run.
Well, that's
we got a good wee toot of the horn from Laura as well, giving us a tune with the horn. So she's obviously fine.
the bumper arrived here about half an hour ago.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, I wasn't.
From what I can see, yeah.
Is that because Al wasn't in that batch? Because he's
I'm not sure.
the spare parts collection van.
Yeah, here she comes back down into the paddock. Well, here come Paul Hunter leading the way, running second in class, I believe.
Paul looked pretty happy as well,
yeah,
John.
He looks pretty happy. Thumbs up from him.
I think it will be.
David Grubb and Laura coming in. Bit of grass at the front. Bit of a toot from Laura, and yeah, no back bumper, looks okay.
If she's that happy after beaching the car for about 10 minutes, what's she going to be like if she gets a 59 on the next run?
So Jerry, we're all ready to go here with the top 12 runoff. Would you like to go through the numbers, runners and riders for us once again?
Yes, we'll go through those in case you missed them. Page 12 on your programmes is where you fill them in. We've got time to go through the whole lot, have we, John?
I hope so, yeah. There's some cars coming back, but even numbers to begin with, numbers and names.
Okay, it's first to run. He's going to be 782, Allan Warburton. He will then come back to the paddock straight away, and it'll be the other 11, led by Harry Pick, number 70. Then 74, Steve Marr. 88, Jonathan Varley. 9, Les Much. 8, Robert Kenrick. 4, Dave Uren. 7, Alex Summers. 5, Richard Spedding. 1, Trevor Willis. 3, Wallace Mingers. And finally 80, David Warburton, the top qualifier. We do the numbers again in case you missed those.
I'm querying number 80. I think that's 82.
Yes.
Because 80 is Stuart Dow, who I don't think it would be
yes.
number one.
Sorry, yes, you're absolutely right. 82, David Warburton. So once again the numbers: 782, 70, 74, 88, 9, 8, 4, 7, 5, 1, 3 and 82. So
No,
first away,
sorry.
it's going to be Allan Warburton.
I suspect, I know Dave Warburton is going to be 100% focused on his run, but part of him is just going to be delighted he's been number one qualifier, and he could probably go home. That part of him could go home happy right now.
Well, I'm sure it will.
Yeah, the other part is thinking there's unfinished business, obviously. But
Is it worth just explaining there, David, about we've been talking about competition runs, and now we're suddenly talking about qualifying runs. Is it worth just explaining the difference between that and the top 12 for people who are maybe a bit new to hill climbing?
yes, these are the runs that determine the points that are scored towards the British Championship, and only 10 sets of points are available. So it's not like it used to be in previous days when you just had to get up to the top of the hill to score at least 1 point. You now have to be in the top 10 of 12 runners. And whoever's fastest get 10 points, second to 9, etc., down to 1, plus 1 point for anyone who's under the existing hill record, which I don't think is going to happen. But then who knows? I wouldn't have put much money on Dave Warburton being number one qualifier either. So
Allan Warburton is on the line, ready to go, so all eyes on the clock. And he's gone.
Well, it's 2.07 launch, which is pretty quick.
Yeah, Allan comes into Oak Tree nice and committed. Nice tight line through there. Carried the speed okay. A little bit in the middle of the road, to be honest, turning into Garden Gate, but it's not bad at all.
For anyone at Oak Tree who thought that was quick, wait till you see David in a few minutes. Perfectly nice entry onto Meadow. There's nothing wrong with this run at all.
21.19 is the junction split. Give us a comparison. He's 33.38 into the S's and already diving into the final bend. Allan Warburton to set the first time in this 12-car runoff of 40.36. So
It doesn't seem, sorry, I was just going to say there doesn't seem to be any hint of him not getting the gear he wanted, which was an issue earlier on. So let's hope that snag has been put to bed completely. I think it was a loose wire, wasn't it?
Well, a loose electrical connection, shall we say.
You can tell I'm not an electrician. Loose wire.
I don't know if it's wires or electrical in that case. And that run was nearly 3/4 of a second quicker than his qualifying run. So probably his best day of the day, actually.
Probably because he's enjoying the sunshine.
Just to explain for anyone who's wondering why there's then a wee bit of a delay, obviously Allan Warburton is the only double-driven car in the runoff, sharing with David Warburton. So Allan will then turn the car down, get it straight back down the hill, and then we will have the other 11 drivers all in the correct order anyway.
Yeah, and just to explain that, at launch time, the 2 seconds is 1 G of acceleration off the start line. On ideal conditions, a lot of the quicker cars might be down to sort of 1.8, it's a pretty reasonable time. Anything under 2 seconds is going to be pretty good here at Doune today. So that was 2.07 for Allan Warburton. So we'll certainly expect drivers such as Robert Kenrick perhaps to get below 2 seconds on the launch time. But it's going to be Harry Pick who's next up. He qualified on 41.63.
It's always a good day when Harry Pick qualifies for the top 12 runoff.
Can I also just check, has David Warburton actually won a runoff in the British Championship?
Yeah, correction, that was 41.13 for for John Pick. He was the final qualifier, qualified 12th.
I don't think David has won a runoff. I think he's won events overall in that car in Midland Championship events.
Yes.
I don't think he's ever won a British.
He's never won a runoff. His best finish this year was 5th place in the Channel Islands in Guernsey.
All right.
So David Warburton's got a really good chance then of a new best result in the British Showclimb Championship today if he can hook up a run.
I'm not entirely sure I can see him winning this, but at the same time, it wouldn't completely rock my world if he did. You know, he's.
I can at least see him contending for a top 3 though.
Yes.
I think.
Yes, I would be much more confident about that.
I would have thought probably that Wallace and Trevor certainly have got something in hand. I still quite a few drivers.
Somebody has started.
It's Harry Pick away.
It's Harry Pick, yes, it's a 2.49 launch, so almost half a second slower than Allan Warburton.
Yeah, he's quick through Oak Tree. Oh, gets very close to barrier on the inside. Beautiful line for me. Bit wider into Garden Gate as well. A bit of sparks, and away he goes towards Junction.
Making a huge amount of noise as he does so, echoing through the tree. I couldn't see it happen. I wonder if he got the right-hand wheels just very slightly on the grass, because the car did bump a little, saving time. So.
22.20 to Junction, but of course this is only a 1 litre car as opposed to Allan Warburton's 1600, and it's a 41.59 for Harry Pick, so he goes second.
That's all right.
So next up it's going to be Steve Marr, another of the cars running in the 1100cc class. We've got 3 of those in this runoff.
We're expecting a sub 40 from Steve, though, aren't we? Because I mean, he's
I think so.
So quick here.
He qualified on 40.08. That was 10th fastest qualifier.
He actually has the record for having the fastest time which scored no points in a championship run off at Doune. He did about a mid-38, and that put him 11th. You know, which was, I mean, he didn't mind, but it seemed awfully unfair.
Yeah, it won't be the same today, I don't think, because we've already had 2 cars, and none of them yet to go below 40.
So if he gets below 40, he's definitely got at least 1 point.
Exactly. And that's kind of quite a good milestone for Steve, I think. I know obviously he's done 38s before, but generally if Steve does a run sub 40, he's pretty happy. The change of direction, by the way, in the Saxon is absolutely unreal. Especially you can see it through Oak Tree, just the way that car can just get round the left-hander without any problems at all. You know, you can just see how easy the car turns.
Helped by the fact this is also surely the lightest car in the runoff by some distance.
Yes, it must be, and it's very, very compact packaging by Martin Ogilvy.
Steve off the line now, very neat and tiny.
Yes, 2.22, second quickest launch, that is.
Yes, beautiful through Oak Tree, keeps it flat, no problem. A little bit earlier on the brakes maybe than Harry Pick into Garden Gate, but cars at speed away anyway, as he always does.
Do you think he was flat to the braking point of Garden Gate?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
His quickest junction, though, 20.46.
Yes, and his apex speed through junction was just immense.
Well, will this be a 39 from Steve Marr? 40.36 leads at the moment from Allan Warburton.
Do you mind if I call it? It's going to be one, yeah.
It's 39.42.
Steve! Whoa! At least a point.
Yes, he's definitely got a point. Now it's going to be Jonathan Varley, who qualified 9th on 38.73 in the Cosworth BDG engined Predator, the Graham White Jr. Car that ran the V10 Arrows. This chassis also designed by Martin Ogilvy, as were the Raptors, of course.
The front half of it, certainly. I think it's
yes, it's been
half of a
it's been changed a bit at the back, yes, with a different engine.
John, you might step back here. Jonathan's really quick fast here.
2.19, second quickest launch.
Oh, full commitment into Oak Tree, stays flat, has a little bit of a wiggle, but gets away with it, no problem. And that was absolutely fantastic from Jonathan Varley, complete commitment.
You've set my heart beating faster just by saying that, never mind you watch it.
What about my heart, David?
Yeah, again, what a launch into the apex of junction without being able to see where it was going.
He's quickest on the split to junction. Sub 20, it's a 19.76. He's already through the S's now, Jonathan Varley. And the time is 38.82, the new leader.
You know, he slowed down an awful lot before he turned into East Bray. I think his turning speed there was probably the slowest we've seen. But in other respects, he was, on other parts of the track, that's definitely the quickest we've seen. But
yeah, full marks for Jonathan through Oak Tree there. I mean, he got so close to the barrier on the inside, the car had a wee bit of a wiggle, and he got within inches of the one on the outside, and you just think, hey, I don't know how that's even a 38.8. It should have been, it looked like it could have been something in the low 30s. That's how committed he was, but obviously the 2 litre just doesn't quite have the power.
Sounds like it looked like a John Randy line.
Oh, Les Much launches on a 2.20, which is second quickest. He qualified on a 38.66.
He's already almost at junction. He was so close to the barrier on the right once again.
Yes, 19.42, quickest to junction so far.
Yeah, and again, one of these people who carry speed into junction rather than putting the power on through junction. So this is looking very, very good.
And into the S's is Les Much with the Raptor, and it's a 38.28. 38.28, yes, for Les Much, so that is the new lead time.
Shall we let Al get a word in edgeways? We've actually been blocking him with the last 4 cars.
No, I'm down here. I've got Paul Hunter stood next to me as well, making silly faces.
And we've all got Robert Kenrick on the line now.
Yeah, so we delay on the hill, just not sure if there's a bit of debris to be cleaned up or something, but we'll just be a minute.
Well,
no sign of up here.
We speculated as to whether Robert Kenrick could break the class record. He was very close to it in qualifying. If he does it now, it won't count, of course, because it has to be done in the class runs, but just for reference, the class record is 38.42. He qualified on a 38.57.
He would have to be under the record in order to take the lead in this runoff, because the target is now 38.28. Yeah?
Yes.
So I think we can safely assume
Well
we're
under.
going to give it a go.
Well, he'll be just warming up for this afternoon's record, I'm sure. But he does have a habit of breaking the record and then going quicker in the runoff.
Yep, so Robert's just sat on the line at the moment, just waiting for whatever's happening further up the hill. Can you see what's going on, David?
No, everything is absolutely peaceful up here, not a red flag to be seen.
I've actually got Gary Dickson alongside me, and he's just watching on. And you watching this runoff, Gary? You're not wishing you were back in a single-seater?
Well, you know, all weekend I've been enjoying the Cortina. It's been great. I was never up a hill until now, and I'm at Oak Tree watching the cars going through on the limits. It's just magic. And now, yes, I wish I had my single-seater here right now.
Yeah, I think he's been entertaining everyone as much as always in the Cortina, but I'm sure we'd like to see you back in a single-seater as well. Both would be ideal. Take both up next time.
Well, we'll see if Robert Kendrick can do a sub-2 second launch. Allan Warburton still quickest off the line with a 2.07.
So I think that's Robert Kendrick. He's away very cleanly.
Well, 2.13, but much on a par with the rest of the class.
And here comes Robert Kenrick, absolute commitment. A wee bit of a lift maybe going into Oak Tree, but he was carrying huge amounts of speed as he heads through and away to Junction.
Hardly know what to think what's going to happen here. Maybe apex speed at Junction not about a par with less much, I would say.
And he's third quickest with the sub-20, it's a 19.77.
Not sure he was in the power
Okay,
as
that-
early as some other people coming out of respray there.
Well, he's really on it going through the S's, and it's a 38.29, just a hundredth of a second shy of Les Much, and unofficially inside the class record.
And at the same time, not. That's amazing that those two cars have. Well, it's, of course, two grey and white cars within the hundredths of each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's him guaranteed a top 8 finish here at Doune as well.
So that means that under my new category record, I shall have that down for Roberts as a record for up to 1 litre cars.
I expect this results to be published in hardback form by Hubbard Age. That's your target.
Well, David Uren is on the course, the man who won the last round of the championship. Scott 2.17 launch, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Dave, neat and tidy as always through Oak Tree. Very quick though. It had a bit in the middle of the road a wee bit for Garden Gate, so he might have lost time up the hill.
And it's 18.81 now. Time's getting quicker to Junction.
It's almost like every car goes into Junction faster than the one before. Dave is really on this.
Well, he's already with us at the S's. Looks like a good run from David Uren. He's heading for the finish, and it's a 36.38 for David Uren.
Yes, wow.
Was that a 36.38?
36.38,
Jerry,
yeah.
So just under 2 seconds quicker then than Les Much. And obviously, like you compare that car to the previous, the likes of Rod Kenrick. Obviously, Dave's car's got a lot more power, and you can see he does have to back off a wee bit more going into the Oak Tree, just simply because of how much speed he's carrying into it in the first place. But he can get the power down, and clearly the speed's there for Dave. He's doing a brilliant job.
And significantly, that's the fastest time of the day so far, quicker than David Warburton's top qualifying time. So David's going to have to work hard, I think, on that final run, coming up in 5 runs' time.
Oh, he will.
So it's Alex Summers next up, who qualified on a 37.65, 5th quickest, in a car with a lot less power than the big V8, the Cosworth V6 KF. The same type of engine that powered Graham White Jr. to 2 consecutive British Hill Climb titles in 2001 and 2002. Alex Summers away from line. It's the first sub-2 second, 1.98 launch from Alex Summers.
Yeah, he's going to be with me in no time at all. Here he comes, flying in, very quick through Oak Tree, gets in the brakes into Garden Gate, slightly again towards the middle of the road, but heading up towards Junction.
Sounded like it was very early on the power at Garden Gate.
And it's 18.42, quickest to Junction.
A bit more thoughtful through the apex. I think just making sure he could put full power when the car was absolutely pointing in a straight line. So this might be a clever run rather than a dramatic run.
Time to beat 36.38, and it's
It was very clever.
36.08. So the new lead, we're getting down towards those 35s now. 36.08 for Alex Summers takes the lead.
And nobody reported any drama on that run.
No,
I mean,
it
John,
looked-
you said he was very, very quick.
It
but-
was, yeah. It was fairly undramatic from Alex. It was quite similar to Dave Uren just before him.
Yes.
He seemed very composed. He carried a lot of speed through Oak Tree. Yeah, again, he was slightly away from the left-hand side wall going into Garden Gate, but sometimes that's a good thing because obviously the left-hand side right next to the barrier, there's a lot of leaves and it may be a bit slippy. So being slightly towards the middle is not necessarily a bad thing.
True, and it's also showing that while it's great to have a really good entry into junction, you don't necessarily need it because that was no way the quickest turn in that we've seen in the top runs today. That was just get it round here, make sure everything's right for the run across the middle.
Cars can be visually confusing as well because some cars, if they sound like they're wringing the neck out of in terms of revs and stuff, if they're high in the revs, it maybe sounds like it obviously sounds faster, therefore looks a bit faster. But sometimes cars that rev lower are actually it just kind of don't give you the same perception of speed, but actually they're carrying the same speed.
That was a great thing as Allan Scott, who's here today, no matter if you're not going, it sounds like you are.
So Richard Spedding launches on 2.29.
Yeah, a little bit of a lift going through Oak Tree. Not to say it wasn't absolutely rapid, but it was a little bit of a lift heading through Garden Gate and up towards Junction now.
I think the 500 horsepower Raptor is allowed a lift.
Absolutely. We're getting into that territory now, aren't we?
Yep, absolutely. That's he's flying through the meadow.
A little bit slower than the previous two cars through to Junction, but he's already into the S's now. So time for Richard Spedding, 36.54.
Would that be third, maybe?
Yes, that's third place.
Third, okay.
Yeah. Third, just behind, just a couple of tenths behind Dave Uren, but well clear of Les Much in fourth. Looks like it's going to be Harry Pick and Alan Warburton that have a chance of missing out on some points here, unless there's any issues for likes of Trevor, Wallace, and David.
So yes, just those three to come. Trevor Willis and Wallace Mingus have won here at Doune, and of course Dave Warburton hasn't. But the time to beat is Alex Summers, 36.08 then. So the 3 times British champion, considerable power disadvantage to certainly Wallace Mingus.
Got a lot more than Alex.
A lot more than Alex, and certainly a lot more than Dave Warburton. But it's a 1.98, the second sub-2 second launch. Exactly the same as Alex Summers, actually.
It's already with me. Oh, it's so close to the barrier in the right, and he gets close to the barrier in the left going into Oak Tree, Garden Gate, sorry. So, yeah, really good from Trevor. Sparks everywhere.
18.64 to Junction, second quickest.
Yes, Trevor's going by the throw it into Junction as fast as it will go tactic. And he's spun it at the top of Eastbury. It was a fairly slow entry, and I don't know if he just got on the power a little bit too early, and the car just lazily went round 180 degrees and is now pointing back towards Eastbury.
I spoke too soon about the points then.
Well, possibly, yes. Well, who does that bring in?
Alan Warburton.
Alan Warburton, right. Okay. That was the most undramatic spin I think I've ever seen it doing. It just went whoop, around 180 degrees.
He was clearly pushing. He was very, very close to barriers through Oak Tree, closer than the cars previously, both of them. And he was also further to the left as well, going into Garden Gate. So Trevor obviously absolutely on it, as always. Just on it a bit too much.
It's possible that he might have got a wheel on the dirt, but you would expect to see a sort of characteristic bounce, especially in a car as stiff as that one, because that is insanely stiff suspension on that car. So you would have seen a lot of movement, and I don't think I saw any of that. It just went round, so it might have been just slightly early on the throttle. And actually, I had said that he turned down fairly slowly. If you turn in really, really fast, you don't feel the need to get on the power too early. But maybe it was that. Maybe early in the brakes.
Just trying to make up time, yeah.
Possibly that.
Who's been noticeable through the S's, Jerry? Is there anyone particular that stood out as being quick in the S's?
Not particularly quick. Probably most impressive was Alex Summers, I think, who's currently leading. Very smooth as ever. I was just having a quick look down, and it looks as though Allan Warburton is going to get a point if these final 2 runs are scoring runs. Just looking down the table to see when how many points he's scored so far. Yes, he's right. He hasn't scored any, in fact. He's qualified for 3 runoffs this year, all 3 in the Channel Islands, and so he could get off the mark today. Allan Warburton. His son, of course, as we said, David, is currently 10th overall in the championship. So it's just Wallace Mingers and Dave Warburton to run. So Alex Summers leads from Dave Uren, Richard Spedding, Les Much, Robert Kenrick, Jonathan Varley, Steve Marr, Allan Warburton, Harry Pick and Trevor Willis, of course, a failed run.
Trevor is now driving back down the hill in a slightly bashful manner, I imagine. Absolutely nothing wrong with the car as far as I can see.
Not a good season for Trevor. It seems to have been dogged by
such a shame
handling problems. He's managed to steer clear of Will Hall, though, 2 of the top 2 drivers from last year. Will, of course, was second in the championship overall to Trevor.
It also means that Harry Pick's now the only hope of a point in the first runoff then for OMS today.
Well, something's Dave Warburton and Wallace Mingers has got to have a problem for him to score a point, but yes. Just looking down to see, he's qualified for 1 runoff and he scored a point here, in fact, back in June.
So Trevor just pulled off at the timekeeper's hut to allow Wallace to go to the start line.
Wallace qualified second on the 37.01.
I remember that looked like a run which was just to get into the runoff. It wasn't to set a spectacular time. It was very well controlled. So I think he's got a lot of margin left over.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on.
So Wallace just getting his gloves back on again at the moment, and we're plugging the car in very shortly.
Obviously, this is his first home run-off after being crowned British Hill Climb champion, so he'll be really, really hoping to put on a show for the crowd.
The global crowd.
And the sun seems to have come out just in time for him too. Of course, the sun always shines on Doune anyway.
Yeah, just often behind dark rain clouds.
You're such a cheerful character.
You were saying that to me, Suttie.
Our very own little ray of sunshine.
Obviously, Al, you've been watching the cars go off the line in turn 1. Are you seeing quite consistent in terms of the lines that people are taking, or has there been a bit of variation?
I think because it's dry down here, yeah, they're all sort of getting a little bit over to the right-hand side to give themselves a nice run into that first left-hander. So some of the cars have been not quite as close to the barrier as you'd expect to the Armco turning in. I think with the single-seaters, obviously, they don't want to touch it or risk touching it, whereas some of the saloon cars and sports cars maybe are a little bit more gung-ho sometimes going into there and don't mind sort of touching a bit of paint onto that.
Any member of the Ramsey family.
So that's the Wallace is just being pushed forward now. As you can hear probably.
They can probably hear this at the Solheim Cup.
A few tyre warmers there from Wallace, and just been lined up now at the start line.
Again, Wallace getting right over to the right-hand side. Himself that nice run into the first corner. Very undramatic, Very quick away.
Well, that's the third sub 2 second launch we've had, and all three of them 1.98.
Yeah, quick through Oak Tree as well. A little bit earlier on the brakes than the likes of Trevor into Garden Gate, but he's got so much speed and power, he doesn't need to be late in the brakes, really. He can't afford it.
You can bet your life he's not thinking about the British Championship, he's thinking about this run win. That was among the higher apex speeds at junction, I would have said.
Not the quickest time, though. That's only third fastest to... well, it's exactly the same as Dave Uren, in fact, but he's already passed us now and heading for the line.
Oh!
And it's 36.08, exactly the same time as Alex Summers.
Do you realise that we are one Dave Warburton run away from Alex Summers finally, at least jointly winning an event?
Has that ever happened before?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, we've had joint winners before, yeah.
Actually, I think Alex has been one of them, because when he was sharing
the Scott Moran,
Moran's car, I think at Gerson they both got the same time.
So, just the one runner to come then, the David Warburton top qualifier on 36.54, that time equalled in the runoff by Richard Spedding, coincidentally, but the time to be 36.08.
Speaking as somebody who has the greatest respect for the two in the joint lead at the moment, I really want Dave to get this.
That's David away, no fuss, no drama.
Full throttle through Oak Tree, absolutely awesome. Quite a tight line in towards Garden Gate, but he's so quick.
Come on, Dave. Let's see if you can do it. Keep it together. Very.
18.9.
Yes, that was both a very fast entry into junction and a very early throttle application. Absolutely going for this. He needs a high 35, and I think he knows that.
That's quick through the S's. He's certainly going for it. It's not going to be far off, David. 36.82.
Cracking run, though, got to say.
Slots into 5th position then.
5th place.
Okay, I really wanted the fairy tale there, and there's another chance for it to happen. But take a step back, 36.82 in the 1600, cracking good time.
Great time, yes. And we've got what is a fairly rare tie for the win between Alex Summers and Wallace Mingies, both on 36.08. So, yes, as you say, David, Alex Summers finally takes his first win of the season.
After 30 odd rounds, is it?
Yeah. Well, this is round 31, yes.
Oh, right, okay.
And third place, Dave Uren, 36.38. Fourth is Richard Spedding, 36.54. Fifth, David Warburton, 36.82. Sixth, Les Much, 38.28. Seventh, Robert Kenrick, 100th of a second behind, 38.29. Eighth, Jonathan Varley, 38.82. Ninth, Steve Marr, 39.42. 10th and the final point, Alan Warburton, 40.36. 11th, just out of the points, Harry Pick, 41.59. And Trevor Willis, a failed run. So, tremendous round 31, chaps.
Well, all British Hill Climb Championship runoffs are great in their own way, but that one really was a bit special. I'm not going to forget that for a long, long time.
Yes, that's the end of the morning's action, but if you're watching online, don't go away because we're hoping to carry on commentating and interviewing through the lunch hour before we get back again at 2 o'clock, I believe, to start the second runs.
Somewhat different to what it says in the programme. I think it says 1 o'clock in the programme.
Well, it's 20 past 1 already, David. So
okay, so we're not going to start again at 1 o'clock.
No, it'll be 2 o'clock start.
Right, okay. That seems fair. Still waiting for cars to emerge from the holding paddock.
So we'll give a big cheer to the joint winners there in that runoff, Wallace Mingies and Alex Summers, who'll both get 10 points each.
So actually we've got an Alex win and we've got a Scottish win.
Indeed.
So this is going pretty well.
They get 10 points each, and Dave Uren will get 8 points for coming third. That's the way it works.
And Dave being a Scottish team. In the sense that he's part of the Scuderia Telecountry Quarries.
And if you're spectating up on the hill and you got the time and the energy, come down to paddock at lunchtime and just talk to drivers and and see all the cars. I'm glad to say that it looks as though Sean Gould's car has been fully repaired. The new nose on it and the rear suspension damage appears to be fixed, so it looks as though we'll have Sean Gould out in the second set of runs.
Just to add to the excitement even further. They're all quite well spaced coming down the hill. It's like they're allowing us to applaud each one. Harry Pick's looking very pleased with himself, as well he might be. Did he miss out on a point?
Was this Allan Warburton, David?
No, Harry Pick.
Harry Pick was 11th, yes, we just missed out on a point,
right,
yeah.
Okay. But comparing that car with the others, just on power output alone, I think that's all right.
Yeah, we can just run you through the results from the runoff because I've got them here. Alex Summers and Wallace Mingus tied for the win, so a win for the home champion and also, of course, for Alex Summers, 36.08. Then you've got in third position Dave Uren on a 36.38. Fourth place was Richard Spedding on a 36.54, and rounding out the top 5 was David Warburton on a 36.82. So, as we say, yeah, it's probably that equals his best result of the year in a runoff, which he'll be happy with, I'm sure. Les Much took 6th place with a 38.28, with Rob Kenrick in 7th. We had Jonathan Varley in 8th position on a 38.82, with Steve Marr 9th on a 39.42. And in 10th place, picking up 1 point, was Allan Warburton's 40.36. Therefore, we had Harry Pick missing out in 11th on a 41.59, and of course, Trevor Willis after his spin. And that is your point-scoring finishers for the first of the British runoffs for the day.
While the winners are having a quick congratulatory hug with each other, I'll have a quick word with Trevor, just see what happened. Trevor, what happened there?
I was just too ambitious into Eastbray. I thought Eastbray's one of those kind of corners you always think you've taken it too slowly until you've taken it too fast.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you. So as you anticipated, David, just a little bit too fast into Eastbray. Obviously, Alex is having great pleasure there to stick on a sticker in the back of the car, the first runoff winning sticker on the back of the DJ, and another one in the front of the car, which I might not read out. Yes.
Can I pop in a quick advert at this point?
You can do, David.
A lot of people will be going down the hill to the paddock, and they will have to go through the big shed at the circuit office, and they will there see, if they haven't already, an enormous amount of memorabilia which has been made available for us by a company called Tins and Skins, who I understand were at Bo'ness 2 weeks ago. Didn't see them, but there was a lot to see at Bo'ness. And they are selling this memorabilia if anyone wants to buy some on their way either to or from getting a burger, a bacon roll, a cheese salad roll, or whatever pleases them. So you might want to browse Tins and Skins and see if you like what you see.
Thank you, David. Yes, you can't really avoid them if you're coming down the hill. They're, as you say, in the entranceway coming through from the secretary's office.
I saw them setting up, and it was difficult to avoid them then as well.
So have a quick word with Alex. Alex, at last you've got a runoff win this year.
Yeah. Thank you, Wallace, for equaling me. No, it's brilliant. I'm really happy.
The car going very well. It seems as though the guys up the hill saying it went very smoothly up the hill.
Yeah, it is. It's really nicely balanced. It's a lovely thing to drive. The guys at DJ have done a brilliant job, and Trevor with the engine, fantastic. All the guys involved in every aspect of it, just superb. So, yeah, well done, Del. Well done, Andy. Well done, Trev, and Mum and Dad, of course. Yeah.
Thanks, Alex. And obviously you're going to be updating the car next year, but any details of that you can give us?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. So it's a 2.65 litre version of what Wallace has got. I'm sort of copying his every move, really, aren't I? Same chassis, same engine and stuff. But it's a package that I think we can work with. We need that little bit more poke, really, because we're having to push very, very hard round the corners. But you know, the chassis will take it, and hopefully, with it being slightly longer and slightly heavier, it won't upset that balance too much, and we'll be able to use that extra power. So we're hoping, I think we've got about 390 horsepower at the moment. We'll hope to have 600 plus, so it should be quite a big difference.
Okay, thanks Alex. Good luck in it this afternoon.
That's going to be a car to watch.
600 horsepower.
Yeah, I'd previously understood 550, but 600 is going to be quite something.
Plus, remember, plus.
600 plus, yes.
Yes, a lot of horsepowers. Many horses.
You see, in British Hill Climb Championship, 600 plus could easily be code for 700, but
yeah.
But I don't think he's going to get out in 2.65 litres. But I mean, to be honest, the way he's been going with 300.
You do remember Formula One back in the day, aye? 1.5s and stuff like that, doing big numbers.
Yes, with big turbos.
Yeah.
Aye.
I'm going to catch.
Anti-lags came a long way.
No, but he's not going to be turbocharged.
I'm going to catch Wallace later on in the lunchtime for a slightly longer interview, hopefully. I'm hoping now to catch up with Jonathan Varley. Jonathan, you've broken Ben Butterfield's old record.
Yeah, it's nice to break it on the time run, even though I've gone quicker in a run-off. So, yeah, I know there's more there, so I've just got to do it again this afternoon. Then look, keep that pesky Warby behind me for the leaders, because he's getting far too close.
So it's getting quite close to the top of the leaders, isn't it? That's for fourth place, is it? Or?
Yeah, that's for fourth place in the leaders. He's just nipping at my heels now, so hopefully he'll not get the... Well, hopefully he gets the record, because it'd be nice for him to get the record. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm going to have to try and do it again.
Okay, you had a few difficult weekends recently, have you? Down at Gurston, you weren't really in the top points there, but was that just temporary issues?
Yeah, temporary driver issues, I think.
Oh, okay, Jonathan, thanks very much. Well done and good luck this afternoon.
Yeah, big shout out to Jonathan. He's probably the most dramatic and possibly committed through Oak Tree that we saw in that whole run-off. Definitely in terms of how close he was to each of the barriers and getting a bit of a slide on. So, yeah, Jonathan, it was very, very impressive to watch. So well done. Is the sun still up there at Junction, David?
Maybe is David still at the junction is the question we should ask.
Maybe. I haven't seen him come past me anyway. Maybe he's running down the hill. But yeah, Paul, how was your run? We haven't talked about your run yet. It looked really good.
Yeah,
and you're sitting second in class as well.
It was good enough. I mean, if I hadn't nearly hit the barrier coming out of Garden Gate, but I think that's actually the line to have because I came out of there way quicker than I have before. I just need to be a bit more brave in the way in the future. But I lost it all on the top of East Bray. I just dropped a wheel off the edge of the road and slowed me down a bit. So it was probably on for a PB, but it wasn't to be. So we'll see what happens after.
The nice thing is you're mixing it in amongst the likes of the Caterhams. Obviously, you've got a Caterham 7, a Super Sport, and another 7, and you're sitting second at the moment. Obviously, they have the potential to go quicker as well, I'm sure. But you know you do too. You know you said yourself you made a mistake. So yeah, you think you've got a shout at it.
I don't think I've got a shout at it, but anything can happen, you know. I mean, either way, I suppose. But yeah, there's definitely a wee bit more in it for me if I can just keep it all together and make a clean run. But I've not had a proper clean run all weekend, so surely it's coming.
Yeah, it means you're trying. That's good.
I should possibly have told you chaps that I was going to have a comfort break there, but I thought I'd get away with it. But I know I wasn't running down the hill. Who suggested I was running anywhere?
No, actually, you made a mistake. There's no way you were running.
As if. Good grief. That's what cars are for.
And hopefully Jerry's getting a chance to have a wee break as well up at the top. So, yeah.
Was Paul being modest about his prospects for the second run?
I think he was keeping his. Yeah, I think he was keeping his. Didn't want to get himself too excited. Didn't want to have too high expectations.
Okay, guys, I'll interrupt you here again. I've got Sean Gould, who unfortunately had a bit of an incident. How's the car, Sean?
It's okay now. You know, we've fixed it, so we should have another pop at it this afternoon, see if we can do a bit better.
Just a little bit too quick at the right-hander, was it?
The data logger shows 136 miles an hour at that point, so it's almost 16 miles an hour faster than I did the run before. So probably too fast.
That's fairly 136 through the right-hander. They are boys up there, 136 miles per hour through right-hander before Oak Tree. So this car has obviously been developed over the year, and we've got 4 or 5 of the 59s around now, all with different engines in them. But presumably they're the same car, sort of forward of the rear bulkhead, are they?
Yeah, the basic car is the same gearbox, same suspension. Everything else is the same. It's just a different engine, effectively, and it's whatever you choose. Obviously, Wallace has got his nice engine, and I've got a slightly larger engine, larger capacity engine with more torque. About the same power, I think, but about similar sort of horsepower, but just more torque. So hopefully, I can run longer gears at certain places and use the torque of the engine.
So is that the main reason for choosing that particular engine?
Yes, it was, yeah, because I'm not very good with gear levers. With the 1600, obviously, you're always steering the gear lever, and I'm not a fan of steering the gear lever. I like to just turn the steering wheel and use the brake and the throttle.
And obviously the throttle, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, obviously the throttle. Thank you very much, Sean. Good luck this afternoon, and we'll see you later.
I don't think I've heard a higher speed recorded at Doune than 136 miles an hour. And that would be within about 7 seconds of leaving the start line, having lifted for the first corner.
It's amazing how quickly the car can just snap away from you as well. We were talking about it earlier. It's high speeds at Doune. Obviously the barriers are close, so it gives you that perception as well. But it's a very quick section of track. It's almost flat out. For some people, it is flat out. And yeah, it's easy to come a cropper. Also, just speaking of Sean's accident, apologies to anyone who was watching that thought it might have been Wallace, because that was miscalled. Just going at the start of that accident. Obviously another red GR59, but it looked like the number 3, so I'm sure a few people's hearts were in their mouths as well. But good to hear that Sean's got the car sorted, and we'll back out later on.
As I said earlier, that's going to add yet more drama to the afternoon runs.
So Dave Uren now. Dave came third in that runoff. A fairly slow qualifier, but you obviously found a lot more time in the runoff.
Yeah, we got there in the end. Keep trying, but I don't really know where that came from, because I've been about 2-3 seconds off my best time, so just keep trying, really.
Well, hope we find it again this afternoon. Okay. Okay, thanks, Dave.
Dave sounds so calm.
He's busy filing his tyres down at the moment, so just take a bit of a tyre management, should we call it. Even the Pirellis, he's still doing some filing there.
But less so than the Evans, I believe, is that right?
Sorry?
Less so than on the Evans?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's certainly less hot tire stripping and what you call it. A lot less use of the wallpaper strippers. Yeah, the hot things, the wallpaper strippers.
Well, is that what they use?
They're very like the things you have for stripping wallpaper off, isn't it?
But I'm sure it's actually what they are.
I'm sure it's a heat gun with a scraper attached. But
yeah.
Some people use something even more similar to the wall scraper, though. I've seen that before.
I've seen people use
not necessarily the attachment that it should be, and files. Yeah, we've used files. We've used all sorts.
Oh yeah, rasps, etc., and all sorts of things. Yeah.
Just whatever can give you a smooth finish.
Indeed.
But it's amazing sometimes, if you don't have the right heat gun and you don't have the right tools, it can take a long time to actually get the rubber off the tyre. You end up spending the entire break between runs just scrubbing tyres. But that's what people do for a bit of an edge.
I'm not going to go into details, but the amount of innuendo that has crept into this conversation in the last minute has been almost overwhelming.
Only if your mind's in the gutter.
Yeah,
what can I say?
I don't know where that one came from at all, David.
It's the creative mind. What can I tell you?
Anyway, David, when have we seen you back on the hill?
I'm on the hill.
Very good. Driving.
Junction, honestly.
Driving, I mean.
As soon as possible. If I could get a run in, say, a Renault Clio with an adjustable seat, that would be all right.
Mine's just not adjustable.
Yes.
So it's
my worst June ever because of that. Yeah.
Lovely sunshine down here now. So hopefully that will keep going the rest of the afternoon.
Oh, it's cracking in the meadow as well.
I'd like to wander down a bit more, but unfortunately, the further into the paddock I go, the signal tends to go in my microphone, so really restricted how far down I can go. So just wait for people to walk past me, really. Which means they all try and avoid me now.
Most will be going for chips anyway, so it shouldn't be too hard to grab someone. John, have we talked about your weekend yet?
We have, yeah. We don't need to go back there. Please no. no, it was. Yeah, we did mention earlier on.
Supposing you were made of horseshoes, it's just, you just wouldn't have any luck.
Yeah, just one of those things. But that's all part of motorsport. It happens to everyone, and it's just been. We won a race earlier this year when we weren't necessarily the. Well, actually, to be fair, no, we've run races. The one we did win this year, we were the quickest, but since then we've been outright fastest in every race. So it's just not come to us. But then we've had good results previously where we haven't been the quickest. So that's just the way it goes, isn't it? And that's the whole part. The discipline I've been doing is endurance racing, and it's a massive part of endurance racing. It's not just about the speed; it's about getting to the finish. And if you don't get to the finish, then you don't get the results. So obviously it's a real shame because it's kind of been out of our control. But especially this weekend, anyway. But that's the way it is, and we all move on to the next one.
Yeah, that's very realistic. I mean, I've had weekends like that not too long ago as well. So, but yeah, there's always the next time, isn't there?
Absolutely, and we said that last week, and then or 2 weeks ago, or whenever it was that we were at Silverstone, and then we had another one this week, and it's fine. You just go on to the next one, but it just reaffirms the pace we had, and we know the car's running really well. We know the brakes are working well, so. It just gives us more confidence moving forward as well, and it means that when we do eventually get the win, it'll be even sweeter.
When is your next outing?
Next outing is at Snetterton, and the when is important. It's the same, actually. John, of course, you were at the Snetterton event. I was out there last year.
First weekend October, is it? Or?
Yeah, I think so. I'll just check for you. But I think it was probably going to be the same time as last year. Same kind of event, 2 hours, and the same layout as well. 10th of October it is.
Right, okay.
And moving forward that weekend, so the race will probably be on the 13th or 12th of October. So we've got a wee break now. And we're also hoping to have the single-seater back out at some point, maybe before the end of the year, for the hill climbing sprints, if we can get the engine rebuilt.
I seem to recall this conversation last year.
Yes, this is the conversation we've had every year with this car. We've never not had the conversation.
Well, that's true. It's a shame. It would be nice to see it out. I haven't seen it yet, so. Yeah,
fingers crossed. We can get it running.
Where would you have it out this year at all? Anywhere still to come?
Just depend. We're still waiting for a couple of different things before we can get the engine back and then begin putting it back in the car. But if we get the chance, we'll hopefully take it out for a run at some point, even if it's at Kames or one of the Scottish events, just to see if it works. But we just wait and see. Depends on when we're available and whether the car's ready in time. But fingers crossed we can do a proper campaign next year, and maybe who knows, we'll have it competing at Doune. And all the spectators have gone for lunch, so it's a bit quieter up here at Oak Tree. There's a few people just waiting for the runs to come this afternoon. It's obviously, if anything, up here, even though there's no cars going past, it's just a nice walk up, up the side of the hill. It's lovely under the trees here. The sun's out as well, so everyone's staying nice and warm. And enjoying the peace and quiet while it lasts before the next set of runs. Obviously, moving on to the second competition runs next. So. Aside from the British Championship, this is a chance for the drivers who are not competing in the British Championship or for the runoff places to try and improve on their results and grab their class wins and go for class records. The track seems to be pretty good, so there's definitely a few up for grabs this weekend.
I've just been talking to a quick one with Nicola Minguez, who, as we said, had damaged a couple of ribs. She says they're fine now. She's just feeling a bit rusty this weekend, but no doubt the speed will come back this afternoon. So the ribs are no problem at all, which is good. And for those who missed the story yesterday, she actually broke a couple of ribs 6 weeks ago, getting in and out of a boat. Nothing to do with car racing at all, but she missed a couple of rounds of the championship, but back here at Doune, and no problem with the ribs at all.
That's good to hear then. That's, hopefully we'll have her back out on the hill as well. And she'll obviously be in good form, of course, with Wallace taking his first title. I'm sure the moods are high and everyone's happy down there.
I think the shame was that when Wallace took the title down at Gurston, the family weren't there.
Yeah,
usually they are there, and yes, there was a weekend where I think his son was karting, and Nicola didn't come down, so he was unable to celebrate it with his family at the time. So good to be back in Scotland, I suppose, and have a home crowd to welcome him home as champion.
Yeah.
And I'll try and catch a word with him. He's quite busy at the moment talking to people, but I'll try and catch a few words with him shortly.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And of course, with Wallace, throughout the season, he's been just increasing the gap, and he just keeps on pulling in the points. It didn't matter what venue, it didn't matter what round. We always saw Wallace in pretty much always in the top 3, and he was just scoring more points than everyone else consistently. So it's been a long time coming, but everything's obviously clicked together this year. He's got fully to grips with the car. It's all running well. He's driving better than ever before, and it shows you the recipe was there. And now that it's all sorted, he's able to score such high points hauls and take a thoroughly deserved championship. Of course, confirming it as well with quite a few rounds to go still. So. Just awesome for Wallace, and great to have him able to kind of enjoy the home event here at Doune in a more relaxed environment, knowing he's already locked up the championship. But it didn't stop him going for it in the first runoff, obviously taking the win. But he'll be delighted to take the win here at Doune, and of course, a big shout out again to Alex Summers, because that's his first runoff win of the year. We're also talking to a few of the spectators just about the outright hill record, which I believe still held by Scott Moran's run back in 2014, which was a 34.7. But what I was talking about the hill record and whether it's got really under threat of being beaten, obviously there is a chance for drivers to beat it, but I think in 2014 was possibly the best that the hill had ever been, and possibly will be for a while. It was just not long after the resurfacing, so the grip was very high, and the drivers were able to set incredible times. I mean, obviously it doesn't mean it's not within the realms of possibility that time could go this weekend or within the next couple of years, but it's been a while since the drivers really managed to get close to the 34s. Yeah, not really sure if the hill record will get taken, but what I will say is if it does get taken, it's going to take one heck of a run.
Quite content to watch them try, right enough. It's always dramatic, so.
Absolutely, yeah, it's great. The last couple of times I've either been in the commentary box or down at the first turn, so it's quite nice to be Oak Tree. Definitely got the action-filled position to watch from, that's for sure. Obviously, Paul, you've been at Oak Tree a couple of times, so you'll know what it's like, but it's
great
amazing.
Spot. It's really, there's so much drama going on in there, you know, it's like quite shaded in there, and then this fire-breathing single-seater appears out of nowhere and moves all of the trees round about you with the air it's displacing. It's just the smells and the feels. And
absolutely.
You can't really describe it, you just got to come and try it.
Yeah, John Brown, you started an interesting discussion earlier about records, you know, saying obviously there should be, as well as the class records, which are only count when the runnings, during the timed runs, the competition runs, I should say. Obviously, you know, there's no record of class records during runoffs. And it is runs, as opposed to someone who's been there for 10 years trying to beat the record and has done 40 runs. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know if some people might think differently about it, but it'd be interesting to know what people in the paddock thought.
Hey guys, can I interrupt you? I have got Wallace McAteer, our national champion, only the second Scotsman to win the National Hill Climb Championship. I'm not going to talk about his current year. We've all seen what's happened this year. We've seen the scores, but how did you get started in the sport, Wallace?
I fully blame Stuart Dowd for that. He had a Westfield, and then you go down and watch people at Kames. I come here to Doune, so I got my road car at that time, which was a Subaru Impreza, and started sprinting at Kames and did sprints for a few years. Then I suppose you'd enjoy that and think I can go quicker, so you buy a really expensive rubbish Westfield and try and make that go faster and fail. Then I don't know, maybe 2002 I built a Westfield that latterly, up until a few years ago, Nicola campaigned. I ended up with a turbo on it, and then bike engine single-seater, starting off in the 1600 with DJ, with Andy that's here today. Congratulations to him and Alex and the rest of the Summers family on their win. Loads of years with DJ, really good fun, bike engine, supercharged bike engine, then up to the current engine that I've got in the Gould, the XD. So I think we did start in 2009. Trevor Willis is trying to annoy me behind you, just for clarity. And then since 2015, been in the Gould, the 55 that Nick and Dave have today, and then the 59 we're in this year.
And obviously the car, that 59 is your third year, and you've obviously developed it a lot over the years. Are you at the final development of it, do you think, or is there still more to come in the car?
No, we did a lot at the start of the season this year. Tommy bullied me into doing 3 full days, which we did, and we kind of started again because after the Masters, we're pretty disappointed in how we performed there. So we did 3 days there, and then halfway through the season, we did another 2 or 3 days testing along with the change in tyres. But it's not been the change in tyres, it's been the kind of effort that Tommy, Dunk, the rest of the boys, Russ and Lee have put in, and getting a setup. But no, there's more setup to come out of the car, but once we got to the halfway point of this season, it would be folly to start chasing time when we were sitting, battling away obviously with everybody, but we had quite a comfortable setting that we could try and get a result with.
So it's all a case of little marginal gains here and there, just like the cycling, isn't it? A little bit here, a little bit there.
Yeah, it is. It's down to really small bits. You see, 36.08, I think Alex and I both did. There's not very much in it, so every little bit helps, and it's very interesting from the kind of help you get from other competitors as well. That's probably what's very unique about the sport is Trevi jumping in the back of the truck to go, what are you doing to launch, because I'm quicker than you type thing, and etc. So no, it's all the little bits, but we're not quite down to the rounder wheels because Tommy tried to do that last week and smashed the rear wheel with a hammer. So we'll not do the round wheels thing.
So it's a long season. I mean, this is the 16th weekend out of 17. So obviously it takes a lot of organising. Now, when do you start organising your season?
Really now is when we start, and when Flybe put their flights out to make life slightly easier for getting to Southampton and Devon and Jersey and Guernsey. So planning just now, seeing what the boys want to do for next year, and then kind of logistically working out with Dave. Obviously Dave and Nick share the car, where the trailer's going and how we're getting that up and down, and I suppose next year hopefully we're going abroad. Trevor Willis is at it again. So yeah, as soon as the dates come out, we're on it. And the dates aren't quite out yet, but obviously, well, not obviously at the minute, the whole championship's gone back for being put out to tender, so hopefully Tim and Jackie have got that again. We'll all be pleased if they do, because they've run it for a good few years now and doing a really good job of it.
So, I mean, the car, you've driven the car by yourself so far. Any ideas putting Tom in the car at all?
Yeah, Tommy's told me he's driving with me at Lowton, and he's had 3 years of, we used to obviously shared in 15 and the 55. So Tommy's sharing at Lowton, he's going to show us all how it's done, he's told us. I think he's going to have the record in first practice, he told me.
So I'll be a bit like Trevor sharing a Formula Ford at Curbrush shortly. I think Tommy's got a better deal there. So obviously next year you're going to do the championship again, and hopefully see you again here at Doune, obviously in June and September. And the championship starts presumably in April in Prescott. So it's a 5-month championship, 17 weekends. Doesn't leave you much time to do anything else, does it?
No, there's not a lot of free time, but the problem with it is if you're not in the car on a regular basis, it does reflect in your time. So we'll be here in April for the national meeting, or sorry, the club meeting or the Scottish meeting, whatever you want to call it. And we'll probably do Kames before that, and maybe a Harewood and a Lowton before the championship starts. So we're probably 3 weekends out of 4 from the back end of March to October. So yeah, it is hard going, a big commitment, but it's really down to the lads, but more importantly to Nicola to allow us to do it.
Well, thanks very much, Wallace. Wallace Ming is the British Hill Climb champion, paying an honour to Nicola and the rest of the team. It's a big team effort to get the car. As he said, it's a 3 or 4 weekends free only between April and October. And having followed the championship around the country, I know how difficult it is to get myself around the country, never mind getting a car and all the equipment around the country as well. Wallace's car is looked after by Tom New, based in Southampton, which is why I mentioned Southampton there, and obviously Wallace is based up here in Scotland. But with Flybe flying up and down, that makes the job a lot easier. But so there you go. Thanks, Wallace, for that interview, and hand you back to the guys on the hill.
Great interview there, John. Really good to hear that. That was a good insight into what goes on. I suppose when you think about it, there's a lot of time away from home when competing in a championship like this. So hats off to the guys as well.
So it'll be good to see Tom in the car at Lowton Park in a few weeks' time. Maybe it's next week, I'm not sure when it is. Also, Trevor Willis is out in Richard Summers' Van Diemen Formula Ford at Curborough in the middle of October. So he's sharing the car there. So maybe that's a new venture for Trevor for next year. and start Formula 4 class, but I'm sure not. Just a bit of end of season fun. So Paul, are you still doing rallies at the moment, or are you still just doing hill climbs and sprints?
I haven't competed in a rally for a good wee while now. Since I think it was April this year, we did a closed road rally down just in just outside Blackpool. Unfortunately, the gearbox failed in the car, but I probably won't be doing anything again for a wee while. Just because I'm enjoying this so much, so it's taking up my free time and money. So I can't really complain though. So.
Yeah, obviously you're doing more hill climbs than before, Paul. You've been at the likes of Forest Burn, so you're getting right into the crux of things with the Clio.
Yeah, it seems to be going okay so far. So I just need to keep plugging away and more seat time really. Just as Wallace said there, seat time's king. I mean, even if it's doing like auto soloing or something like that, you're still keeping your hand in at the driving. So. It's just so keep a hand in over the winter somehow, and then see what happens next year.
Ever thought about washing the car?
Sorry, what was that, David?
That was me having a feedback problem.
Definitely sounds like it.
Yeah, I hope Sandy can hear that, because we need something to happen. I was just asking Paul if he's going to wash the car at some point.
Nah, don't be daft. That's superstition that actually came from rallying. Funny, well, not such a funny story. One of the boys who were over in Mull, he was competing, and he washed his car after the Friday night, and the engine blew up on the Saturday, and it's just been a thing. We don't wash cars between events on events anymore. But so no, my car doesn't get washed on an event.
I was also going to ask, I haven't really had a chance to catch up with you guys, obviously, just arriving halfway into this morning's action, but John Brown, how did you get on in Mexico?
It was very warm, very humid. That's what I'll say.
Not quite like Bo'ness on the Saturday then?
Yeah, I mean, at least I got there eventually. My flight from Edinburgh to Gatwick on the Sunday was cancelled after Bo'ness. I had to get a train down eventually. So I arrived at Gatwick about midnight, but that's okay. My flight wasn't until the next morning. But yeah, Mexico was an interesting place. I'm not sure I'd go there for a holiday just because it's too hot for me. Certainly at this time of year. But
a chance to show off your hat.
Yeah, my other hat. I've got a better hat than this one.
I was expecting a sombrero this weekend.
Well, yes, I did think about bringing every back one, but yeah. But managed to avoid Montezuma's revenge just by being careful of what I ate. Some people did suffer from that, but. Yeah, it was a good few days, and but just the heat was not so much the heat, but the humidity must have been up in the high 90s. And I was affected by the BA pilot strike coming home, and that also affected Peter Herbert, who's here in the Porsche, who was in Los Angeles, California for a while, and he had to rearrange flights with BA as well. So the BA pilots were not our favourite people, shall we say.
And how did the competition go over there?
Well, it wasn't a competition, it was actually just a congress.
Oh, okay.
It was for those who don't know, I'm interested. I play a lot of curling, ancient Scottish sport, and every year the World Federation have a congress, and this year they had it in Mexico. And before anybody says anything, the Mexicans are starting a curling rink in the autumn of this year. So they do curl in Mexico.
Funnily enough, that was one of our questions when you told us you were going to Mexico for a curling-related business. So we thought, really?
Yeah.
Are you taking the mickey?
Chaps, I think I can hear a call for.
Yeah, you did hear a call
to
for cars in batch 01 is 1:52, so so that lunchtime has gone quite quickly. If you've got your food and get back up the hill to watch some more cars travelling at incredibly high speeds around the right-hander and Oak Tree.
I was going to ask. I saw Jock Ramsey's car coming down the hill on a flatbed earlier. Or was it coming down? Is it any situation update with Jock's
Yeah,
car?
he's fine. It was just as far as I work out, it was a spare crankshaft sensor which was used as a plug had fallen out. Anyway, it's nothing damaging, no problems. So we're back out again this afternoon.
That sounds good.
So, and with Sean Gould coming out again as well, Oh, hopefully Laura Ramsey. The only casualty of the morning may well have been John Welsh. I think that's the only casualty we had.
I'd be, from what I was told about the damage on that car, it would be, I think,
Oh, he
there'd be
won't
a
be-
lot of replacement stuff on the right-hand suspension. So
The John Welsh won't be coming out, but the rest of them should be.
right, okay. I would be pretty confident about Laura Ramsey coming out because I mean she drove the car back down the hill. It looked fine, apart from not having a back bumper, but that could work for her.
So I can hear cars starting up behind me as well, so we'll be getting going quite soon. So the lunchtime, the incredible edibles, the caravan down here has been very busy. Lots of rolls and burgers and
I never
bacon
knew that's
and
what they
sausages.
were called.
Hmm?
I never knew that was their name.
Well, if you look at it, it says incredible edibles at the top of the
Oh,
top of the van.
I
So
just stare at the food, you know.
Yeah.
That's a really good name. Not a bad name for a pop group as well. I think we need Jerry back in the case now, since the action is about to start. Could
Well,
somebody
I've been here all the time,
Okay, that's
listening
fine.
to your words of wisdom, and we were talking about records.
Yeah.
We've already had Jonathan Varley set a class record today. What's the betting we don't see one from Robert Kenrick because he was inside the record in the runoff? Unofficially?
I wouldn't be remotely surprised if he got a record, and it would be very pleasing if he did.
Yeah, I'm sure it would because that record that was set, in fact,
It's Alex Summers.
by Alex Summers.
it wasn't set all that long ago. That was when Alex had stopped driving for with Scott Moran and was out in the small engine car for the start of that season,
Was that the year he
2016.
drove something like
2016.
10? Yeah, I think he drove something like 10 single-seaters owned by other people.
Well, he drove a few anyway. Yeah.
If it
Because he
wasn't
was-
10, it wasn't far off.
He was driving the DJ, and that year, and I think it was that year, at Shelsley Walsh, he scored DJ's first ever British Championship runoff win in the rain at Shelsley, of all places, with the supercharged version. And the second runoff was won by Wallace Mingies in his Firehawk. So it was a 1-2 for DJ at the same meeting, the first time they'd won a British Championship.
So that must have been before 2015 then. That must have been before.
Oh, yes, I
that
think
must
it
have been
was.
2013, 14, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Alex, having held that record for 3 years and 3 months, he wouldn't begrudge Robert getting it.
Oh, I don't think so.
He's had his name on that record for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, but great for him to finally break his duck this season, despite the fact he's second overall in the championship and, of course, dropping scores, as is Wallace Mingies, but they're still well out front, of course, one in the 1-2. And Dave Uren still in third place, ahead of Richard Spedding. In fact, the leading positions haven't really changed after today's.
Do we think they're likely to between now and Warburton?
Possibly, there's quite a gap. I think the biggest thing is going to be between Dave Uren and Richard Spedding because they're sort
Yes,
of
of course,
closest
yeah.
out of that leading group.
Mhm.
Sean Gould didn't score, but there again, next up to him was Scott Moran.
Yes, who's not here.
And he's not here, of course. Although Scott, I'm sure, will be doing Lowton. I haven't seen the list, but that's his local hill.
Yes, because he's Ludlow, isn't he? It's not terribly far.
Not too far from there.
Right,
No, I forget
okay.
the name of the actual village he lives in.
Oh, right,
But
okay.
yes, Lowton is definitely his local hill. Robert Kenrick. Robert Kenrick's a long way behind. He's not going to be able to catch Scott.
No.
But as we said, David Warburton is almost certainly going to finish in the top 10.
The funny thing is that Robert has a very good year, but he's actually going to drop from 8th to 9th overall. Although his year's probably been better overall than last year. So just the way the scores are going. So we've got
Scott didn't do quite so many rounds last year, so he
okay.
finished 10th, I think.
Right, so Alex, and the wind blowing my hat away. Alex Howells is now heading up towards the line to start the second runs this afternoon.
Right, so double-driven cars in Class A1, Class B, and Class C2 and C3 then will be the short opening batch of cars. Alex Howells currently 4th in the 2-litre road-going class, which is led by Granger Robertson in the Ford Fiesta ST on 58.09, which is a couple of seconds clear.
I think Granger has done enough.
Down.
Just also, while I remember seeing Peter Herbert coming to the holding area, Peter tells me that his run this morning was his personal best here in that car by over a second.
Oh, well, he'll be very pleased about that.
Although, in fairness, the only other time he's been here in that car, it was wet and his clutch was slipping. So.
Ah, a PB's a PB.
Yes, well, it in no way surprises me that he got a PB. So, but it's a good thing to have.
That's the ambulance also just made its way down the hill again, so it shouldn't be too long now.
Just quickly go back to the top 12 runoff. Am I right in thinking nobody was in the 37s?
Correct. There was a big gap between Les Much on the 38.2 in 6th position and David Warburton 36.8 in 5th.
Kind of a game of two halves, that, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Yeah, and as Dave said, he didn't know where that 36 came from. Dave Uren, he was only in the 38s in qualifying, and then all of a sudden you got 36 out of it.
Well, we've seen him do it before.
Yeah, we've done. Yeah, I know we've asked him before.
Yeah,
he all of a sudden brings a good run out of the hat.
I think just all the elements came together on that run. To be honest, it just looked like everything was good.
The thing about Dave Uren is, and I've seen this so many times at Doune before, is he never looks overly dramatic. He's just so neat and tidy. Everything's very smooth. It's very quick, of course. And the GR55 is with a 3.5 litre is the kind of car that it doesn't scream too loudly. It doesn't look too dramatic. Everything's pretty well balanced. So it's the kind of car that maybe visually doesn't look quite as on edge as some of the other ones. But Dave obviously drives it very, very quickly indeed. And he always just looks like he's nice and relaxed and calm, but he always gets a good time in. And I think that's just a credit to his driving style. You know, if you quite a lot of the time, if you don't look quite as on edge, then you're going quicker.
This is a point Paul has made several times. That a car might look quite undramatic, and then you hear the time, and it's like, wow, where did that come from?
I was driving an MX-5 in that class for the first time at Golspie a week ago, and what you were finding is you could completely throw the car into the corner sideways, and it would look hilarious and great and everything like that, but your time would always be slower, and it was like, you're just having to really try and keep the momentum up as much as you can, be undramatic, and it was actually quicker. So it was really interesting, but that's how it works.
Whose MX-5 were you in?
I was out in Andrew Connell's.
Were you?
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Yeah.
And how was that?
It was absolutely fantastic. On the Saturday I was 1.5 off the record on the class win, but I was 6th position, which tells you enough. All you need to know about the class.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it, and then on the Sunday I got up 2nd in class, so was delighted. I had a huge amount of fun as well. Recommend an MX-5 to anyone.
I drove a Mark IV MX-5 at Prescott 2.5 years ago. And that exceeded expectations unbelievably. I thought I was going to be 15th, and I was about 7th. Just like,
because the car actually, you do get used to it very quickly. It feels really natural to you. And what I would also say is about the MX-5 class, which I didn't. Obviously, I knew there was a lot of camaraderie in that class, but it's even to the extent of if someone finds a trick in the setup in terms of if I soften my anti-roll bar and stuff like that up and up. Sorry, I've got to be shouting with the marshals. They were saying even if they found a trick in the setup, such as turning on the anti-roll bar or softening the suspension, what they do is they share it with everyone else. So everyone's on exactly the same car setup if they want to be, and they keep it as similar as possible, and everyone encourages each other and helps each other on. So it's not even just camaraderie in terms of friendly competition, it's even actively trying to make everyone else go faster.
Well, that's not the class for me. I still found things in the Vauxhall Nova years and years and years ago that I haven't told anybody about. Unsporting? You may say so.
We'll leave you to sit in silence and ponder your words, David.
I'll just sit in a corner and think about what I've done.
So just waiting, there was a bit of confusion there with the marshals, but we're just going to get sorted soon. Sorry about that.
Confused marshals? Yeah. Impossible, I won't have it.
but I think we'll be underway quite soon. And luckily for the marshals down at Oak Tree, they've actually managed to unplug the speakers, so they can now, their ears don't explode every time we open our mouths, which is good for them.
Can spectators hear us?
I don't think so at Oak Tree, unfortunately, which is a real shame.
Okay.
But it does mean that obviously it maybe pushes more people up towards Garden Gate or further down the hill towards the kink. And obviously it gives, as I was saying earlier, David, it gives people a position where if they don't want to listen to our talk, they can get away from it and still enjoy the cars.
Well, that's no good.
Might be for some, you never know.
Compulsory listening to the commentary.
Yeah. We have a car coming up though, coming through Oak Tree. So 712 comes past. That looks like Alex behind the wheel with his obligatory sunglasses on, heading through up towards junction at the moment, David.
This is losing for the car could be much faster than it is, but Alex and Jenny like to sort of preserve the feel of a standard imp. It's definitely not a standard imp, it's much more quicker than one of those, but it's not the full reflex.
And we've got a definitely not standard imp coming up now. That's the Westfield of, I believe that'll be George Emerson.
You know, that's a fairly standard car.
I know it is, it's fairly standard Westfield, but it's definitely not a standard imp.
It's entirely different from a standard imp. Okay, George rather, this is very purposeful. He's finding Scott Brownlee's pace in his car a little tiresome. So he's showing a bit of, I don't quite want to say anger, determination though.
Well, Alex Howells is over the line, 64.90. That moves him up into third place ahead of Jenny Howells. So we've got George Emerson already over the line too.
So did I see 50.2 for George?
50.20 for George Emerson. Yes,
I
that
think
puts
that's
him into the lead.
I think that's the fastest that car has ever gone at Doune. So yes, this explains the purposeful look because that's.
It's a class-leading time. It looks as though Allan Reid's on the charge as well. He was sixth, so he needs to make up some time in Class C2. 47.60 is the lead from David Adams, and this time from Allan Reid it's 51.39. So that improves his position to third place, up from sixth.
Laura Wardle had a bit of a slide on round junction in the 911.
She was quick through Oak Tree. And that'll be the end of the first double-driven batch.
Laura's fifth in class at the moment on a 55.95, so the previous few runners have made up a lot of places. Can she do the same? It's 54.20, and she does in fact. 54.20 puts her up into fourth place ahead of Jess Tremlow.
I think the most significant run in that batch was the one by George Emerson, because he has really put Scott under pressure, and Scott wasn't leading the class, though, was he? Was John Pick slightly quicker?
Yes, John Pick was leading the class. Yeah.
Yes, John Pick.
Right. Well, he now must have overtaken them by some margin.
1.5 seconds.
Wow.
I mean, all those 4 runs there were about 2 seconds quicker than they were this morning. So obviously the track is a lot drier than it was earlier on.
This may be the best the track has been in the whole of 2019.
So we could see a lot of change in the order, which is good.
Well, we possibly could. It would mean that John and Scott realistically have to be aiming for 49s in order to beat George.
Well,
and that's going to take some doing. Although, I mean, it's been Scott's ambition for a while to take that car into the 49s.
I think that the competition between George Emerson and Scott Brownlee is great to watch, because I know that they both obviously really want to beat each other. And watching them at Gosby last week was hilarious, because you could just see when George finished his run and Scott was ahead of him, you could see the frustration of how George was feeling about that, and Scott would just give a cheeky wee smile when he wasn't looking. It was brilliant. They're just very competitive and have great fun with it as well. And obviously, as you say, it's a very standard Westfield. But the best thing about that pairing is they're so closely matched, and they both want to beat each other, and it means that the rivalry is just so exciting. And I think they enjoy it hugely.
I was talking to Scott about this yesterday, and I said, is George okay with you beating him? And he smiled and said, nope. But
Yeah, that
actually,
sums it up perfectly, doesn't it?
To be honest, I mean, they are such good friends. I also talked to George.
That's kind of like when
this morning.
when I beat you, David, isn't it? If someone asked you that.
Kind of, yes. Okay, but at least they both went in that car. And
well, that was your
it
fault.
On the car built for gnomes. But your car is lovely, I have to say. You know it was the seating position that I couldn't get a hang of. It is a gorgeous car, and of course you've now improved it.
So it was the
since
seating
then.
position that cost you the time, David?
This is the fable he's telling everybody.
About 2 or 3 inches too far ahead.
Yeah, cost you 2 or 3 seconds, that?
I think about 7.
Right, okay.
So,
That was very subtly snuck into the conversation. Well done.
A quick-
Yeah, it was
a
like, oh,
quick-
your car's
that
great,
was
Paul.
very
I mean,
good,
the
yeah.
seat position wasn't quite there, but everything else, you know.
George Emerson just jumped out the car with the Doune shakes on.
I could
Infamous Doune
imagine.
shakes.
That's a car, incidentally. It's got something like 155 horsepower, which is one of the lowest outputs of the entire meeting.
It's actually not that shy in a car that weighs like 500 kilos, so that's quite a lot of power.
Yeah, but it's less power than, for example, you got, and probably most of the Clios have got.
I've got George Emerson here. How was that run, George?
Yeah, that was hopefully enough to beat Scott, but
I told you.
yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. But that was pretty much everything. Pretty much everything. So track is fantastic for those going up. Absolutely fantastic.
You looked really on
Thanks
the
very much, George.
George, if he's still there. No, maybe he isn't.
He's just dashing off now to help Scott in the car.
I don't think help was maybe the word you're
Yeah.
looking for here.
What did I say about the competition? First thing George says, delighted to beat Scott.
I could honestly, I mean, I would love it if George won the class, so that's always good news. I could see Scott getting the first portion.
Jenny looks to be pushing on more than Alex there. We'll be disappointed to hear that.
Well, Alex found a good improvement to go ahead of her. Can he get back?
Yes, she's coming through Oak Tree now. Didn't look too much different, to be honest, from Alex's run through Oak Tree. We'll wait and see what the timing says.
We'll check the split to junction for Jenny. Alex was 18.42.
I would say push you on a little harder through junction. Not a lot in it, but maybe just that bit more intensity.
35.69 is 35.22 Virginia. So she is quicker than Alex.
4/10 in it.
And well, Alex did a 64.90 and Jenny's 64.92. How close can you get? Just 200ths in it. She just fails to catch.
So Alex got it,
Alex,
right? Okay.
yes.
So
Yes.
the seating position obviously suits Alex better.
We also have Granger Robertson coming through. We had Angus down before, just a wee lift through Oak Tree for Angus. Granger was a little bit more committed, so we'll see how the Fiesta gets on.
Well, he's got to do something like a 58 to get on terms with Granger. His opening run was 60.33. And Granger's away from the hill. Angus down 59.02.
So
he'll be happy with that.
That's a really good time for
Yeah,
Angus.
you'd definitely be happy with that. It's a
Yeah,
great time
yeah.
for Angus.
A good time. Not enough to catch Granger, of course.
No, and Granger's got to be quicker because he monstered it through junction.
He was very tidy off the line and round the first corner. There was no dramas here.
He was pretty committed through the S's. 58.09 the opener, 57.57 this time for Granger Robertson.
Right, okay.
That's probably moved the goalpost out of reach, I'd say. Well, of course it's second time run, so it is out of reach, of course.
The joys of you appearing halfway through. You've missed the first half.
So Granger takes the win from Angus Dow in second place. Third is Alex Howells, fourth is Jenny Howells.
Peter Herbert in Class A2 is showing more attack than any other time during the meeting, probably because the track is so much better.
He's bound to improve on that PB, 55.84. Yes,
Easily.
54.26 for Peter Herbert.
Good stuff. He'll be very pleased with that.
That's quicker than the time that I did when I beat him when I was racing with him, so he'll be delighted with that time. He's improved quite a few seconds over a couple of years.
He will immediately say that it was bad. You didn't have an entirely dry run, I don't think, did you?
Just heard John Hamilton there smashing the limiter past Oak Tree. Did you hear it, John?
I did, yeah. I couldn't even hear you because I was here in the car.
Well, we're into Class B now. Road going specialist production cars, Ian Mackenzie. is already past us and over the line, in fact, with a 53.35.
It's going to be Scott next, isn't it?
He's just passed me now.
This is the one to watch.
Kind of looks a bit quicker to start with, you know.
Yeah, he's committed. Very,
definitely.
very good indeed through Oak Tree. I think that's looking good. I'm afraid, George, Scott's going to be chasing you here. I think this is going to be a good time.
John Hamilton, meanwhile, 50.58.
Oh, Scott is on this. He's getting everything out of this car.
Well, that run from John Hamilton put him up into second place behind George Emerson.
Right. Can he do it?
But what can Scott Brownlee do? George did a 50.20 and Scott Brownlee.
Yes!
49.82.
Oh my God!
Watch out though, John Pitt's on his way.
John whatever John does, by the way. Scott is going to be so thrilled with that.
John was leading, but he's not anymore. He's down to fourth place at the moment.
So it's 49.82. He's got to be. I don't mind which of these guys wins. Either way, Scott is going to be really proud of him.
A whole big cheer in the paddock there for that timing off from Scott Brownlee.
Just a quick word on Gavin. He is absolutely flying.
He's not going to win
Scott
it.
has got it.
Yes, 52.50 for John Pick, so Scott Brownlee wins.
Okay, Gavin Neate, right? This should not be possible in a Peugeot 106, but he did the most wonderful tail end drift all the way through junction and has come to an almost complete halt at the top of East Bray. He's now doing about 6 miles an hour, I would have said. Not quite sure why that was.
That's unfortunate.
Just touring towards the S's now.
Has John Ramsey been given a red flag?
Yeah, red flag. Yeah,
red
he
flag.
stopped down before Oak Tree, so no problems at all.
You get a rerun there. He was looking pretty good off the line around the first corner as well. So
Gavin Neate is going so slowly, one wonders if there's a problem with the car.
Well, I think he's just given up the run, but I'm now suspecting that he went off on the left of the track, the opposite side from Laura Ramsey, because marshals are vigorously sweeping the track, sweeping stuff off to the left of the track. So it's probably been brought on from the left of the track, so that would suggest he's gone off on the outside. Which is a real pity because he was doing so well.
Well done,
There
Colombo.
could be a problem because the clock's still ticking on. It's past 96 seconds and he still hasn't. Oh, yes, 90. No, it's gone past 100 seconds. So looks like he's stopped before the finish line, but he's just out of our sight.
Can he get under the 110?
John, please. I mean, if he went far enough off, he may have picked up so much dirt.
There's a lot of
clogging
work.
something up.
There's a lot of work going on.
There's also a point he may have
by the
broken.
marshals at the top of East Bray, and Gavin Neate still hasn't stopped the clock. So, but as I say, we can't see him from our position here. So
No, because you can't see the finish straight, can you? From there?
no, it looks as though there's obviously a problem.
What I would say about Gavin Neate is he was absolutely flying through Oak Tree. I know Paul said it at turn one, but coming up through here, he was absolutely phenomenal. And of course, it's a 1360 engine in that 106 as well, so it's not as if it's a huge engine. It's just unbelievably well set up and well balanced. So yeah, it's a real
very
shame for
well
him.
driven.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gavin is a properly good driver. I don't think he's possibly recognised sufficiently for how good a driver he is.
Going.
No, but we've actually picked up Gavin. He has actually stopped. He was just out of our sight behind the bushes, but he's actually stopped on the last bend. So.
Okay, going back to that last class, John Pick was the first person to actually not improve his time this afternoon. So was there any issues MJ saw in John's run up the hill this afternoon?
John looked pretty good round turn one, so not from my point of view anyway, no.
Because everybody else been improving by a couple, 1.5 to 2 seconds, but John actually was 3/4 of a second slower, so he must have some kind of issue compared to his first run.
Well, Gavin Neate has now restarted the Peugeot, and he's crossed the line, but we've just had
I've got John Ramsey
on our
with
screen
turning now.
flag for Gavin Neate, as well as John Ramsey, of course.
Okay.
So does that mean that
Gavin's going to get a
Gavin's
rerun?
going to get a rerun? I suggest
Wait,
it
did
does.
Gavin get the red? No, was Gavin caused the red flag?
Absolutely not. Gavin, you could see he was bouncing slightly beyond the track. The car almost came down to walking pace, I think, as he was bringing back on. And it was at that point Marshall spent about a minute sweeping the track. So the track can't have been in that condition before he got there. So he was not red flagged.
Well, that's what I thought, but it's just that it's come
yeah.
up on the computer in the last column with flag. So, in fact,
That's
he's
the
coming back down the hill now. So it's all a bit of a mystery.
Maybe John Pick did have a problem, and
Maybe he pulled stuff on, and then
yeah.
Gavin had been red flagged.
Just at the top of his bray or something.
Well, if
Gavin
he'd
did
been
go off the track though, you know. So
well, maybe he went off to avoid debris or something. I don't know. Maybe there's a body part of the car lying on the road. I don't know.
Well, it looks as though he's coming back for a rerun anyway, so otherwise I don't think that he'd have been sent back.
No, he wouldn't.
So we've got a flag up on the computer, so I guess that's going to be a rerun for Gavin Neate.
It's a very odd situation.
Yeah, I
But
don't
it
think
is
John
surprising.
isn't actually on the line, so I think that might be the case, right enough. I think John's been pushed back beyond the line, so yeah, he's came down the hill, but he's not on the line, so that could be the case that Gavin's getting a rerun.
I must admit, I don't think I was watching John Pick going over the top of Eastbury. I was watching him certainly through Junction across the meadow and up the start of Eastbury. So maybe he missed something that happened up there.
Yeah, possibly that's why he was a lot slower than he should have been, yeah.
Gavin's passing me right now. Car looks fine, nothing hanging off it, no dirt on it, so I do believe he's going to get a rerun.
Yep, he's turning around now.
You know, guys, we need another commentary position.
Like a drone or something.
Yes. Yeah, Rich, can we get a drone?
I think Rich would batter you over the head for that. Well, by the way, I have to say I was watching the live stream this morning in the paddock, and what a job he's done again for Loading Car Club's Doune Hill Climb. It's been absolutely brilliant.
It's the way forward.
I agree with that, definitely.
And it started here, if you remember.
But yes, I do.
June last year.
May have been involved. There's Gavin off the line now. Yeah, no prisoners on it.
Because the adrenaline will be up.
Yeah, he's reached us here at Oak Tree. Pretty committed on the way in. Bit of a lift and back in the power, just as good as last time then. And yeah, late in the brakes, he's looking really, really quick. I'm very impressed by the 106, and for Gavin, his driving's brilliant.
Very definitely. Will he drift round Junction the way he did last time? Pretty much, not quite as much as before, but that was definitely quite exciting. He's actually drifting around the first right-hander in the middle.
John Ramsey having 2 stabs at the throttle at the first corner there. There's a lot of wheel spinning understeer, but he's on the way now.
Oh yeah, brilliant through Oak Tree. Got as close to the barrier as you like, barely lifted, just a wee feather of the throttle, and back up through Garden Gate. Jonathan Rarity's with me here, he approves of that was brilliant.
Yeah, nice warm tyres, he's through. Yes, he can get the sub 50, not quite, it's 51.08 for Gavin Neate.
Comes the showman, Garry Dickson towards you now, John.
Oh, here comes Garry. Change down into Oak Tree, as close as Garry would like to go to the barrier, and up through Garden Gate, looking good as always.
Well, he was 5th earlier on with the 53.26. John Ramsey's time meanwhile 51.32.
Cracking run by John Ramsey. Garry Dickson is swinging his way across the meadow, much as you would expect.
It's looking good.
Good to see Jock Ramsey back on the hill then, in the Manta. Fully committed, not quite as on the edge as John was, but it still looked quick.
Well, Garry Dickson really charging through the S's, and it's 52.91 for Garry Dickson.
There's still smoke coming out of that Manta. Not as much as before, but hasn't quite plugged the hole yet.
This is a battle we need to watch, guys. It's Stuart Reid on the hill now, coming through Oak Tree. He's very, very close all day with David Adam in the 205, so keep an eye on this one.
Oh, Jock Ramsey's over the line, 51.14.
Which Reid? Is that Stuart Reid?
It is Stuart, yeah.
Bit of a tail slide through Junction. Again, a little bit of smoke at one point, unless he was just mixing up the smoke that Jock Ramsey had left. But
Nah,
he
the
didn't
V205 is looking pretty smoky, unfortunately. It's
Is it? Right,
yeah,
okay.
it's not.
Well, David Adams' lead time is 47.60.
Oh,
and Stuart
David Adams
Reid
just been pushed.
46.79. He takes the lead.
David Adams just been pushed back as well. Wonder what's going on down here.
What was the time, sorry, Jerry? For
46.79.
Oh, he's
for
close to
Stuart
the
Reid.
record. He's only a couple of tenths off.
Yes, a couple of tenths away from the
Clark of the
record.
course is coming up. I wonder if there's been a barrier touched or something on the way up the hill, maybe. I don't know.
So if David Adams wants to win, he's got to get very close or even break the class record. Could this be another record today? 46.52 is the target.
Conditions now, it actually feels like record-breaking.
Feels like June.
territory. It
Feels
actually
like
does.
June.
Well, it feels more like June than June.
Yeah.
does.
Can you see any issues up there, David? No.
Oh, right. I was looking in the wrong direction. There is a bit of orange movement. This is Marshall's going just over the lip of East Bray and looking at the barrier on the outside, and now walking away again. Perhaps they are teasing us.
Did you hear any big bangs up there, Jerry? No.
No. But David Adam, last to run in the class, just had his lead snatched away by Stuart Reid, but the record stands to David Adam. So he's only got to find a couple of tenths to break his own record and take the win.
Okay, so we now have James Stronach and Tim Thomson going up to. Well, I thought they were going to stop at East Bray, which they're. No, they're not. So they're coming past you, Jerry.
They're coming past.
Hey guys, just while we've got a red flag, I'm actually sitting here with a man that many of you would be familiar with, Jonathan Rarity. Obviously, you've not been to Doune for a few years now, you're just saying, and things have changed a wee bit. But yeah, what's bringing you here today? You just looking forward to seeing how everyone's getting on?
Yeah, just bring back so many memories, and it's nice to come and see the track in such good condition. Everybody's been working hard. Lothian and Car Club have obviously done a great job. And it's really good to see such a good turnout.
Yeah, obviously it's been a while as well since you've been out on track. What have you been up to since we've last seen you?
I kind of slowed my pace down a little bit. I gave up racing in 2015 and I'm taking up sailing, which is taking up most of my time these days.
Yeah, now is getting as much success in the sailing as you have been in the cars?
It's just cruising, not racing. I got rid of my competitive spirit on the track here, but for all the spectators that are here today, if you fancy ever having a go, it's really easy to get into this sport. There's, if you go and speak to anybody in the paddock, they'll give you any advice that you need if you want to have a shot at it. And of course, there's also marshalling as well. We can't run these events without the marshals, who are a great team of people, and it's also a great way to see the sport as well.
Are you still selling your car?
No, the Ghost is off the market. It's in storage at the time being. There's a lot of rumours going around the paddock that it's going to be coming back out again. I'm not saying one way or the other at this time.
That's what I like to hear. The rumours are
so it's definitely coming
flowing.
back out then, yeah.
I'm an old man racing now. I think I should go into historics.
Go and join Gary Dickson in a Cortina or something. How does that sound?
Oh, I wouldn't mind sharing a car with Gary. That's a very pretty Cortina that he's got there, and I understand he's got a spare one as well. So if the offer's there, I'll certainly take him up on it.
Well, that's it, Gary. Pressure's on now. But yeah, no, it's great to have you here enjoying the hill climb. That's Jonathan Rarity, of course, former competitor here, doing one of the quickest drivers in the field, and always a contender for fastest times as well. So yeah, thank you very much for speaking to us.
And Scottish Hill Climb champion 4 years in a row, if I remember right.
Absolutely. I'm sure many people spectating will have seen Jonathan out on the car many times. It's been a while now, so yeah, great to catch up. Maybe be doing a bit of racing in the near future. Who knows?
Any more light shed on the situation up there, David? You see anything?
Scott Brownlee would say, nope.
That's pretty concise.
James and Tim must have gone up to check something in the top paddock, but we just don't know what it is. That's another commentary position we need.
Yeah, we just don't have enough commentary positions, do we? We need some more commentators.
Yeah.
By the time we get our wishes, there'll be about 5,000 commentators, and aye, you won't need to come spectate.
1,200 of them also competing.
So hopefully not too long then before we can get underway again.
If we could get somebody official to talk to us over the radio, that would be quite helpful.
No, they're going to treat you like a mushroom. I think it's quite funny, to be honest.
Whenever anyone comes over the radio, I can't actually hear what's being said in the commentary. So as long as everyone's chatting on the walkie-talkies, I have no idea if anyone's talking to me.
Excuse me, John. I was just going to say, shut up, Paul.
Oh, no worries.
All right, no.
Say it again if you want.
Shut up, Paul.
Are you privileged guys got walkie-talkies? I'm standing here just with my headset and my microphone.
No, I don't have a walkie-talkie, but I do have the audio of a walkie-talkie coming through one ear, but only one ear is working. So the problem is I just get walkie-talkie when there is walkie-talkie. Anyway, it doesn't matter. No one's interested in this.
Or one of the headphone ears?
We're talking one of the headphone ears.
All right.
Yeah, remember, you broke the cable, David. You were here first.
Wiggle the wire, it works.
Yeah, trust me, I've tried. Anyway, yeah, we should stop talking about headphones and commentary things because no one wants to hear about that.
Yep, this is
That was
much
a conversation killer.
better. So, David, notable drives for you today so far? Any?
Mate, I was just about to take a bite of Tunnet's caramel wafer there.
Well, don't.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll butt in there then.
Thanks, John Brown.
Notable drives must be Jonathan Barley in the Predator, and obviously Robert Kendrick in that runoff time below the record.
I didn't even know what question Paul was asking.
I'd agree with Robert Kendrick in the runoff. That was spectacular to watch from here. Absolutely fantastic.
I must say, Scott Brownlee's run there was very impressive as well. He was right on the edge of what that car was capable of through Oak Tree, and it sounded like he maintained that all the way up. So I'm really impressed by Scott Brownlee.
Because it was a cracking run by George. That was the fastest the car had ever gone up here. So, as we were saying, really under pressure.
And I think also, obviously, David Warburton's qualifying time in the first
just going to say that
36.54.
That was probably the greatest class run among the cars that might qualify for top 12.
Shout out as well to John Albston. He got the Brabham BT38C up in his personal best time. I think he was below 50 seconds. So
and only half a second away from the class record.
Yeah. So brilliant job from John Albston.
We have now hit critical mass, so that any driver we don't mention at this point is going to be mortally offended. So they've all done very well.
They have done very well. It's always good to come here and see people. I've never competed, you see. You've all competed.
We're going to change that, John.
I've never competed, so I'm always in awe of the commitment that drivers show driving up here at Doune in any kind of car.
Here's a question for you, John. Then, if you were to have the chance to compete, out of all the cars you see around the paddock over the years, what would be the one car you would choose if you had the choice? What would you drive?
For my first competitive run. Wow, that's a difficult one.
Not to put you on the spot or anything, but pick a car out of many thousand that you've seen in the paddocks across the years.
Paul would probably tell you one.
Paul could tell me one. Okay.
No, just in general. You know, what kind of car would you go for? Would you like a shot of a road car, or would you like to go for one of the single seaters?
I don't think it'd be a single seater to begin with. Probably a road car, front wheel drive, hopefully. So maybe a small hatchback.
Oh, I know someone who's got one of those.
But not a Renault.
Ooh, maybe. How about the Howells Hillman Imp? Or
I fancied. Well, I had a Suzuki Swift on the road for a while, and one of those would be really good.
Yeah, I drove one of those around the Nürburgring. They're brilliant. Yeah. The new Suzuki Swift Sport with a turbo. Fantastic wee car.
It's about 12 years old, this one, so yeah, that's a lovely little car. But yeah, something like that to begin with.
If I could just break in a moment, chaps, the course cars are coming back down the hill, so we should be back in action very shortly.
Good news.
Still be keen to hear from someone over the radio, if they could give us an idea of what that was about.
Are the marshals in front of you not any clue? Are they a different channel from the course control?
I can maybe try and find out if you give me a
wait a minute, guys, hang on.
The course car coming back down the hill.
Okay, Tim Thomson extremely kindly stopped his car at junction to explain the situation. We were very pleased about John Ramsey getting a personal best. Unfortunately, he blew his engine turning into the holding paddock.
That would explain why I saw John Ramsey with his helmet off in the side of the course car coming back down the hill, and not in his Nova.
That would be it. So it's probably been moved well off all tarmac. There is now, Tim emphasised, there is no oil down. It's all being cleared up. So this is not going to be an issue for any of the drivers. And even if there were some oil, it wouldn't be in the competitive part of the track. It would be in a part where they were doing just a walking pace.
Well, if you're going to blow your engine at the weekend, do it after your second time run and after you've crossed the line. And because he was unbelievably committed through here, it was probably the best I've seen so far from these second time runs in terms of just how close he was to the barriers and how much he was on the throttle. Alongside Scott Brownlee, I'd say John Ramsey was very impressive. So at least it happened after he crossed the line.
Every run I saw after, when I was at Oak Tree, it was just heart and mouth stuff when John came through. So, so that would explain it then. I'm not entirely. Oh, hey. No, hang on. I was going to say, could Gavin Neate possibly have gone off on oil?
And that would be why you got a rerun.
John Ramsey, but did he run before or after John
He was
Ramsey?
before John Ramsey, though.
Yeah, that's true.
So it also wouldn't explain John Pick looking very, very fast but losing time. So that doesn't work either.
Doesn't work either, no.
Okay.
Nice try, though.
So it shouldn't have affected any.
It would have affected
well,
Jock, and it would have affected Stuart Reid. Well,
Yes.
it didn't look like it affected Stuart Reid's time, that's for sure.
Well, it wouldn't have done because there's no oil
Yeah.
on the competitive part of the track. That is possibly going sideways into
the holding
paddock.
Yeah, it's actually the holding paddock's it's quite a tricky one because the corner comes up on you very fast. Obviously, your adrenaline's going after a run, and it's quite a sharp wee corner, so you really do need to cross the line and start thinking about it pretty soon, especially in a single seater.
A well-known hill climb from Solihull once forgot to brake after the finish line at Shelsley Walsh, and there's not a lot of space between the finish line and the top paddock, so he basically went over the banking.
This is an important run at the moment, though. It's David Adam in the 205. Can he beat Stuart Reid's time, the 46?
He's definitely going for it, but that's a very special gearbox in that car. That went from gear to gear.
He's got to get within about a quarter of a second of his own class record to beat Stuart Reid.
So what time was
46.79 is the time to beat, and this looks quick from David Adam. He could well do it. Yes, it's 45.77.
Wow.
Takes the win with a new record.
Huge amount off the record for David Adam. He's got 1 and 5
Tracks obviously there.
That's, yeah. He was under so much pressure, but he just had to do that. I have to say well done to Stuart Reid for putting him under that kind of pressure, but also well done to David for responding to it as he did.
So it's Mike Stewart in the Vauxhall Magnum next across the line. He's third in class at the moment, which is led by Chris Randell on 49.10, and Mike Stewart 52.70, which moves him up into second place.
David Adams, just think about that for a second. He's just on a 45-second run up Doune in a Peugeot 205.
So we've got Doug Thomson on the hill now. Taking an early run in the Philby BMW, and it's a 46.95 for Doug Thomson, stays fourth.
Is the Evil going okay up the hill?
Yes, just past us now, Chris, the class leader on 49.10, and this time it's a 40.53.
No. It's not a 40.
No, it can't be right.
48?
48.53, sorry, my mistake. I didn't get close enough to the computer. 48.53, which is improving his lead.
The reason I asked about the Evo,
40, though.
the reason I asked about the Evo is because we've had a red flag on the hill near the bottom. But the cars come around the corner, no problem. So I was assuming it might have been something that's happened before, but
sweeping going on a junction.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Geoff Trimlow's had the red flag, so I don't think he's got very far off the start line. So
he's just coming through Oak Tree. He was stopped just before it, so Geoff will now head up the hill and turn round. But everything okay for Geoff? Beautiful Subaru as well.
Yes, he's had this Impreza for a number of years, rarely missed a Doune in it. He's also got a Seiko GT, which is a As its own private GT car that she runs, Sports Libra, which is also Subaru powered, but nowhere near as quick as his Impreza.
It's a lovely looking car, the Seeker. Has he ever competed in that anywhere other than Doune?
Yes, he's done Shelsley, even Prescott in it.
Really?
A bit of a handful
Okay.
through there.
Yes.
But yes, it's a big car.
I'd love to see him taking up Doune.
Yeah, I think he said he would bring it to Doune.
The sight lines might not be that good.
No, he'd have to do what probably David might remember, Barry Lyons with his TBR Tuscan. The first time he competed at Doune, he was presented with a large pair of casters to put one on either side of the car.
I didn't know that, but I like it. There's one tweak I always wanted to try, which was the telescopic timing strut.
Oh, yes.
So it would be 6 feet beyond the front of the car at the start line and only just protruding ahead of the... no, do I mean it the other way around? Anyway,
You mean it the other way around?
I think it would be the other way around.
You
Yes,
press
yes.
it out as you came to the finish line.
Yes, absolutely.
Apart from anything else, it would be a bit obvious on the start line.
True, although not unobvious on the finish line.
No.
I think Marshall's going,
Well,
hang on,
if
wait,
they-
wait
yes.
a minute.
Anyway, lads, I'm just signing off just now. Going to get my lunch and then get the car ready for the last run.
Well, good luck with that one.
Yeah, good luck, Paul.
Thank you. See you later.
Yeah.
One last chance for Paul Hunter to get his PB in the Renault Clio, and obviously contending for class honours in the class as well. We'll see him out later on.
I agree with what you were saying earlier about how much fun it is to see Caterhams and Clios mixing it. That's very jolly.
Well, he's second at the moment, but only 0.3 of a second adrift of Gavin Marshall. So
I think Paul should do the decent thing and pack up and go home at this point, because the idea of Gavin Marshall winning this class is too delicious for words.
Geoff goes away from the line. Good launch from the four-wheel drive car, 2 seconds exactly. So obviously track conditions pretty good now.
Geoff nice and tight to the barrier at Oak Tree, gets around it nicely, heading towards Garden Gate, nothing too dramatic. And away up towards Junction.
10.33, it's a good split to Garden Gate compared to the rest of the class, so see how he progresses. Time to beat ultimately is
There's something slightly odd about his appearance at Junction. I think he may have gone in quite ambitiously and then had to hit the brakes or something. I'm not entirely sure, but there was something a little bit odd.
He's lost a bit of time jumping the split, but he's through the S's now and over the line in 53.39.
Yeah, we had Jonathan Williamson coming through here as well. A little bit of a lift into Oak Tree, but makes sense in the heavy Porsche.
Jonathan, like Laura Wardwell in the same car, was quite happy to swing it through Junction. They have no problem about drifting the back end.
Last car in the batch, and Jonathan Williamson, the finish beam in sight, and it's a 52.75 for Jonathan Williamson. So the class is won by Chris Randell, and in second place it is in Stewart, with just 500 clear of Jonathan Williamson.
Really? A
So-
Vauxhall Magnum and a Porsche 911. Not two cars in this compare.
So we're into double-driven cars in the 1100 single-seater cars. We already had Lindsay Summers over the line with a 44.74.
Mark Lawrence looking very quick through Oak Tree, guys.
Yeah, he had some kind of moment at Junction. It was like almost like he didn't get a gear. So it took him a wee while to recover from that.
Should also have Nicky Cottrell up soon as well.
So the Space Frame 3000M over the line in 44.49. So here's Nicky Cottrell, stopped on the first runs. So bit of a problem, but
in the Bermuda Triangle, as we're now
It
calling.
car ran okay for Jack. So here's Nicky, first visit behind the wheel to Doune.
Yeah, Nicky took a while to find the gear there going into the right-hander at Garden Gate, but got there eventually, and it was reasonably committed to
Oh, and she's doing about 10 miles an hour onto the meadow, which is now stopped actually because she very nearly spun. She wiped probably the diffuser along the barrier on the outside of junction, and the front end at the same time went onto the little grass incline. So that was all quite exciting. Just stopping and having a think about this at the moment, I think.
Car seem okay though?
It's still car shaped. I would have to get slightly closer and therefore beyond mic range.
Yes. Bit of a scary moment for Nicky.
Surely the end plates on the rear wing shouldn't be different shapes.
I noticed that earlier. I haven't said anything about it yet, but yes, they are different shapes.
Oh,
One is slightly bent. The left one is slightly bent. It's been like that all day.
Well, it looks like the one on the left is quite sculpted, and the one on the right might have been the same, but then fell off for whatever reason, and is now just a square thing. But okay, so that's nothing to do with this then.
No. It's been like that. It's been like that all day, all weekend probably.
Right.
So perhaps it's just. I think the one on the right, the straight one's probably the right one.
That's right. Yeah.
The correct one, and the one on the left is the one that's been slightly warped at some point.
Where did this happen, David? So was this going into junction?
Yes. We lost the back end just on the turn-in. So the wing, or possibly diffuser, I'm thinking now wing actually, just scraped along for about 10 or 15 feet, no more than that. The car's being pushed back. It's oh yes, definitely some front wing damage.
That's a shame, so that might affect Jack's run next as well.
It might well do. I mean, it is rolling. It's been pushed several lengths into the access road. I think it's largely a question of which bits are going to fall off. It might not have had any suspension damage because I don't think a wheel ever made contact with anything. But the front wing absolutely did.
So if there's a spare down there, start getting it ready.
Yeah, right now.
That's a real shame though for Nicky. As I was saying, she was struggling a wee bit to get a gear on the downshift going into Garden Gate. So I wonder if that had anything to do with it. If she didn't quite have the gear when she turned in.
Possibly
for
trying to
junction,
make up time after that.
Yeah, potentially.
Like
Yeah.
And she's looking perfectly calm inside the car. That's absolutely no problem. I think she'll just be a bit ticked off.
Yep.
They've right now they've put some a bit of rope or whatever. It's probably more high tech than that round the right section of the front wing, where one bit had, I don't think it had broken off, but it was definitely loose. So that's now not going to fall off the car as it goes back down the hill. I see no reason at the moment to think that it wouldn't just roll back down the hill, but obviously we'll find out that out quite soon.
Because that car of Jack Cottrell and Nicky Cottrell, that car was for sale at Gurston. I presume it's still for sale. I'm not sure if anyone's bought it yet. But Jack will be moving up into the large engine class next year in a Dallara powered by one of the Cosworth XD engines.
Crikey.
That'll be exciting.
As if the 2020 title wasn't going to be hard enough fought for as it was.
What chassis was that there, did you say, John? A Dallara?
I think a Dallara. I believe it's going to be a Dallara with the 2.65 Cosworth, the same as Alex is having.
Nicky,
that is an exciting combination.
Just updating very slightly, Nicky has never got out of the car. She's now put the helmet back on. She's putting her gloves on, which suggests that I don't know if she's going to fire it up. I think from here, just a push down the from here down the tunnel, she'll have enough momentum just to coast into the paddock. Although that said, the rescue vehicle is being manoeuvred.
Well, the helmet and the gloves is obviously for the rule that says you have to have a helmet and gloves on coming down the hill.
Very true.
Even if you're doing 5 miles per hour.
Yes, and even though officials don't have to do that. I think it's just peripheral damage, to be honest. It might take a bit of effort. Oh, she's trying to start it, so she's probably going to drive rather than coast down.
That's good news. Hopefully that'll get sorted soon enough, and then we'll...
Okay, started at the third attempt. Obviously these are going to be quite temperamental engines, but it's behaving itself now.
I believe the next car up would have been Liam Cooper or Olivia. Probably Liam. Is that right?
Liam has been running first.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and then Allan Warburton, of course.
Right. So that's now Nicky driving back downhill. So for something that looked quite dramatic, there was an extraordinary lack of damage. I mean, the car needs work, but I would be surprised unless something.
I can hear it coming down now, so I'll have a look.
Unless something is bent that I don't know about, I don't really see any reason at the moment why Jack wouldn't be out in the next batch.
No, it's just looks like the front wing, maybe hanging off a wee bit. But I couldn't see anything else. Same as you, David. So
I heard something at the back scraping along the armco, but it's very difficult to see what actually happened. I mean, it could make quite a loud noise, even if it was only extremely gently scraping along the armco.
Yes, any kind of metal on carbon fibre or anything is never going to sound too good. But it did. I mean, I couldn't really see it closely. I'm behind the fence here at Oak Tree, but didn't see any visual damage in the back, from what I could see anyway.
Yeah, it's very odd. Apart from whatever it is, it has meant that the car now has 2 different rear wing end plates. So, well, I tell you what, if you want to have an accident at junction, I mean, you probably don't, but if you wanted to, that had full drama and almost no effect on the car and none at all on the driver, just get a video of what Nicky's just done. Bit of sweeping going on, obviously, although that's part of that is because of dirt that was brought onto the track when the car went onto the access road to the farm.
So the car is back in the paddock, and we're waiting to get the next car on the line off up the hill.
And is that Liam?
I can't actually see from where I'm sitting, David. I shall have to go for a wander.
Oh, well, don't feel you have to. We'll find out soon enough.
I would have thought that should be the end of a batch with Nicky.
Would Liam not run?
Liam's in the next batch.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Of course he is.
There's no cars there on the line, so that is the end of a batch.
So I'm just going to leave my commentary post for just a few minutes. I'll be back shortly.
You dirty stop out.
So David, we've been deserted by our commentators. No Paul, no John. I'll have to keep talking
then.
then.
Al in weeks.
Don't worry, I'm still here, marooned in the top box.
But you've got Peter to talk to up there, haven't you?
Yes, Peter's alongside me, sorting out the running order for the second run-off. We've got 2 qualifiers so far, but in the next couple of batches we're going to move into the bulk of those. It's Lindsay Summers, currently fastest, from Peter Herbert. But when we get up into the Sports Leaders, and particularly the 1100cc cars, then we're going to see a lot more qualifiers come.
Peter really just registers, as we know, for the British, in the hope of sneaking in as a qualifier in the at Gargantlet, which was exactly my tactic as well. Oh yeah, about 4 hours ago, I was going to ask a question while cars come down the hill.
Douglas Thomson, by great skill, and I, by great, ridiculous good fortune, have qualified for 3 top 12 runoffs and have scored every time. And we're quite pleased about this, but other people have a much longer unbroken record. Do you know who has the longest unbroken record and how many rounds he scored in? And if I can trick you two to this one, I'm going to be really, really tough.
Unbroken record of appearing in every consecutive runoff, you mean?
No, scoring points in every runoff.
And
this is also all the runs they ever did, they scored.
You have to go onto Rich Danby's website and try and
That's where
find
I
that
got
out.
it, so don't you do that.
Oh, you've done. You know the answer, do you?
I know the answer. Because I've been on Rich Danby's website.
All right. So you want to know who's been in most runoffs and scored on every time he's appeared?
Yes.
Okay.
Scott Brown is looking dumbstruck at the win he's just got. So, anyway, yeah. Come on, chaps.
No, I wouldn't know that off the top of my head.
Throw in a guess.
I wouldn't off the top of my
Couldn't
head.
even do that.
Oh, you guys are no fun at all.
I could try somebody like Darren Warwick. Or
He's probably only about 20 runoffs.
so you're talking about somebody with a lot more runoffs and scored every time in the runoffs.
Yep.
Well,
Am I going to have to put you out your misery here?
no, because I'll have to find out when I go home.
No. We're going to get it sorted out well before you can go home.
Well, just give me 5 minutes to go to my car.
No. You have 24 seconds.
Charles Wardle. Charles Wardle.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Wrong. It is, drum roll.
I'm trying to think of who would be somebody before the actual top 12, because if you qualified before, you're guaranteed a point in the top 10 almost.
You would have to finish.
You had to finish, yeah. All right, I give up.
David Franklin, and he had an unbroken run of 76 point scoring finishes.
And that's consecutive run of appearances.
Yes, so he appeared in 76 runoffs, and he scored points in every one.
Very good.
So Douglas and I have a lot of catching up to do there.
And what distinction does David Franklin hold in the hill climb and sprint world?
The Order of the Garter.
No, I'll get that one.
What does
He's the only driver to have won the National Sprint and Hill Climb Championship in the same year in the same car.
What year was that, John?
78.
Absolutely right.
Crikey.
Surprised you didn't know that, David.
I'm too young to know what happened in 1978. Was that in a V8 engined car?
No, it was with the March.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Yes, with the March Hart. No, or was it the BMW? Oh, no, I'd have to check on that, but no, it certainly wasn't a V8. That wasn't sort of a V8 era, really.
No, it was a
after Roy Lane stopped with the McRae.
I think it was a 2.3 BMW. Yeah, because that came up recently because Heather Calder, of course, the car, the Gould, which the Calders have been driving, also won the national championship in the hands of Adam Fleetwood before we went to the sprint scene. So that is one of a number of cars which have won both championships. But Heather in an interview said there was only one. So I think in the next issue of Speed Scene there'll be a number of replies saying that no, Heather, there's more than one car has won both championships.
Oh yes, quite a few. What distinction did Heather Calder hold?
No, the car that she drives, the Gould, has won both the hill climb and the sprint championships.
No.
Is this a new question, Jerry?
Heather herself, not the car.
No, not the.
Is this a new question?
It's a new question.
Yes, yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Ooh, crikey.
It's not an ultimate distinction, but it's a pretty unique one. Well,
is she the most northerly winner of the
She's only the second lady driver to win
a national
a
championship.
national speed
Patsy
championship.
Burt.
Yeah, that was the first one, yeah.
That was the first
Yes,
one.
that's right.
What year was that, David?
70?
Yeah, bang on.
The very first
You're not that,
championship.
yeah, you're not that old, David, not that young, David. Patsy Burt,
And she was-
1970, yes.
And she was the inventor of the timing strut, was she not?
Yes, the Burt strut.
Burt
as it
strut.
used to
I don't
be
think it's been called that for a while, but yeah. Presumably she thought, I mean, it's now compulsory. Presumably she thought she would get a specific advantage through using a strut. Would that be right?
Well, you just get a more accurate time, really, and you make sure the car cuts the beam early enough.
Yeah.
Without the strut, you can only time to a tenth of a second. The strut allows you to time to a hundredth of a second, or even more.
Am I right in thinking also that timing struts are not rigid enough to permit timing to thousandths of a second? That would have to be done with transponders and things.
Well, I think timing is done to a thousandth and rounded off to a hundredth.
I think so,
Yes,
Could
but
be wrong.
you can't declare the results to a hundredth. I can imagine Jim Reid and
thousandth.
John Warden at the moment are bouncing up and down inside their timing hut going, yes, yes, or no, you fool.
Oh, they're probably not listening to you, David. Probably not listening to us. They're too busy working.
After all this effort.
So we're still waiting now for the next batch to go up. Again, we're at the stage of Phil Goff from Liverpool, number 43, in his Caterham Hayabusa.
I'm assuming that John Ramsey's Nova has been packed away in a corner of the holding paddock.
It must be because it's not here.
Yeah.
There was a big cheer there, obviously, when David Adam came down for his new record.
Oh yeah, deservedly.
I might try and catch a word with him.
He should be very pleased with himself. Now, Chris Randall's coming down the hill.
Followed by the course car.
Yeah, I wonder why that took so long. That's a very pretty car, that Evo. Beautifully prepared.
Just to interrupt David Finn, I've got David Adam here. Amazing record there, David. How did you do that one?
I don't know. I knew Stuart's time before I left the line, so that pushed me into it, I think.
So how long have you been driving this car here?
10 years, this one. I've been coming here for 14, I think.
So that's always your best time ever here.
Definitely, yeah.
Well done, and you'll be hoping to improve upon it next year, obviously.
We'll give that a go anyway.
Okay, thanks very much, David. Well done.
Was that a 45.77? Do I remember that correctly?
It was a 45.77, yes.
That time would be very good in an over 2 litre Sports Libra.
It would be. Yes, it would be. It would be better than very close to the Pilbeams, yes.
Yes, I wouldn't necessarily beat them, but I mean it would be in contention with them. So that's quite something in the steel shell hot hatch. I mean, hugely modified right enough, but.
So yeah, we're now starting again, off on the next batch of cars. And look out here for the Mini Evo of Allan McDonald with this wonderful bits of car, the Mitsubishi engine, many hinges and space frame chassis.
That's me back at Oak Tree, by the way.
Were you taking a rest hold?
Yeah, quick run down the hill and back up. You putting these wellies into good use after Bonus.
I had to get new shoes after Bonus.
Well, I had to get some. I had to get some shoes after Bonus. Any shoes.
Oh really? That bad?
Yeah. I think your welly prints are still on my passenger footwell, David. I did say you were okay to wear them, you know.
Wellies.
Or shoes, something.
Yes.
Robertson away. Beginning the next batch with the Caterham Hayabusa.
Yeah, pretty quick through Oak Tree, to be honest. Good line anyway, nice and neat. It wasn't slow, a little bit of a lift, but all the way up to junction now, looking good.
This is Phil, who is competing because he is not clerk of the course. So the sort of thing he does a lot. Jerry was saying yesterday. That's looking very neat, very smooth. Nice run, as long as he gets over his spray, which he does.
Needs to find some time. He's 6 at the moment. Through the S's now, followed by Trevor Park with his NBR Tiger.
Yeah, Trevor pushing on through Oaktree, very close to the barrier on the right as usual. Really, really committed. Good stuff.
And it's a 50.43. Phil Goff moves up a place ahead of Melvin Hartley.
Just the Tiger is very slightly squirmy across the meadow, but not needing major correction really, just needing guidance.
Trevor Park pretty quick through the S's. Can he get off 4th place? He's only 500s behind John Lowe, and yes, 47.29. That is only 200ths away from the class leading time of Andrew Grover.
Yeah, Trevor and Andrew Grover usually very, very closely matched, so that's not a surprise to see Trevor right up there. John Lowe was looking very committed as well in the Fisher Fury. Nice line through Oaktree and a lot of speed.
Well, he was 3rd. He's moved down the order now after that run from Trevor Park. That was on the 49, so he's got to beat 47.29 now. He's also behind Simon Jenks, but John Lowe is now over on 48.87. So that puts him 4th in class.
Melvin Hartley coming up to the S's soon, I'm sure.
Just accelerating into wee spray right now.
Yes, Melvin Hartley in the sight now with the big set. He's got a bit of time to make up. He's on in the 50s after the first runs. This time it's a 49.57 for Melvin Hartley.
Simon Jenks comes through Oaktree. Similar kind of pace to the cars before, to be honest. Everyone's pretty similar. Trevor was a wee bit quicker through Oaktree, I'd have to say, but everyone else has been pretty similar.
Well, he's been edged out to 3rd place by Trevor Park, so he needs a low 47 to get back in contention. 47.29, from Andrew Grover, leaves 47.29 from Trevor Park. So Simon Jenks will be trying to get in amongst them.
He almost looked like he had to brake halfway across the middle.
And it's 46.88 for Simon Jenks, so he takes the lead. It's all down to Andrew Grover.
So maybe braking halfway across the meadow is the way forward.
Yeah, Andrew wasn't as quick as I've seen him before through Oaktree, so I'll have to keep an eye on the time, but I'm not sure there's going to be enough.
But then it could be one of those deceptive runs.
He's certainly quicker through the S's than Jenks, so it's 46.88 to beat. And Andrew Grover, 47.61. He's slower than
Richard Matosian slightly rattled onto the grass on the left-hand side of the meadow, but got it back into order.
So the final order in that class, the win goes to Simon Jenks, 46.88. Then it's Andrew Grover, 47.27, and 200ths behind in 3rd place, Trevor Park.
Brian Beverley and Richard Matosian, both of them equally committed and fast as always through Oaktree. Great to watch and great battling.
Richard Matosian 43.17, so that's improved on his lead.
I wouldn't be surprised if Brian gets this. He was really honest with John. But he didn't.
He didn't. 43.34, but pretty close.
So were there both improvements on the first time runs then?
Yes.
So Richard takes the class then?
He does indeed, from Ryan.
You know, when you're standing behind Alan McGregor's Mini and it accelerates away from you, you realise what a fast car this is in a straight line. Shape shouldn't be going that fast.
On to the over 2 litres, and it's Allan McDonald in the outrageous Mineeff 4-wheel drive, who starts on 44.15, so that improves his early lead.
Christian Mineeff committed through Oaktree as well, looking good. Allan McDonald, I was saying he sounded a bit rough earlier. I think it's just the gear, maybe he's taking a higher gear than normal, but very quick from Allan McDonald as well. So
well, Mineeff was second, just clear of David Seaton, who still has a run in hand, of course, and Christian through the S's now needs to pick 44.15 to take it. He's not going to do it. It's 45.35, which is slower than his first run.
And that sound you hear now is the 5-litre BMW M5 engine.
Slower than the one we just seen from Christian Mineeff, so he's still in third place, so he's looking for a long 44, really.
The amount of sparks coming out of that building is quite extraordinary.
And he's got it 44.49. That takes second place away from Christian Mineeff. And the class. McDonald.
Oh, hang on, who won that class?
Allan McDonald.
He did win it, right? Yes, okay.
Yes, 44.15 from David Seaton.
It's not going to go down frightfully well in Seaton Towers at that happens.
Well into the single-seaters now, and that's Colin Graham just gone past me in the OMS, carrying more speed than Tom on this particular occasion. No relation, of course, between Colin Graham and Colin Graham, even though they're both from Wishaw.
Even though they're both from Wishaw.
Yeah, no relation, even though they're both from Wishaw. They both drive yellow single-seaters and they're both next to each other in the learning order. Keith Weeks. So I interrupted myself because Keith Weeks got very close to the wall. Oaktree, hugely committed, better than earlier for Keith.
And Colin Graham, 46.12. That is an improvement, but not in the top 6.
This is looking nice from Keith Weeks, who definitely doesn't have the fastest 1100cc racing car in the country, but he drives it very, very well.
And he goes farther afield with it in the last couple of years. He was in Northern Ireland the last 2 years running. 44.98 then for Keith Weeks.
There we go then.
So that's a good improvement. But you've got to be doing 42 to get in the top 6 in this class.
Can we reassure anyone from Wishaw, just to tidy this up, that
Guys,
despite anything that was hinted by John
We've
Munro...
got a red flag on the hill. It sounds like the OMS that's gone past me there. I couldn't quite see who it was. If it wasn't OMS, actually, I better not. I'll check who that is first, but it's been a red flag. And it looks like he just had an incident after Garden Gate on the exit.
Would that have been Darren Gumbley?
I didn't see the number. It was going too fast, to be honest.
Yes, he's on his way towards the tunnel and junction.
No, by now he would be with you by now.
Well, the incidents happened just on the exit of Garden Gate. I could hear it from here.
It is Darren Gumbley, because Debbie's now back in the paddock.
Couldn't see a number, and that was simply because of how fast the speed was carrying through Oaktree.
Number 68.
So there'll be no runoff place for Darren Gumbley. That was Oaktree, you say that he had?
No, so he came through Oaktree unbelievably well. It was Garden Gate. So what I heard from here is Darren locked up the brakes, I believe, on the way into Garden Gate, turned in, but I can't see, unfortunately. My view's just obscured of middle of the corner. So he's come across possibly into a barrier just on the exit of Garden Gate.
If you could walk up there, we could maybe cover?
Yep, absolutely. I'll go and investigate.
I was trying to reassure the people of Wishaw that despite what it sounded like, John Munro and the rest of the commentary team do not think you're all related. Just in case legal teams were putting their heads together.
Oh.
John Brown.
David Finlay.
Any progress on the Cottrell Force?
The last I saw, Jack was wandering back into paddock carrying a bit of diffuser in his hand.
That could have been scraped off. Yep.
And he's not in the queue at the moment, so I'll have to go and have a wander and have a chat.
It would be unfortunate if he didn't get out.
It would be. I'm also going to try and chat to others as well to try and clear things up, as you'll soon find out.
Can you get Scott Brownlee?
I'll try and find him, yeah.
I'd love to hear his views.
So just to keep you in touch with the runoff qualifiers at this very early stage, it's Allan McDonald who's currently fastest. Top qualifier from Lindsay Summers, Keith Weeks, Christian Mineeff and Peter Herbert. We've had just 5 qualifiers so far. Out of 30 odd. So
Allan has occasionally qualified for Top 12s, but he's never yet scored a point. He's come very, very close to scoring a point, but it's never actually happened.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Allan McDonald.
Oh, no. Yeah.
He's qualified at Craigantlett, as all the best people do.
Oh, yes.
But he's never actually got into top 10, which is a point, the point scoring positions, but it would be nice to see him do that.
Just looking through the championship sheets, and I don't see his name on there. I don't think he's qualified.
I don't think he
he's,
has no
qualified this year.
Craigantlett was quite busy this year, I think, wasn't it? There were about 20 people who could qualify.
Because it was Allan McDonald who had a bit of a problem once at Craigantlett. I think you were there, David, when the car caught fire.
Yes.
Halfway up the run.
It turned out that he thought it would be a really good idea to make his entire exhaust system, I think it was, out of carbon fibre. And then when that set the floor on fire as he was coming round the last corner at Craigantlett, he realised possibly not such a good idea. So it's less carbon fibre than it was.
So going back a number of hours, no, not quite, going back to John Pick, his second run, he did in fact go off at both Junction and East Bray and brought a lot of mud onto the track, which is why Gavin Neate was then red flagged.
He did not go very far off at Junction.
Well, he said he went off at Junction anyway, but definitely went off at East Bray, and that's why Gavin Neate was eventually red flagged on the next run. So that clears that up.
Just to let everyone aware, Darren's absolutely fine. Out of the car, no problem at all. Looks like he's just gone in a bit too hot into Garden Gate. He's hit the barrier on the outside, so the left-hand side, and that's kind of bounced him back into the barrier on the inside, and he's spun round on the circuit. Fair bit of damage to the car, unfortunately. Looks like it might be all 4 corners, at least 2 corners definitely, and a fair bit of bodywork damage as well. The tub's absolutely fine, no problems there at all. And the main thing is Darren's absolutely fine, but yeah, just maybe it was a misjudgment, slight issue under braking. It sounded like he locked up to me, but it seems as if he didn't quite make it through Garden Gate cleanly and just ran wide. And of course, once you've hit the barrier there, you basically become a passenger, and it's just a case of trying to keep it out the next barriers. So yeah, real shame for Darren.
I think John Pick's idea of going off at Junction is a lot tighter than mine is, but I think he just slightly clipped the grasp.
Well, this delay will give Jack Cottrell some more time to get the car ready. I'm just going to walk down there.
Yeah. Have you had any sunshine yet up there, Jerry? Or have you been in the shade literally the whole weekend?
No, well, yes, the box is in the shade, but we can see the sun shining in the distance. Certainly the best conditions we've had here for the weekend by far.
The Cottrell car has just been put into the trailer, so it looks like we're not good to see that car again.
Ah, what a pity. So we now lost 2 from that class. John Monroe, presumably a recovery truck is required?
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll see that car come back down in the flatbed. It's definitely not going to be towed down. There's too much damage to the tyres and wheels. It's a fairly, in terms of the car, unfortunately it's fairly substantial damage to the corners. As I say, I think obviously anything I say is speculation about the car, but in terms of the tub and stuff, absolutely fine. But a lot of kind of superficial damage to the wheels, tyres, wings, stuff like that. So it seems as if he's possibly hit at some point during the accident. He's maybe hit every corner. It seems like it's probably gone in front left, which would have then sent front left, which would have then gone rear left, into the barrier, and then most likely I think the car's been spat to the right hand side, where then of course the right hand side wheels will have been touching against that barrier. The car's actually managed to spin round as well, so there's obviously been enough of a hit there to in that short amount of space through the tunnel, or just past Garden Gate. There's obviously the car's had enough force to actually spin itself round and be pointing the wrong way down the hill. So it just means that it's had a fairly substantial hit on more than one corner, which is likely. But yeah, just one of the consequences of Garden Gate getting it wrong. We've seen it before. You know, we've seen Wallace get it wrong there before when he was first taking the GR59 up there. We've seen plenty of others make the same mistake. So just real unfortunate for Darren Gumbley. But just to reiterate it, Darren's absolutely fine. He was out of the car wandering about, just having a look at the damage. So no issues there whatsoever. But I do sense this might be a slightly longer delay than some of the other ones, just because, as we say, the car is going to need recovered. As I say, I didn't actually, you know, usually these single seaters, you know, I've had enough experience to be able to quite easily tell them apart. But you could tell the speed Darren was going through. I couldn't tell if it was a force or an OMS or what it was, because he was absolutely tramping on through Oak Tree, and we've seen that from Darren obviously over the last few years. He's been really quick here, and yeah, he just has great pace. It's just a shame to have his day end in that way in the second time run. Sorry, Jerry, I missed the time. Obviously, with Darren having the incident, I missed Keith Weeks' time. What did he manage in the image?
It was 44.90.
He'll be fairly happy with that then, will Keith?
Class led, of course, by Robert Kenrick on 38.57 from Steve Marr.
Yeah, and
40.08, both of whom got into the runoff, as did Harry Pick, who's currently third.
I'm sure Harry will be looking to try and close the gap to the front too. But I mean, Rob Kenrick's definitely going to be, you know, incredibly tough to beat here today. You know, as we've seen all season with Rob Kenrick, one of the best performances we've ever seen in terms of a Leaders' Championship. And obviously Steve Marr in the PCT Saxons had good battles here with Harry in the past, but it's going to be very tough to beat the Saxon up here. But I'm sure we'll see Harry Pick giving it his all. And as the drivers have been saying, the track grip definitely seems to be there.
As the day goes on, the issue with the hill might be where you are, John, and not because you're there, but because are you now fully in shade?
I'm actually not too bad here. Do you know that? I'm sitting in I've got my jacket on, I've got my hoodie on. It's not too bad. I can see the sun behind me. I am in the shade, I'm not going to lie. You know.
Actually, I really meant is the track in the shade.
Oh, right, I thought you were concerned about my welfare.
Of course, John. All the time. But in addition to that,
yeah, most of the track's in the shade. Yeah, and
Right.
there's bits. I mean, to be fair, the sun is still coming through the trees. There's gaps there,
Right.
And it's kind of I would describe it as splodges of light
Right.
along the length of Oak Tree. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely warm enough. I don't think the track's going to be going downhill at the moment.
It's about the same as we've got up in the S's from where you start to go in. After the spray
and the same at Junction actually, yeah. But well, the thing is, those bits of track are not going to get any warmer now, and they will eventually start cooling down, and that's where we could see time starting to tail off.
We've not got too many runners to go. Obviously, the National B runners could be affected by that if it does cool down. But I think
Yes.
there's enough single-seaters going through with the temperature, keeping the temperature in the track as well. Obviously, the more cars that go up, the better for that as well, so the delays don't help. But no, it seems to be. I think it's safe to say it's warm enough that we should be okay for the rest of the day. Although, but it might not be 100% optimal by the time it gets to the runoff.
Well, I'm thinking second runoff, yeah.
Yeah. It's very often the case actually that the second runoff isn't quite as quick as the first. Just simply because everyone's found their limits already, and either a bit of overdriving or just the track not quite being there sees the times drop down. But you never know. And that is Darren's car on the way back down the hill. So. It's a bit of a sorry sight. Big damage to the rear wing as well, which is a shame. But that's the main thing is, as I say, Darren's okay, and the Force PT will be heading back down towards the paddock. And
of course, the great thing is that
Force TA.
Yeah, the great thing is that the things that are meant to break and bend in an impact have done that, and that's absorbed the energy.
Exactly.
Of the impact, and they have not gone into Darren.
Well, I mean, the credit to Force, for building such a strong car and a strong tub, and it seems to have done its job perfectly there, because it's obviously, you can tell by the car, there's been a few decently big impacts for Darren, and everything's completely intact that needs to be intact. Obviously it's a shame, and it's going to be unfortunately an expensive one and that, but the main thing is he's absolutely okay, and the tub looks okay as well.
This is absolutely what we want.
Well, that's the trailer back in the paddock now, and they're going to unhook it.
Yeah, John Brown can have a closer look than we've managed to have, and I'm sure he'll have an idea of the paddock, but I'm sure those in the paddock will not want to see that the car in a sorry state, because it's not nice for anyone.
Well, Force car's currently built, of course, by Ian Dayson, who took over the company from Bill Chaplin, who now runs the Empire concern. So all the, in fact, there there aren't any Empires actually here today, but they're a pretty common sight elsewhere on the hill climb scene. But yes, the Force TA, a new car built by Ian Dayson, which first appeared at the beginning of last season. I think it was the Coopers. That was the first one that I saw. And there's a few in sprinting as well as on the hills.
I think there'll be a few more next year as well, the new Forces. I know a few people that are either planning or have indeed got one in the lines for next year as well. So we should see a few more TAs on the hills very soon.
And there's one quite significant one not entered for Doune, which is Iron Price's. He has a Force TA, which he halfway through the season, in fact at Wiscombe, he inserted a larger engine. It's now got a 1600 Hayabusa, whereas previously he ran 1100.
Yeah, well, the worst damage to Darren's car's the left rear, which was the one that took the impact initially.
I think so, yeah. Maybe the back, if he's lost the back end going on the exit because he's carrying too much speed, he's gone in. The rear left is the first thing that would have hit, which would have then put the front left in, and then obviously the right hand side.
And the front right is also a bit damaged, but the other two corners appear on the surface to be intact, so maybe not as bad as it looked initially.
Quite possibly. Fingers
Just
crossed anyway.
Have a look around. But obviously the back wing is all mangled up, but as you say, the floor looks okay-ish in the top, so yeah. So certainly the left rear and the front right.
Yeah, unfortunately not the first car to suffer some damage this weekend, but that's part of the racing here at Doune. You unfortunately do see incidents happen because it's everyone's on their limits, and yeah, it's always unfortunate when it does happen. But the main thing is these cars are repairable, of course, and I'm sure we will see Darren back out sometime soon.
Well, if we've got just a couple of minutes to spare before the next car comes to the line, I've got another question for David. If you're hearing me, David.
I'm sorry, I was talking to spectators. I will
Oh, I'm
stop
sorry
doing.
about
I shall
that.
spurn the
Yes.
spectators from now on. Yeah.
Well, we were talking about Force cars.
Yes.
And the Force
Is that like Z
TA
cars?
that Iron Price now has, which I think you've seen this year.
Yeah, I
what distinction did Iron Price have at Prescott in the rain? I think it was about 4 years ago now, at the September meeting.
He was the first something in the rain.
Well, you're sort of halfway there. He was the
He
first.
no, hang on.
Okay.
Yes, because there's an in-car video of that run. Was it the first 1100cc car to get maximum points in a runoff or something like that?
No.
The first person called Iron Price to qualify for top.
No, you're
top
clutching
car?
at straws here.
Very much so, very much so.
No, it was the first motorcycle engine car to win a British Championship runoff for 50 years. The previous one was Tico Martini in Jersey, and immediately followed by Great Auckland.
What year would that have been?
About 62, something like that. Early 60s.
But it can't win 60.
Debbie Dunbar's left the line.
Oh, right, good.
Are you questioning my arithmetic?
No, I'm just thinking about Cooper Grant.
Well, we're underway again with Debbie Dunbar anyway. She's left the line with the DJ Firehawk, which has also been driven by Lindsay Summers.
Bad weather conditions for Debbie because she would really want it to be raining, but she's quite enjoying the dry track right enough.
Harry Pick has left the line now. He got in the runoff earlier on. Can Debbie do it this time?
This is looking like a really good run by Debbie, I have to say.
Also looking very good for Harry Pick in the OMS 3000M.
40.81 for Debbie Dunbar, which is so far top qualifier.
That could be good. Now Harry just very slightly struggling, I think, through as he came into sight at Junction. I think Debbie was a bit neater. I think Debbie maybe carried a little bit more speed into East Bray. None of which means that Harry actually been quicker.
This is followed by Steve Marr. He's up to 41.45. Indeed, Debbie was quicker.
Right, okay. It just looked like a more flowing run. John Monroe's left the mic on at Oak Tree, hasn't he?
I do, yeah. I like leaving the mic on.
Right.
It's deliberate.
I thought you'd left the building.
So no sign of Jack Coffey. We've got Steve Marr on the hill now. Qualified this morning.
This on the basis of Junction is going to be a very, very good run.
But don't hold your breath because it's Robert Kenrick going for that record, which he's broken unofficially in the runoff. He's going to be trying to do it for real now. Meanwhile, Steve Marr, 42.12.
Robert Kenrick was as committed as ever before through Oak Tree. Unbelievably close to the barriers on the right, and he had a bit of a tight line going into Garden Gate actually. It was slightly compromising, but so much speed.
Absolutely no problem at this part of the hill, just flying.
So he's heading for the line. The record is 38.42 and it's 37.76. Well, when he breaks a record, he doesn't do it by half measures. So
he doesn't shave the odd hundreds off, does he?
No, he knocks it off. 37.76. Tremendous new record there for Robert Kenrick. And of course, that is top qualifier so far.
That's Liam Cooper come through as well in the force. Or would it be Olivia? You know, it would be Liam yet.
So is Robert taking 3/4 of a second off the record?
He has
in
indeed.
one go, good lord.
First ever sub 38 for a 1 litre car as well.
Actually, that would have put him 6th in the first runoff. Remember, it was 5 people in 36s and then nobody in 37s. So he's now gone into that zone.
Liam Cooper, meanwhile, 42.05. And it's Allan Warburton next on the hill.
Yeah, he was quick through Oak Tree as well. Looking good. Very close to the barrier on the inside, so nice tight line.
Warburton's next over the line, 41.78. 41.78.
So I'm not sure that'll be enough to get him into the runoff. Have to wait and see.
Well, it's 4th at the moment, and a lot of cars still to come.
Seen Nicola Dearden come past as well in the Gold Dallara F394. So this is the first of our Class K cars.
Yeah, and this is quite a difficult weekend for Nicola because it's her first time at a very intimidating hill in a very, very fast car. But she's been chipping away at the times pretty well through the weekend, so that's a good result.
And this, of course, the end of the double-driven cars in the single-seater batch that we're still to, of course, have another one afterwards.
Not as quick for Nicola, 58.05.
What was she before?
56.41.
Oh. Mind you, sometimes that happens. Your last run of the day, you slightly gone off the boil. So.
I did a Harewood once where my quickest run was a first practice run and they got progressively slower all day.
I hate that.
It can happen.
That's just awful when that happens. Did it feel like every run was faster?
Oh, yes.
Right.
I had that for the first time last week as well, on the Sunday. Got second in class, but my first practice run was my quickest, and I went slower the next one, and slowest for the last one.
We should be having, I think, Steve Owen next. Yes, he's left the line. Steve Owen in Simon Andrews' Suzuki V8 powered ONS.
Yeah, he was quick through here, guys. Really quick through Oak Tree, heading down towards Garden Gate. And of course, Steve, very experienced competitor here at Doune. Knows his way around an OMS as well, funnily enough.
He went into junction a bit quick and he went onto the access road, and then when the access road ran out, he went over the grass for quite a while, just at 2 kills. Finally got it back on the tarmac about 50 yards after the corner.
This may not be a qualifying time in that case, but he's over the line, 40.19.
Well, that would easily have been in the 39s if he hadn't had that problem at junction.
Well, he's still second fastest at this stage. And that would have been quick enough, certainly, to get in this morning. So
that's an incredible time given the circumstances.
Alex Summers just looking beautifully smooth.
Be Richard, I presume.
Richard, I beg your pardon. Yes, looking beautifully smooth. Richard's very good in Formula Ford cars, isn't he?
Amazingly quick, very old when he came in. Be interesting to see Trevor Willis driving that at Kerber.
I didn't know I heard that right earlier. Is that what's happening?
Well, that's what John was telling me. As you say, I haven't seen him until this time. But Richard Summers, anyway, 41.30 with Nicola Mingus.
Nicola Mingus is definitely aiming to get a top 12 run, I think. This is the hardest we've seen her pushing all weekend. In fairness, the best conditions.
Yes, looks quick through here, Nicola. 41.67, first time up. This time, yes, 40.82.
Aha.
For Nicola, and that is fourth fastest qualifying slot so far.
So if you weren't here earlier and you're checking your programme, you'll think that's the ladies' record, but in fact the ladies' record is 40.70, not the 41.01 as is in the programme. So Nicola very close to her own ladies' record there, which is remarkable when she's been out of the car for 6 weeks after breaking a rib.
Yeah, she and Paul Hunter are the broken rib specialists, but Paul has been able to drive the Clio with that injury because obviously the sideways G-forces are not that great in a car and road tyres. It will be immense in the Gould. So I think Nicola did 2 practice runs at Shelsley, strapped up, and then just thought, this is not happening.
No, that's correct, yeah.
She could possibly get in the runoff, although the hill is a lot faster this afternoon. The cut was 41.13 this morning with Harry Pick.
And going back to the Trevor Willis Formula Ford, he did confirm that earlier, and yes, I've seen an entry list for that weekend. I think Eddie Walder maybe published one.
Are you sure that we're not talking about the MAC meeting?
Well, we're talking about a weekend coming up at Kerborough. I don't know which weekend it is, but definitely it could be one of the weekends coming up at Kerborough.
Well, if Eddie Walder knows about it, and I don't, it's more likely to be the MAC than the HSA.
Well, maybe Eddie, maybe somebody else, but certainly I have seen the evidence with my own eyes.
That'd be very interesting, nonetheless.
Could also enter in the same class as Sarah Bosworth, also driving a Formula Ford.
And that was another of the drivers that we were discussing yesterday who we'd like to see here at Doune, I think, David.
Gentlemen, I'm possessed of the knowledge that it's the HSA meeting at Kerborough.
You are? Oh.
Yes.
How did you come by that?
Because a lady in the spectator enclosure came up and said politely but insistently, that's definitely what it is.
Oh, very good.
Oh, right. Oh, well, jolly good.
Sorry, I missed that, David. What was that?
Second weekend in October, we think, for that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Right.
The 16th, 17th of October? No, the weekend before that, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
the second weekend in October is the 11th. I think it's the 12th and 13th.
That's possible. That weekend then, yeah. Kerborough HSA meeting, Trevor Willis, Formula Ford, Van Diemen.
How have we, standing at Doune, become so obsessed with the Kerborough calendar for the rest of the year?
We're just obsessed with hill climbing, David. And the minutiae.
That's not a hill climb.
And sprinting.
Yeah.
Speed events.
Speed event, yeah, okay.
And that's and the minutiae of speed eventing. Because if you want to go back to my favourite statistic on runoffs, you had one for me earlier. This one is which driver has scored the most second places in a runoff without actually winning one? next nearest person is 2. So this chap is so far, is 16 second place, there's no wins. It's actually Mike Dean from Guernsey, who used to race one of the gold 55s. He is at 16 second places. Never won a run-off.
Well, here's an easy one for you. I'm sure you're well aware what the most successful car of all time in the British Hill Climb Championship is. That's the easy
Yeah.
Which is, of course,
the Gould 61.
61X. Do you know how many wins the car has actually taken in the hands of Scott, Roger and Alex Summers?
Anybody else could answer that one?
Is it over 170 now?
204?
No, the
I don't
first
think
one
it's
was
200.
nearer.
All right.
184, which is pretty phenomenal.
But at the same time, I believe it only took 183 runoffs to get 184 wins.
Yes,
Because of that time at
that was another occasion where there was a dead heat.
Yeah.
Between Scott Moran and Alex Summers at Gerston in May 2015, but that's counted as
That's,
2.
that's an interesting fact. that
Alex
is.
is quite your man for equal victories, isn't he? You know, he does it in May 2015, and the next thing you know, he's doing it in September 2019. You know, there's no stopping him.
Well, Chris Merrick did it twice in the 1 year.
Yeah, did it with Scott. Dead heated at Shelsley, I think it was, John.
And Gurston as well, was it?
Oh, and yes, and
He did it twice in 1
that's
year.
right, it was both in the same year.
Yeah.
That was a couple of years ago.
On a slightly different topic, I'm encouraged to mention once again Tins and Skins, who are displaying garishly or otherwise memorabilia at the just opposite the hill office, which you can't escape if you're on the hill because you have to go straight past them.
Could I just
on
check?
the way to the burger van. So Tins and Skins.
What was the answer, John Brown, to your question? Because I missed it because David was on the radio, unfortunately, so I couldn't hear who took 15 second or 16 second places.
Mike Dean.
Ah, okay.
Anyway, there's a car on the hill.
Yes, Julie Patterson.
There's 2 cars on the hill.
There's David Robertson.
Whoa, David Robertson. Oh, are we in a double Formula 4 situation?
No, just one Formula 4.
No, I don't think I'm hearing.
And England over the line at 53.79.
That's his best of the weekend, is it not?
Stuart Dow, by the way, has got a problem with the car. He's just not running at full chat at all.
Right.
He's okay, he's moving, but just not at full speed.
No, he really isn't, is he? Yeah, okay. If anyone's actually confusing David Robertson and Julia Patterson, you know,
Yeah, sorry.
just saying.
I'm not. I'm looking at the wrong numbers. I'm
And
struggling with the numbers today.
Furthermore, neither of them are from Wishaw.
Yes, that's incredible.
Certainly the OMS 25 of Stuart Dow are not happy because it's
No.
a 61.18.
This is the man partly responsible, of course, for the identity of this year's British Hill Climb champion, as Wallace was saying earlier on. If I was listening correctly, please tell me I got that right.
Yeah.
Yes, in his
Oh,
Westfield
right.
days.
You got that very right. It was Stuart who encouraged Wallace to have a go at hill climbing in the first place. Or sprinting hill climbing in the first place.
Was Nicola also partly responsible for this? Because Nicola, of course, is from a famous motorsport family. So she grew up with motorsport.
Well,
The
depends.
Cockhills, I
The
think.
Cockhills, yes.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, it depends which came first, the sprinting or the Nicola. Or maybe she came together with the sprinting.
Something to ask at some point.
Well, Nicola obviously is so young that it can't have been more than about 8 years ago. It's always better just to have some brownie points in reserve.
So we've got a break in the proceedings now, have we?
I presume that's because of the issue with the car for Stuart Dow. Wondering
Right.
if they're just making sure everything's
Land
okay.
Rover's just come down into the paddock.
Although, did I hear a burn-up start? A warm-up start? You know what I mean?
Not yet, no, because the next car up is Olivia Cooper, and she's still sitting here in the holding area.
So now I'm hearing things.
Is
Just say yes and put me out of my misery.
Yes.
Thank you.
We've got 3 more cars in this class, which are all registered for the British Championship. Olivia Cooper, David Warburton, Hero first qualifying, and Lesma.
Also Mike Andrew as well, hopefully, 83.
Yes, Mike Andrew's not a registered contender, though. But yes, we're waiting for him as well.
So we've got Tim Thomson hooking up the trailer again, so maybe he has to go uphill to collect somebody.
Well, obviously,
You would
Stuart
think
Dow is
Stuart
over
Dow,
the
don't you?
line. So. Robert Kenrick. He's still fastest qualifier with 37.76 ahead of Steve Owen, Debbie Dunbar, Nicola Mingus, Richard Summers, and John Harry Pitt. That is
Debbie Dunbar. Right, okay. That's not Tim Thompson's Land Rover.
It's I hope not. It looked like Olivia Cooper. And it's very, very committed through Oak Tree.
Yeah, nice. She's not one of the ones who absolutely fires it into junction, but she certainly accelerated out very quickly. And cleanly through Eastbury, as far as I can see from here.
And cleanly through the S's. So Olivia Cooper's time, 40.24.
I think we had a shout of yes from
So
someone
that's
there.
a new ladies' record, that's why.
And it's a new record.
Ladies' record by 0.46 of a second.
That's
So
a big
half
jump
a
then.
second.
Well done.
And not inconceivably a qualifying time. I mean, not certainly a qualifying time, but it might be.
It's third quickest qualifier at the moment.
David Warburton absolutely flat out, of course, through Oak Tree. I've learned to sit back now and take my distance.
He was in quite a high gear coming out through junction, so he didn't sound quick, but he was really quick.
36 is really up. Can he do it again? Or can he manage a 35? No, he's not going to. It's not going to be as quick. In fact, it's 39.
What happened there?
Oh, that's still second fastest qualifier at this stage, though.
It's not going to be for much longer, I don't think.
I wonder if he's had issues with the gears there then. Because he was fast through Oak Tree, didn't lift, but it didn't look as dramatic as earlier. I wonder if he's in a high gear.
Maybe that's what I heard. Maybe he couldn't downshift to the gear he wanted for junction. He certainly carried the speed, but it was fairly low in the revs. So it wasn't.
Well, we've got Michael Andrew, who is not registered, but he's just about to cross the line. 47.19 for Michael Andrew.
Les Much has gone past me already at Oak Tree as well.
Les Much exploding through junction. I'm trying to work out a theory for David Warburton. It's not quite coming together. But it may be that it's been a return of the gear selection issue.
Vince Banks using all of the road in the Dallara, nice through Oak Tree. That car a bit wider, and as we say, not as well developed as some of the other cars for hill climbs and sprints.
Because it's written down to a specification formula. Right. It's sounding very good again, whatever on completely gone now. Sounding very strong.
Les Much, meanwhile, 38.25, which is a new second fastest qualifier ahead of David Warburton.
Ahead of David, right, okay.
And yes, right. So Vince Banks is followed by Andrew Henson. Vince over the line in 46.85.
Oh, was that a big sideways moment for Andrew? The vast throng of spectators between me and the track there made it slightly difficult to see, but that looked like there's a bit of sideways action going on.
Next up, not registered for the championship, but it's 42.61, which is 900ths quicker than his opener.
Oh, Lee Griffiths throwing up sparks, getting very close to the barrier on the right indeed through Oak Tree, and charges up towards junction. Is looking committed from Lee Griffiths. This could be a contender to qualify.
Well, he's looking for a place. He didn't quite make it in the first run off, but can he do it this time?
Slightly wobbly as he came into sight round junction, but not something he had to correct in a big way.
Yes, he's just coasting.
Yeah.
Coasting. In fact, I think he's probably going to stop before he. No, he's going very slowly.
Is the engine still running?
Yes, but it doesn't sound too too healthy. Very low revs.
Right, okay. Red flags are now out, so there'll be nobody else coming up the hill.
Yeah.
This is sorted.
Jonathan Varley had already charged through Oak Tree, was coming up to Garden Gate when he got the red flag on Garden Gate. Did a very good job to get it stopped immediately. Obviously not knowing that the incident was well further up the hill, but he got it slowed down very quickly indeed.
That's not a good thing psychologically.
Well, I think
to come out of Garden Gate going, my God, I'm alive, and then you see a red flag.
We can be fairly certain that he's got the class win with a record, 38.73. The only other runner is Andy Bougourd. With all due respect to him, I can't see him making up 6 odd seconds.
I'd love to see him try.
Run. Well, yeah,
that'd be good.
Having a go. He only started halfway through the season.
And is this his first Doune?
His first?
First time at Doune. I can't remember him being here.
I don't know whether he's been
maybe he's been here
or not.
before. Where's resultsman.co.uk when you need it?
Pete Curtis thinks he has, yes, so he may well have done. I honestly don't remember.
So that has been quite a small session there of hill climbing with Robert's record and then Olivia's record. So after a quiet start to weekend, things hotting up here.
Yeah, well, that class won by David Warburton with his first run, the 36.54, and Les Much in second place, 38.25, but in third place, that new ladies record holder, Olivia Cooper, 40.24.
Probably quite a scary moment there for Jonathan Varley getting the red flag, as he wouldn't have, of course, known what was around the corner, known that it was all okay. So he did come to a stop very quickly, just getting the car turned to come back down the hill. But I'm sure that would have been a bit nerve-wracking for Jonathan in the car. So that's JV just rolling now down past me at Oak Tree. Just going to coast down the hill. And great to see Sean Gould getting lined up as well down in the paddocks. Obviously, he's got everything sorted, which is absolutely fantastic news.
John, you're obviously picking up the live stream from Rich. Are you? You said you could see Sean Gould in the paddock.
I was, yeah. I just had a wee look on to see if it had caught Jonathan Varley's red flag. Then you could see the wee lock up from Jonathan. But yeah, I could see on. If anyone, by the way, is wanting to see the stream, and obviously, or maybe they're in a position where you can't hear the commentary, in which case you're not able to hear me right now. But either way, if you do want to see what's going on, you can head on to Hill Climb TV on YouTube and watch the live stream from Doune with multiple cameras, 6 different cameras actually on the way up the hill, giving you great access to the hill without actually having to be up spectating in each corner. So yeah,
and also
huge thanks to Rich Danby, of course.
And also the paddock camera as well, which is operating at the moment.
Yeah. So I was sitting at Oak Tree and was able to see Sean Gould sitting in the car getting ready to go.
And no doubt your long lost cousin in Australia could do the same thing.
Absolutely. I actually do have cousins in Australia. They're not long or lost though.
And what time is it in Australia? Mind you, it probably varies a bit, but on the east coast perhaps.
Probably sometime in the middle of the night.
Yeah, but they can watch it. They can watch it and catch up.
Or late to bed.
So I had a quick word with Steve Marr. David, you were talking about Steve Marr's car being the lightest in the class. So give me a guess as to how much Steve Marr's car weighs, including Steve Marr.
I think I told you this.
No, I just asked Steve the answer.
Sorry?
I just asked Steve the question a wee while ago. So what's
right,
the
so I was again chatting with real people.
All right. So the weight of Steve Marr and his car.
It's definitely less than 300 kilograms.
It is less than 300
Does this include Steve Marr though? When you say Steve Marr and his car? Less than 300.
Yes.
I thought Steve was quite small. I didn't realize he was that small.
Well, perfectly formed, I think we should add for the sake of fairness.
That's actually, I would have guessed the car was around about 280, so that's pretty incredible.
No,
the combo is
more like 218 actually.
Yeah, much less than that,
amazingly. Even the lightest Raptor, which I think is the BMW on Robert Kennedy's car, that is really light, but it's nothing like as light as the Saxon. I don't know if it's over 300 with Robert in it. I would suspect so.
Okay, car on the line.
Ooh, is there?
Must be Jonathan. Jonathan Varley come back down again?
It'll be his rerun.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Well, this is going to be fun, as it always is.
Yeah, the Predator, one of the most exciting cars to watch. Looks fantastic there. And Jonathan's an awesome driver. And you'll see the commitment coming through very soon as he heads towards Oak Tree. Already coming into view. Yes, keeps it pinned absolutely flat out through Oak Tree. Fantastic. Gets changed down into Garden Gate, smooth as you like.
If I hadn't heard the words, I knew that was the sound of somebody watching Jonathan Varley through Oak Tree. Yeah, he's another one that didn't take a particularly low gear through junction, but the speed as East Bay starts becoming steep was. Oof.
Oh, he's rocketing through the S's already, about to stop the clocks. It was a record first time around. What would it be this time? Not quite as quick, 39.19.
I wonder if track cooling is possibly just coming into play.
Yeah, Andy had a bit of understeer in the force coming into the right-hand kink before Oak Tree. Yeah, a little bit of understeer, ran a bit wide and it maybe cost him a wee bit through Oak Tree, but it was looking good.
That's not a corner where you want understeer.
No, it's not.
The thing jumps sideways. That's like understeer. I don't want to know.
Well, he's over the finish, Andy Bougourd, 43.94.
That'll be Kelvin Broad in another one of the Force TAs. This one a 1300 supercharged, which is why you can hear that popping and banging.
Did Kelvin have a problem earlier on? Or something I can't remember. Oh my god, oh good grief. So fast out of junction, and it didn't work for him because he did 50 yards with the left-hand side of the car onto the grass on the outside. He's still pushing, but I'm afraid he's lost a good half second on that run. That may be the fastest engine all weekend.
Well, it's a 41.56 for Kelvin Broad. Quicker than his first run time, but he's got to beat Richard Spedding.
Yeah, Rich Spedding looking really quick as well through Oak Tree.
That engine is sounding completely different from the way it has been all weekend. I don't know why it's now making this low-pitch rasp.
Still moves though.
Yes, I would go with that. It's not still standing beside me.
He's already over the finish with a 37.17. So he takes the class win. And in the previous class, the 2 litres, it was one of the record, of course, by Jonathan Varley from Lee Griffiths and Andrew Henson in 3rd place. So now we're into the big single-seater class, and it's Simon Andrews with the Suzuki V8 powered OMS.
Had a few wee lifts through Oak Tree, but it makes sense when you've got V8 power, of course. This is why it's the bigger class.
Safely through the S's, Simon Andrews over the line in 42.36.
I think the 1600 cc's, maybe the 2 litres, are pretty much the optimum kind of engines for being able to take Oak Tree flat out. I don't think you can quite get away with it in some of the more powerful machinery, but we have seen the fastest 1600s being able to take it flat out.
Just to remind you, the next car you're going to see is Sean Gould's car, not Warburton's car.
And looking good through Oak Tree.
And staying on the
substantially better than last time, yeah.
Yes.
So Sean Gould set the pace in yesterday.
Okay, amazingly quick turn in speed, a little bit sideways on the apex, gathered it all together. Yeah, this is looking quick.
Well, it's 36.62 Sean Gould. Fastest time of the day is 36.08 from both Alex Summers and Wallace Mineeff.
Is that fastest qualifier then?
That is fastest qualifier by half a second from Richard Spedding.
I tell you what, watch out for Alex Summers though, because this is going to be a contending time. This is looking all the makings of a 36 through Oak Tree.
Just a little bit of tire squeal at junction. He's going so fast. This is a car with 390 horsepower, or basically nothing, and he's just making up so much ground.
He just keeps the momentum up all the way.
Oh, good grief. Do you see that time?
36.11 this time, and that's just the qualifying time from Summers.
That's the run that he was just doing to make sure he was no lower than 12th. And this is 36.11. I think he has little to fear with regards to qualifying for the runoff.
Well, there's 3 left to go, which means that Olivia Cooper, the record holder, has qualified.
Good.
I'd have to say, guys, that's I think the quickest I've seen Dave Uren through Oak Tree so far this weekend, and he's been really quick anyway. So watch this time.
Again, he likes slowing it right down Oak Tree and just getting the car sorted out and then accelerating straight through the middle. It doesn't look quick. It has worked earlier. It might work now.
Doesn't look quick, but it is 36.32.
There you go.
That's quite a good way of getting around Junction, I think. As you were saying earlier, no drama at all.
It shows you that on the edge of drama to be able to do a good time. Very good time.
Let the car go quickly, don't force it to go quickly.
Absolutely.
Depending on the car. Some cars you just really need to muscle it.
So next up should be Wallace then.
Should be Wallace. Leads the class on 37.01 and joint fastest time of the day so far, 36.08. So it's just Wallace and Trevor to run. And Nicola Mingus and Debbie Dunbar at the blunt end of the qualifiers. So it does look as though we're not going to have any dual drives, because Nicola Mingus is watching the clocks to see what Wallace can do, her husband, and he might knock her out of the runoff, I think.
We've just had a problem here that the timing display in the paddock is no longer showing anything.
And the same at Junction.
Jerry,
do you have a timing display?
I've got one here.
It's working now.
Working now, yeah.
Yeah, as soon as the car started to run.
Yeah, I think Wallace also had a wee bit of understeer going into Oak Tree, so you could hear it lift a bit, but as I say, that car is one of the most powerful, so it'll be travelling the fastest. It'll already be at Junction.
It is. Just the tiniest amount of twitch through Apex at Junction, nothing to worry about.
Well, that's really quick through the S's. This is Wallace Mingus on a charge, and it's 36.48. Oh, that's still only third, but he knocked his wife out of the runoff. Unfortunately, it's just Debbie Dunbar left now.
Well, I remember when we liked Wallace, but we don't. Happy this Nicola.
Still got Trevor to come, of course. Oh, he's quick. Yeah, looking really, really good through Oak Tree as always, and away to Junction.
We could have had 3 lady drivers in the runoff. We may just finish up with one now, which will be Olivia Cooper, because Trevor Willis on his way.
Very unusually cautious on the way into Junction, Trevor. I usually expected to see him coming out on opposite lock, but not that time.
Through the S's, but nowhere near as quick as Wallace Mingus, but it should qualify. Yes, 36.87 for Trevor Willis.
So no Debbie in the top 12.
That's right. So Olivia Cooper, the final qualifier. So
slight change of pace now.
Unofficially give you the runners and the riders until we've had it confirmed by Championship Coordinator Tim Wilson. We won't give you the definitive list to fill in your programs, but we make it. No double drivers this time. It's Alex Summers in starting the fastest. Alex Summers, David Reid, Wallace Mingus, Sean Gould, Trevor Willis, Richard Spedding, Robert Kendrick, Les Much, Jonathan Farley, David Warburton, Steve Owen and Olivia Cooper.
It's impressive Steve Owen managed to qualify for that, given he spent many feet driving across the grass.
I'm not quite sure if Suttie has got a PB. He'll be close to his, the PB set in the last one. That was a 57.69. Was that quicker or slower than the last one? Well, that forks you all, didn't it?
Absolutely.
Scottish fellow, who's on a mission to try and relieve Kieran Bailey of second place in the class.
That'll be John Albiston passing the Brabham, looking committed through Oak Tree.
But unfortunately, Scott Goodfellow contacts the barriers just after the S's before he's got to the first bend. He's perfectly okay. He's climbing out of the car now, but the car just completely sideways into the barrier. It's parked up against the barrier. I think there's probably going to be some barrier repairs.
Yeah, we've had a red flag there, and the timing was slightly unfortunate because John Allison saw the red flag pretty much as he was turning into junction.
It was looking like a good run. Do you have the splits for John Albiston's there, Jerry?
Can I leave
sorry,
you?
the splits for John Albiston. Well, 17.96 to Garden Gate and 26.72 to Junction.
Can I leave you guys for a few minutes at this point? I'll be back soon.
I suspect there will be barrier repairs taking place, so there will be a fair delay.
Was it on the way into the chicane then, Jerry? It seems to have lost it.
It was just coming out of the chicane, and he hit the wooden barrier just before the Armco on the right.
Oh, yeah.
And he's standing somewhat ruefully looking at the car. Mallocks are pretty sturdy. Arthur built them strong, so it's a little difficult to see from here, but I don't think the damage is too bad. The main damage is the barrier, which is going to be need the barrier repair team. Can't quite see the front of the car, it's behind some foliage, but
that's a real shame then for Scott, because he was running really, really well. Especially, I was noticeable driving by Scott Goodfellow at Bowness a few weeks ago. He was fantastic lines through the sections where I was seeing him. So he's really been impressing me recently, and it's a shame, always a shame when it comes to an end. But especially the last corner, the last run of the day, it's never a good time to have an incident. So yeah, real shame for Scott. He was obviously pushing on.
Oh, sorry, 795. Steve Owen, anyway. 82, 88, 9, 8.
So we're just waiting on official confirmation of the runoff order as well.
3, 4, 7. That's just being checked as we speak. So I'll give you that in a moment.
Sounds good.
So once again, we have a delay which enables us to go through the running order. So we have it now. We can confirm, if you like to turn again to page 12, the second grid on the page. So first to run will be 81, Olivia Cooper. Then it's 795, Steve Owen. 82, David Warburton. 88, Jonathan Varley. 9, Les Much. 8, Robert Kenrick. 5, Richard Spedding. 1, Trevor Willis. 96, Sean Gould. 3, Wallace Minges. 4, Dave Uren. And last to run, top qualifier, number 7, Alex Summers. So we'll go down the numbers again. It's 81, 795, 82, 88, 9, 8, 5, 1, 96, 3, 4, and 7.
So that's your runners in order for the top 12 runoff that's to come up soon. Of course, before we have the runoff, we're still to see the rest of the National B runners. So the last car to go up the hill there was Scott Goodfellow, who unfortunately his run came to an end before the finish line. John Albiston then will get a rerun in the Brabham. We're still to see as well Kieran Bailey in his Lotus 7. And then we'll be on to, after that, we'll be on to the National B runners. So we'll then have, of course, the class with our very own Paul Hunter in the Renault Clio fighting against the Caterhams, the likes of Gavin Marshall, Graham Sinclair and Colin McAteer. We'll also have David Grubb. Hopefully Laura Ramsey's back out after her wee incident earlier on. Graham Hunt in the Mini Cooper. We'll also have the likes of Russell Deans in his Clio. Allan Cameron in his immaculate Porsche 944. Had a really good look at that car a few weeks ago, and fair to say it's absolutely gorgeous. Really, really well kept. A bit heavy for a place like Doune, but he definitely enjoys driving that car up there. We've got Christopher McDaid making his debut in the Xenos. And unfortunately, unlikely to see John Welsh back out in the Westfield XTR2, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we've got Laura Ramsey here without rear bumper. She's sitting in the queue. I've just told Paul there's a delay, so they're sat here taking their helmets off because it could be quite a while, I
Do you want
believe.
to see if you can chat to Laura Ramsey, John? Will she
Okay.
have a word? Find out what happened?
Hello. Mr. Monroe wants me to talk to you. So what happened in the first run, Laura?
Just a little bit too excited. I was chasing a PB and yeah, just too much speed at the top of Eastbury.
And then you obviously got jammed against the bank and you couldn't get out of the car, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Those brambles had me well pinned in.
Well, good luck this time and see you again. Thank you.
Can I say that those brambles had me well pinned in is the sentence of the weekend so far, and do not expect it to be beaten.
I also hope it doesn't become relevant again for anyone.
I think she'd be a bit cross if that happened. She seems to be in a good mood since it happened the first time, but the second time that's not going to go down well.
John Albiston rolls back past me in the Brabham. Often seen up here in the Lotus 23B, of course. But seems to be enjoying his time since acquiring the Brabham. It's BT38C. So John runs.
And we saw him in the Lotus at Bo'ness, did we not?
We did indeed.
That's a nice pair of cars to
It's not bad, is it?
choose from for your classic motorsport.
I don't think we gave you the times for the first two runners in that class. So Al Suttie, 57.69, so 400 slower than his opening run. But
Slower, that's what I didn't remember. Yeah.
Kenny Baird, inside the minute, 59.61 in the Fisher Spider.
You'll be happy with that then, from Kenny. That's a good time. A couple of seconds away from Al, but
Much wider car, much harder to place than the Silva is.
Scott Goodfellow's Mallock is now on the trailer and it's being towed up to the holding paddock. So there's just a few barrier repairs to get underway, and the barrier team, as ever, beavering away.
I think we now know the class because Scott Goodfellow hasn't improved, so therefore he's still in third. Wasn't able to catch Kieran Bailey, who's probably not going to catch. I don't think even Kieran thinks he's going to catch John Allison's time in the Brabham. So.
Well, I think, yes, it's got to be John Albiston on a 49.80. Scott Goodfellow's best was a 54.66.
So really John Albiston's target now is to try and beat Malcolm Wisher's record, which is wrong in the programme. It's not a 40-point something or other. It's a 49.43.
Yeah,
I was wondering about that earlier.
It's 49.43, which
Yeah.
is,
And,
yes.
Chaps, that was my mistake.
And John Albus did a 49.80 in the first run, so a possibility of reducing that to below the record.
Oh, I was going to say that the competitive aspect of the class was over, but that's clearly not true.
Not true.
Well, John actually, that was his PB, the first time he's ever gone under 50 seconds. So that was a bit of a landmark for John Albiston.
Well, you can do another landmark under 49.5 next time.
So he's having to sit and wait on the start line now after getting that red flag and going back to the start. Kieran Bailey is second in class at the moment with a 54.06, but I don't think he's going to catch John Albiston.
He would be well to do that, although he could do it by matching Scott Brownlee's time, oddly enough.
Well, John Albiston actually went back into paddock, back down towards his trailer, so maybe he's not going to run again. I'd imagine maybe he's just going down there to get a nice bit of cool shade, perhaps. But
I would hope it's that, because I mean, if he's that close to the record, it'd be really great to see him take it. With respect to Malcolm Wicker.
I mean, he did come back into paddock, and most people come back into paddock and line up again, but he's certainly down at the. He's not in the paddock holding area.
Maybe putting more fuel in the car, perhaps.
Possibly.
Be a bit of a short sight to leave it that short.
Another thimble full, yeah.
Maybe just making sure.
Should I now make my confession about this record mistake?
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it, David.
Okay, somebody else did it. No, it was I was the one that put it in as a 40, and our chief timekeeper Jim Reid thought this was a bit ambitious for an early 60s car on treaded tyres, which shouldn't really have been in with a shout of getting into the top 12 runoff. And what had happened in the official results for that meeting, the complete times were in the first column, when you'd expect them to be in the last column, and the last column showed the times to the S's. And it obviously took Malcolm about 9 seconds to get from the S's to the finish line. Hence the appalling mistake.
Okay, David, your apologies accepted.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
I feel validated by that. Yeah. I now accept no blame for anything else. That's me done. End of confessions.
I'm going to have a chat here. Hopefully, I want to speak to Christopher McDaid in the Xenos. Christopher, this is a new car to you, and you haven't driven here before, have you?
No, it's very daunting, and I'm actually petrified every time I go up the hill.
So what's the horsepower of this car?
It's 280 brake at 712 kilograms, so she's not to 60 in 4 seconds, and she likes to put it down, but she will kick out every so often and just get a little fright.
And obviously, it's a turbocharger, so it's a bit of a as you say, a bit of a kick occasionally, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'll keep it in third and just tickle it going through the straights, because I'm still very hesitant about what way the corner goes at any time.
Do you take out, obviously the road car, you take out on the road and have a quick blast along the local roads?
I've stopped doing that for various reasons. Just speed. She does tell you to do silly things. You can hear the turbo just chattering away behind your head, and she will whisper to you.
She whispers you naughty thoughts into your ear. Okay, thanks, Christopher. Obviously, a very handful of a car there, and doing very well in this first run here at Doune.
I think his approach to his first Doune is very sensible. I mean, he said petrified. I'm sure he's not actually petrified, but he's obviously treating the place with great respect in a very fast car. That's
absolutely.
an extremely good way of doing your first Doune. Your first event in general, I think, but Doune is scary. Let's just put it out there. It's a scary place to drive out quickly. So Christopher's approach, I think, is bang on.
By the way, while we've got a chance to talk about this, we did have. I was given the answer to a question we talked about earlier to do with Nicola Mingus, and Nicola was actually competing at a sprint when she met Wallace, and that was Wallace's first sprint. So they did actually meet at a sprint event. So Nicola was already sprinting.
That's what I probably thought. Yes. So.
What would Nicola have been competing in at that point?
Just thinking back, it could have been a Westfield. It could have been a Jedi, Mark 1 perhaps.
Did Nicola have a Jedi?
I think there was definitely a Coggle Jedi. I can't remember if Nicola was driving it.
There are so many cocktails.
Well, that's it, yeah. More likely, I think, would have been... I might try and find out for you.
Didn't it have a green frog on the roll bar? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Possibly.
Or was that
yeah.
one George drove?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I remember Green Dutton had a Kermit the Frog on it somewhere. That's probably not the one you're thinking of, though.
I could always ask.
I've got an answer. It was a blue Lotus Elise she was driving.
Oh.
So there's a curveball. There's a good one for the pub quiz. Aye.
So who'd you get the answers from?
Jonathan Rarity's my reliable source.
Okay, right.
Don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he knows a thing or two about sprints and hills.
Just a little bit, yeah.
He's not a very good driver, though.
Jonathan and I were at school together. I slightly questioned the term reliable source.
A source of some kind.
A source, yes.
Your reliability's been questioned as a source, by the way, Jonathan.
Because of course Wallace never
He would do it to me as well.
Wallace never won the Scottish Hill Climb Championship. He won the Sprint Championship 2 years in a row in the Westfield, but he never won the Hill Climb Championship in Scotland.
No, it was hugely competitive, the Scottish Hill Climb Championship for a number of years. Still is, of course.
And I've just seen Gary Dickson, the current champion, I think he's gone off now. So I won't catch him for an interview. But
when would Garry get back to Orkney? Would he fly back tonight, or would he take the boat tomorrow, or how would that work?
Are you taking the car with you or not? Because obviously if you take the car with you, you've got to go by boat. Or does he have his cars looked after on the mainland?
There are so many possibilities.
Yes, the replies are endless, David.
Guys, I've got another trivia question for you. You were speaking of Jonathan Rarity. Who can tell me how many times, and you were also speaking of the Scottish Hill Climb Championship, who can tell me how many times in total Jonathan won the Scottish Hill Climb Championship?
Well, they won it 4 in a row, and I'm thinking maybe 6 altogether.
Not bad, not quite. It's 5.
Oh, okay.
5 in a row or 5 in total?
No, 5 in total. 5 in total.
I mean, that was all in the same car. Oh, he had a Jedi originally, didn't he?
He had a Westfield originally.
Oh, a Jedi when he first won the championship, is that right?
Yeah, it was the
OMS. The Ghost. Oh, no,
OMS PR.
Right, and he had the Ghost after that.
Yep, and the Jedi, of course, and then the Ghost.
Mm.
Just also it's the same car that Colin Graham's now driving. So that's the OMS PR that Jonathan won the championship in.
Right.
And I think then it went to Paul Rhodes had it for a while. And now Colin Graham's been running it for quite a number of years now.
I'm almost scared to read the comments on the live stream at this point.
Why?
Just well, it could be wild enthusiasm for all this trivia, or something less than that.
Well, I'll just go make a cup of coffee instead of listening to us.
Yeah, there is a mute button on the live stream. Remember, David?
That was between ourselves. That's what when Paul's on.
Has it got a 5-second delay on it as well?
No, I think everyone has done the decent thing with regard to language, and I think in June Richard Brandt's flipping Nora was a very swift catch. I don't think that's really what he wanted to say. Obviously he meant flipping Noreen.
It'd be good to have 5 seconds to be able to get ahead of for naming the wrong cars for having incidents, but there you go.
Yes. We want Richard Brandt back at Doune in almost any capacity, either as a driver, because he performed very well the first time he did that, or as a commentator, because he performed very well the first time he did that. So get yourself up here, Richard.
He was competing not that long ago, wasn't he? Got the Clio back out again recently?
Last weekend it was his first event of...
His first event is the European Masters.
Yes.
it took that long to repair the car. Richard actually answered the Kerber question nearly an hour ago, but I didn't see that. So I think he's going to be back out again at Lowton Park next week. Or in 2 weeks? Is it 2 weeks?
So we just had some brilliant work up here at just after the Essex by the barrier repair team. All the work's now finished. Cars and vehicles are on their way down.
Yes, so behind Tim's Defender is the Malloch on a trailer. Fair bit of front end damage. Most of what I can see. So it's a pity that that happened, but I would imagine that car could be back out again in the fairly near future. I don't know if Scott's doing another event this year, but if not, he has an extravagant amount of time to get it sorted.
Guys, we do have the Land Rover coming back down the hill with a car on the back of it, which is good.
I just told you that, John.
Sorry, I was trying to read the comments in the live stream.
Oh, right.
So we now don't have the speakers, you see, so I have to take my headphones off to do things. So I sometimes miss things. Do apologise. Anyway, it looks in good nick, so that's the main thing. The Mallochs are built strong. Right. You're right, Jerry. So that's obviously a good sign. And then maybe that means that we can get underway quite soon if the barriers aren't taking too long.
Is there any sign that John Albiston is coming back to the line?
I'm just about to try and find out.
Okay. Because, I mean, maybe he went back to his paddock space because he knew it was going to take 20 minutes or whatever to get the barriers fixed. And he thought, I'm not going to sit getting baked in the sun in my Brabham while that's going on.
That's the barrier repair van coming back down now. Have you already told us that as well, David, or am I okay with that one?
I don't think I specified that one.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we're fine. So
that one was a late starter. We had all the others come first.
What was the 62 foot time? Or 64 foot?
64.
Well, they did a great job. Barriers all now completely repaired.
Yeah, they must say huge thanks to everyone involved in the team here at Doune Hill Climb, because they do a fantastic job to keep the event running smoothly. Obviously, barrier damage does happen, but they obviously have a routine and a method for fixing it, and they do it very quickly, so we can get the racing underway again. So huge thanks to everyone there for their efforts.
So now, of course, we have to mention the marshals and the timekeepers and the scrutineers, and actually the people we never want to see, and they never want us to see them, and that's the rescue unit staff. You can do a whole weekend at a hill climb, and you never know those people are there, but they are there. And if something goes badly wrong, you'll be very happy that they are there.
It looks like John Albiston had a issue with the battery, but he's hoping that they'll let him back again at the end of this at the end of the final batch.
Oh,
yeah, I'm sure they will.
The final batch?
Well, the batch is about to start coming up shortly.
Well, there's 2 more cars in this batch.
Yeah, but he's hoping to get a bit more time to get his batch charged up again.
Okay, right. So we'll complete this batch, then he will go at the end of the next batch.
After the Porsche, after McAteer is added.
Right, yeah, okay, good.
Hopefully.
Oh, definitely, hopefully. As I say, with all respect to Malcolm Busher, who's a splendid fellow, it's always nice seeing a record being broken.
And what you were saying about the track earlier, David, might be becoming more true now, because obviously we had a few delays. There's not been many cars going over it. Everything's cooling down a wee bit, so it might just begin to drop off from here on in, if it hasn't already, of course.
Feeling the air is noticeably cooler, which of course has an opposite effect.
If I had my second bonus jacket, it would be back on number 2 again, I think, at this point. We have a car on the hill, though, guys, I think.
Yes, Kieran Bailey with the Lotus 7.
Yeah, Kieran, one of the strongest competitors at Bo'ness a couple of weeks ago. Looking very good here at Doune this weekend as well, as he comes through Garden Gate, nice and neat and tidy, and away up the hill.
double class winner at Mineeff under considerable.
Huge class as well.
Yeah, a very strong class. Yeah, there's a lovely rasp off, off that engine. Oh, went up a gear and then back down a gear in fairly quick succession. Maybe the car is just between gears for this hill, but all seems to be going reasonably well.
So Kieran Bailey heads for the line and 53.97.
For a road car, a pre-1971 road car, it's not bad going at all.
Is that better than this? I can't remember what his first run time was.
I think it was a 54.
Was it 54?
But
right.
This was quicker and still confirms his second place in class.
Well, he'd be very pleased to have got into 53s then.
And third would be Scott Goodfellow, in fact, with the Mallet. But John Alberson has won it, but from what John was telling us, he's going to be taking his run at the end.
That kind of suggests to me that he does want that record.
Well, it would be good, wouldn't it? He's...
Jerry, were you aware of Scott's father, Andrew Goodfellow? Who competed certainly as far back as the 60s.
I don't go back quite that far, but I do remember the name.
Yeah,
yes.
I think now at one point did he have a Formula 5000 car with like a 5V58 engine of some sort. I don't know if it's a Cooper Chevrolet or not entirely sure.
I don't remember offhand. Jack Davison's Scottish Hill Climb Championship books would probably
Motorsports Extra.
Also, Motorsports Extra.
Seminal work. Yeah.
So one more batch before the finale to the meeting, which is round 32 of the Avon Tyres Wind Developments Motorsport UK British Hill Climb Championship. So will we see a new fastest time of the day? Alex Summers qualified top on 36.11, but FTD stands to Summers and Wallace Minges, the joint winners of the opening runoff on the 36.08. That's the fastest time we've seen so far today.
Of course, as we were saying earlier, there's another FTD award as well, because every competitor in this next batch, with the exception of John Albiston, for reasons we know, is competing in a different event on the same hill on the same day, but it is actually structurally a different event. So there's a fastest time of day award for this as well. And I wouldn't be entirely surprised if it was Gavin Marshall who's leading that. I don't know how easy that would be to check, but I think the fastest runs have generally been in the SA class, and he is certainly leading the SA class. So.
Yes, with a 52.56, and just looking down, you're talking about the remaining runners in this new batch. That is the fastest time overall of all the remaining runners.
So it comes down to Gavin, several other Caterham drivers, and Paul.
Okay, listen up, guys. John Monroe in particular. Nicola's come over to talk to me about her hill climb car, and she never had a Lotus, Elise. She never had a Green Frog either.
Whose was that then?
She doesn't know who it was. She can't remember. It's certainly a woman driver, but she can't remember who the Green Frog, the Green Kermit.
I was going to say it was Brian Beverley, but I'm going to retract that very quickly.
I just associated it with the name Cockhill. One of the Cockhills.
Well, no, it wasn't her. It was but she had
But it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. She had a 2-litre Westfield to begin with, and then a Hayabusa Westfield, another Westfield, and then she shared Wallace's Westfield after that. And a couple of years quiet, and then she had her first single-seater. So no Lotuses in there, no Jedis, no frogs.
Ah, well.
Right, well, let's clear that up then.
Who was it who suggested the Elise?
It was, I don't want to name and shame.
Yeah, I'm just.
But it was Jonathan Rarity.
I'm just wondering how the words reliable source, Jonathan, and Rarity are sounding now.
Also, by the way, I've been speaking to Keith Weeks, who's obviously improved by over a second for that last run, so he had a good job. He was also just chatting to me about Darren Gumbley. Darren looks like he sounds like he's pretty confident that he'll be back out on track at Lowton next time out. So that's really good news. Just needs to source a rear wing, but he thinks he's got everything else to sort that car. So that's fantastic news. Probably the car that's looked visually anyway the most damaged of any I've seen today. So if he's getting that out for Lowton, then that's good indeed.
Certainly good, yes. That's a fortnight's time, the Lowton Park meeting, the finale of the British Hill Climb Championship. That's a trip down to Shropshire. Well, in fact, it's almost North Wales, which is about a mile down the road, or less than that, if you go across country behind the hill climb. And,
I reckon that if you get your braking sufficiently badly wrong for Hall, which
yes.
is the first corner, you would actually land in Wales.
Finish up in Wales. Yeah. If you look at the OS map, I think the border is actually closer to the Holden pattern as to Hall, but very close.
Is it?
Certainly.
Oh, right. Okay. I do like Lowton, actually.
It's a
very good hill.
A challenging hill, not quite in the same way as Doune, but it's got a lot to it, and it's one of the longest hills in the championship. Not the longest. That's actually Harewood.
Yes, it's within about 10 metres of Doune, but the times are about 7 or 8 seconds slower, because it's just corner after corner after corner after corner, and that's what I like about Lowton and Doune. I've never been good at 3-corner hills. Just can't get my head around those at all. But 20 corners or whatever.
Takes a bit of learning, Doune. In fact, it's rather Lowton Park. Well, so does Doune, of course, but Lowton Park's 1475 yards, and Doune is 1476 yards, according to my record.
Is it only a yard apart?
So it's only a yard in it, yes. And the Lowton record is 43.52, but Doune is 35.62. So in fact, Lowton's a 69.3 mile an hour average speed, whereas Doune is 84.76.
What do you have as a Doune record? Did you say 35.62?
What have I got as the Doune
That's
record?
the class record. It's 34.76.
That's what it says in the programme.
No, 34.76, yes. Sorry.
Are we sure about that? Because I thought Scott Moran's time was the 34.77.
Oh, hundredth of a second.
Well, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to do this properly, chaps. And then Alex was 500ths behind in the same car, and that was a 34.82. I put my usual disclaimer here in that I may be completely wrong in every respect.
No, I think you're absolutely right there.
Oh, now you're just humouring me.
So the programme could be wrong then, in that case.
That
100th
slim
out.
sliver of a possibility cannot entirely be discounted.
Well, it seems like ages as Olivia Cooper broke the lady's record, but she's only just come back to paddock.
I was going to talk about that actually, yeah, because obviously with the large delay for the red flag and the repairing of the barriers, don't forget all these single-seater drivers are obviously sitting up in the top paddock.
Yeah.
And I hope the sun's shining. I mean, it looks from down here, it looks very sunny up there. I could see blue sky and a lovely field, but yeah. So the drivers will have been chatting with each other and sitting around for quite a while. They've probably been up there for over half an hour. So
indeed, at least
they'll be happy to get back down to the paddock, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I'm not actually going to talk to Olivia at the moment because she's going to get ready for her top 10 runoff. And anyway, Paul Hunter's just turned the corner and is heading up towards the start line. So be prepared to welcome your fellow commentator.
And what's the time he's got to beat then, Jerry? What's Gavin Marshall's time, if we have it?
Gavin Marshall's time 52.56. That's the time to beat.
And Paul did a 52.8, I think.
But he had some mistakes in there, so he knows what he can do.
8.5, right, okay. To be honest, I think this is the point where Paul is just going to shut everything else out of his life, and he's going to devote the next few minutes or whatever to do nothing but go as fast as possible past you, I think.
Yeah, he's already passed me.
Yeah.
Really nice through Oak Tree. Now, actually really smooth and together, which is a good sign, but carried the momentum, so he'll be with you shortly.
Okay. Yes, that was quite an entry speed into junction. It's almost like the car slightly wants to wobble at the back end across the meadow, but doesn't quite do it. So it's very nicely set up there. This is looking a good run.
Yes, it's just about to cross the line, Paul Hunter, with a 52.17.
Oh, that's a lead.
That's a good time. That's a cracking time. He'll be happy up the top.
Well, that is going to depend on Gavin Marshall and all the catering drivers.
That's true. But it's given him a chance.
Yeah, definitely.
And is that a PB as well? I think he's been in the 52s before, but not a 52-1.
I don't think he's ever done a 51, so yes, that probably is a PB. So, right. So he won't be a miserable old loony guts after this one. David Grubb going unfeasibly fast as usual in this very slow Ford Fiesta.
Laura Ramsey didn't quite get the downshift like she wanted, so she probably lost a bit of momentum up the hill.
David Grubb 62.53.
That might be a personal best,
Another
actually.
improvement, yes.
That's quite right. Laura Ramsey will right now be concentrating extremely hard on how to get around Eastbury. That sounded like a good downshift, and yep, keep it on black stuff all the way.
Laura Ramsey 64.45.
Right, yeah. Whatever you were saying, John, about gear change.
Shows
might
my
well
times.
been an issue.
Yep. Yeah,
Because she has been substantially quicker than that before.
I heard her lose momentum after Garden Gate, and then I heard a downshift, so maybe just not getting the gear before it. And that might have been something to do with the confidence knock if after the last incident. But this person certainly looks confident. That'll be Russell Deans then in the Renault Clio. He's looking really good through Oak Tree.
Well, we've got Graham Hunt in the Mini Cooper, just about to finish the run on a 59.68.
Russell Deans with his luminous pink crash helmet.
I noticed that as well, yeah, every time. It's good.
Yeah, it's very noticeable. Yep, really going for it. I don't think it's going to challenge Paul, but it's going to be a good time all the same.
This looks a quick run from Russell Deans. Previous one was 55.31. This time is 54.76.
That's good. That's a nice improvement. The Porsche, whose driver's name is
Alan Cameron for Gordon, immaculately looked after Porsche.
It's a gorgeous car, and it has been racing very well through junction.
Also really interesting to see the Xenos out there, Christopher McDaid. You're talking to him earlier. 280 brake horsepower is a lot to be taken up doing the first time, but it's nice to see a bit of new technology that we haven't seen before up the hill.
Oh yeah. Now he was talking about not letting it get away from him. He did allow it just to step out very slightly, and he seemed perfectly happy about bringing it back in line. I think he's probably learning an awful lot this weekend.
Alan Cameron's time 58.37, and Christopher McDaid already with the finish in sight, and it's a 55.84.
Watch out for Gavin Marshall as well, guys.
Previous class leader Gavin Marshall in the Caterham. Bear in mind he's not competed in this car before, and he hasn't competed in anything for the last 2 years. So it's extraordinary that he was in the class lead earlier.
So Gavin Marshall was edged out of the lead by Paul Hunter with a 52.17. So Marshall this time 51.96. Oh, he's got it back.
I think although he's not now won the class, I think Paul is going to love the battle he's just had with Gavin.
He'll not love the result, but he'll love everything else about it. Oh, guys, it's not over yet though, because we've just had Colin McAteer come flying through, and he's looking really racy.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, it's not just about those two. There were a lot of cars up at the sharp end.
And we've got Graham Sinclair before here with a 51.89.
So now he's leading it.
So he's now slipped into the lead. 51.89 for Graham Sinclair.
I'm now beginning to think that Paul might not be as happy as
bittersweet
could otherwise have been the case.
It's a good time, but is it going to be enough for even a top three? Colin McAteer was looking quick as well, as is Graham Beveridge, just gone past me.
Graham is always good to watch.
I heard the tyre squeal from Garden Gate from here.
Colin McAteer looking to get inside 51.89.
Well, he has.
51.32. So the lead changing every run in this class.
What I think this might be the most competitive class we've had all the time, all weekend.
Paul Hunter dropping from 1st to 4th in the space of 4 cars.
I remember Paul when he was good.
So here is the what is it, David?
I was slightly ignoring that because there's a red flag out.
Julie Patterson come past me, so it looks like Julie is okay. Wonder if that's Graham
Yes,
Beveridge.
I think she will be being shown the red flag. Who was it?
Graham Beveridge in the 206.
Right. Right, there is sweeping. Do we have a time for Graham? No, we don't. No, sorry, that's the clock continuing for Julia Patterson.
Graham Beveridge, we have a time for the luridly hued Peugeot 205, 52.69.
Right, I think he must have cut Eastbury, which he is perfectly entitled to do, but it does involve. Actually, I'm trying to get the. Right, he's brought mud onto the track from one side or another.
Oh, the final results after a hectic Class SA is that Colin McAteer took the win with 51.32, but in second place on 51.89 was Graham Sinclair, third on 51.96 was Gavin Marshall, so Paul Hunter has to settle for 4th place on 52.17.
And top to look for.
Yes.
What an absolutely brilliant Class SA was.
That was a thoroughly enjoyable battle. It really was.
Yes.
And Julia Patterson heads back down the hill then for her rerun.
I can imagine that at the prize giving, everyone in SA is going to be super gentlemanly to each other, you know, because they will all have enjoyed that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Paul Hunter's reaction to that run, because obviously it was a good time for him and it jumped him up to the lead, so it was as good as he could have asked for, but then the position won't really show for it at the end, so it'll be interesting to see how he feels about it, but I'm sure he'll be happy. It's a great time.
I think he'll be extremely happy with the personal best.
Knowing that he's only 4/10 away from first and he's 4th, I'm sure he won't be too happy with that fact.
Yeah, we also have to remember he's been driving with a broken rib, and is probably still hungover from Poland last weekend, so, you know. Pre-event preparation hasn't been great, you know, that's all I'm saying.
So we have one more batch then before the British Championship runoff. And we should see, actually sorry I say batch, but of course this is the last batch. It's just the, yes, the red flag waiting for the sweeping. But we still have the Class SF cars, which is the Scottish MX-5 hill climbing sprint cars.
Both of them.
And both David and Leslie Ann. And then we'll of course have the historic National Bs up to 1971, including the likes of Richard Morrison's TVR. We'll have John Beckett's Corvette, a couple of very quick Austin Healey's, IMG Midget, Porsche 911 and a Lotus Elan as well. So plenty of exciting machinery to come up. And then of course we have the fastest of the fastest in the country.
But not before John Albiston, of course.
Of course, yes.
In what may be the
fastest historic in the country.
Sorry?
So maybe the fastest historic in the country.
Yeah, very possibly. Do we think that Stephen Muir already has Class SM sewed up? Does that sound a reasonable?
I think.
Guess?
Oh, I should think so.
Yeah. It was quite
well, he has a couple of seconds or more, in fact, almost 3 seconds lead.
You never know.
It was the kind of margin he had at Bo'ness, though. More than 2 seconds ahead both days. And again, that was a very competitive class.
Yeah, a very, very decent peddler, Stephen Muir.
I think I said at Bo'ness, the way he drives, I would quite like to see him in a single-seater or, you know, something modern and modified, but maybe that's not what he wants to do. Maybe his sport is driving classic cars, and he just loves it.
Yeah, he's got a knack for it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And so obviously it's not every driver translates from one car to another. Some people struggle with cars that should be quicker, but some people just fall into anything, and you never know. Unless we see him in other stuff, we won't know, but he definitely has got the grips of that Austin Healey, clearly a talented driver. And by the way he drives that thing, you would really think that he would be good in anything he did. You just get a flavour for someone's talent. You can see the way they drive the car. You just know that they're completely on top of the handling and in control.
So Julie Patterson has left the line.
Yeah, comes through Oak Tree. Nice and neat and tidy. Faster than last time as well, as she heads up through Garden Gate. So it's looking good for Julia.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Carrying very good speed this yeah, I think she slows down a little bit too much on the last right-hander before we're going up East Bray. Apart from that, this all looks very solid.
Julia Patterson in the Van Diemen, through the S's now, and the time 53.38.
David Wallace was very quick through Oak Tree as well, got as close to the barrier as he could get on the outside.
So, horrid sounding car, I have to say. Sorry. Very distinctive though.
I quite enjoy it.
Really?
Yeah, it's a bit different. I like cars that sound different. He was really quick at Golspie as well, almost took the class win.
Really?
Just pipped at the line by Keith Rose by a tenth, but he was ahead of Ross Glenn, ahead of Andrew Connell, and ahead of myself.
So
really?
first
Ross
of
Glenn
the
and
two,
Andrew Connell.
first of the two MX-5s, David Wallace, 53.39. So there's the score up on here.
I think it wouldn't take very many more events before Julia Patterson was round about 50-51 in that Van Diemen, which would be starting to pedal very seriously. Just needs more track time, I think.
So here's the second Mazda, Lesley-Ann Schooler. Through the S's and over the line, 63.38. Good improvement, almost 2 seconds.
The TVR of loveliness is now going along the meadow and starting to get
Oh, the Lotus Elan of speedness going through Oak Tree. That was dreadful, I know, but the driving wasn't.
You're highlighting the quality of the driving by your commentary.
Yeah.
It's the TVR of Richard Morris first, before we see if Robert Anderson can really pull something out of the back to get close to Stephen Muir.
I have to say, Robert Anderson is looking very, very good.
66.96 for Richard Morris, so it's a little slower.
Okay. Robert Anderson is such a good driver to watch.
Robert Anderson really pressing on with the Lotus Elan. He's chasing 54.09 and he's finished on a 56.99, so once again, not as quick.
Yeah, Alex Hazlewood was looking really quick. I'm surprised we haven't seen John Beckett though.
He and Alex, for some reason, have always been running out of programme order.
Ah, okay.
So you will see John
yes,
very shortly.
We've got Alex Hazlewood and John Beckett in that order coming up now.
There are probably no two adjacent cars in this meeting which weigh such different amounts.
Lemmy makes its way up through tunnel and towards you, David.
I'm not saying it's heavy, but I saw Raptors orbiting round it in the paddock.
Alex Hazlewood first over the line with a 62.18.
John Beckett carefully not having a tank slap out like he did in the last run.
John Beckett's probably still got his lights on, even in the sunshine with the Corvette. Yes, he has indeed, and he's through the left-hander and heading to the line, and the shot of the Corvette stops. The clock's on 62.54, so he got into the 59s first time up, but not as quick this time. In fact, most of these cars, a few of them, are actually making their first run times.
Stephen Muir came onto the meadow just with a different kind of speed from everything else in the class. With the possible exception of Robert Anderson, who did look very quick.
I must say, Tom Marr in the midget, sorry David, Tom Marr in the midget was looking pretty much as quick as Stephen Muir through Oak Tree, so it's an impressive run from Tom.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yep.
Well, Stephen Muir's over the line with 55.69, so once again, he's slower. But he's got the class win from Robert Anderson and Alex Hazlewood.
Maybe Tom Marr will be the one who this does look very strong. I'm inclined to think that so much of the track is now in shade that we've gone
over the hill.
The point, yes, that kind of thing.
I think the temperature's dropped a fair bit.
Yes.
Tom Marr, 61.49. That's the only one in the class to improve.
Now this must be John Alberston coming up.
I thought I'd just leave the mic open so you knew who it was.
Really impressive, that. So what's he got to get? It's 49.43. We're wondering if he can beat.
It's 49.43 is a record, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. He's
Margaret Agee, meanwhile, 64.44.
good.
That's another improvement.
I think John is going for this. How lovely would it be for him to leave the hill with a record?
Well, the record then is 49.43, and John Alberston, he's not done it. It's 51.04 for the Brabham.
Maybe if there hadn't been the delay for barrier repairs, he would have got it, because there was much more sunlight on the track at that point. That's but allowing for the track slowing down, that's still a very hot time.
See what you did there.
Oh, that's awful. No, I can only. I've fallen my sword. I honestly didn't mean to do that. Can we just wipe that off the live stream? Red flag signifying
end of the
nothing more
batch.
Alarming, but yep, then end of batch.
So, John, you were reading the comments on the live stream. Any ones you want to share with us?
That's quite a telling silence.
I think the problem is that the live stream, the comments disappear once it stopped going live. So I don't know if you actually go back and read them again. I'm not sure. Maybe you can.
No, I don't think you can actually. It opens up a new set of comments.
Right.
Right.
You've tried that before, obviously.
Right. We were wondering about Paul Hunter's mood. It is jubilant. He is a very, very happy pixie. I think he will have been delighted just to be in a competitive class no matter where he finished, and that time looks extremely pleased with. Needless to say, Colin McAteer is looking quite joyful as well. Yes, John Brown, a victory for shots, of course.
Indeed, indeed. My original home stomping ground when I was brought up. Very, very close to Wishaw, David, actually.
It wasn't me that said anything derogatory about Wishaw.
Yeah.
Wishaw is a place full of delights. Alec Graham's from Wishaw, I think. Oops, sorry,
Yeah, are either Tom or Colin related to Alec? The next question.
Sorry, distracted there.
Are cars lining up for the runoff, John? Or do we have time to just remind people of the running order again?
You've got time to remind people of the running order. There's still cars coming down. And we've got, yeah, on you go.
Right, well, just to repeat, page 12 in your programme is where you fill these in. If you didn't get them before, this is the running order for round 32 of this 34-round British Championship. No double drivers, so all 10 go up one behind the other. And first to go, it's 81, Olivia Cooper. 795, Steve Owen. 82, David Warburton. 88, Jonathan Varley. 9, Les Much. 8, Robert Kenrick. 5, Richard Spedding. 1, Trevor Willis. 96, Sean Gould. 3, Wallace Minges. 4, Dave Uren. And 7, Alex Summers.
So that's your 12 runners and riders then for the runoffs. Just been speaking as well to Lynn Owen, who's making her way up the hill to watch. She was saying Steve might have just done a PB, so yeah, really impressive from Steve Owen, if that is the case, and obviously in someone else's car as well, first time in the V8. Also, I don't think he's ever gone sub 40, so that'll be his target if he wants to go any quicker in the runoff, but as we say, I don't know if the track's actually there for that.
Yes, we just had this message come through on the headphones that number 82, David Warburton, will not be taking his place in the runoff. So.
Oh, Jerry, I had just been told that over the radio.
Oh yeah, I got that. I don't know whether it went out over the PA, but
yeah, it's apparently gear issues.
That,
maybe they
that
did
would
come
make
back.
sense, because we both thought he didn't change down like we would have thought.
And they had gear issues from the very first run today with Allan. So
Yeah.
there's obviously some issues there with their gear. So Olivia Cooper is coming up towards the line shortly. It's interesting that you got the 12 cars that qualified. They're all completely different as regards engine chassis combination. So there's no dominant chassis engine these days in hill climbing. Everything is different from each other.
Well, we like it that way, don't we?
Well, I think in the fastest 3 cars we have an IndyCar engine, if I'm not mistaken about this, an IndyCar engine, a Formula 1 engine, and a DTM engine.
I think the IndyCar engine is from the same family as the Formula 1 engine, well, as a Formula 1 engine.
Yeah, but you could say all the Suzuki engines are the same family as well, but they're actually different. With the 1600 Suzuki, with a...
But completely different from the IndyCar and the Formula 1 engine.
Exactly,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
Yes,
Right,
I don't think, which is the Formula 1 engine?
You say the NME, are you?
Dave, I was going to... Well,
that's actually an IndyCar engine.
Oh, well.
Because it was XB. And built by, modified from the IndyCar engine by Nicholson McLaren.
But again, in the same family as the Cosworth HB, if you go far enough back. Look,
That is a Formula 1 engine. That would be good if he did. After not getting any runoff wins, he then gets 2 in the same day. That would be good. But we'll see. He's top qualifier.
Maybe there'll be a 3-way tie.
Well, we could end up with 3 different, if someone else wins other than Wallace and Alex, we'll have 3 different runoff winners for runoffs, which would be good.
Well, that's top qualifying time. He's not a million miles away from his, what's still FTD set by Alex and Wallace.
Wow, is all I can say. Jonathan Varley, gone before I've even seen it. Unbelievable speed from JB and completely committed.
Quickest launch too. We'll see how he does on the split. Yes, 1979 to the split. Much quicker than anybody else.
Lovely appearance to junction, really like that, absolutely flat out. I think a little bit sideways at the bottom of East Bray, beautifully through the top of East Bray, and to you, Jerry.
Yes, and past me already, David. Jonathan Varley heads for the line, and it's a 38.73.
Good Lord.
So well clear at the moment.
And that exactly equals his record he set in the first qualifying run this morning.
Jonathan Varley's car is funny because it always looks exactly the same speed, if not quicker, than some of the people doing the 36s. So obviously he just doesn't quite have the power when he needs it, but he's just driving it unbelievably well.
I doubt that engine has much more than, say, 300 horsepower. That would be pretty good, I think, for a hill climb spec BDG.
Absolutely.
Rally spec ones were doing about 260. Maybe 320 for full race. It's certainly a lot less power than the car I would expect to be in the 36s.
So Les Much's car now being pulled back.
Did we see a marshal sweeping something anywhere? We do not.
So maybe the delay is just for Les then?
No, because Robert Kenrick's going up in front of him. So Les must have a problem.
Yeah.
Well, these cars must run in order, so...
And Les is now getting his helmet off, so obviously a problem there for Les Much.
Oh, no, that's bad one. So,
I mean, Steve Owen gets a point, no?
Well, I was going to say, everyone who gets to the top of the hill will now score points.
as David Franklin did 76 times in a row. If you remember.
Right, watch this for commitment for those of you watching where I am at Oak Tree. Absolutely screams towards us. Oh, it takes a bit of a lift this time. Maybe not his best run of the day through Oak Tree. That might be something to do with the track temperature, but away he goes to Junction.
When he qualified on a class record, 19.66, quickest of the split.
That might actually have been the fastest I've seen anyone come out of Junction all day.
Well, he's really pressing on through the S's now, so what will the time be? The answer is 37.64. He goes fastest.
And the answer to Les Much is broken a chain.
Yeah.
John, will you stop listening to my messages?
We were all listening, David.
We're all hearing
we
them,
can't
yes.
avoid them. They're coming straight through our headphones.
I didn't hear a message. Where are they coming from, David?
Sandy Crawford.
Oh, right.
Because we're all linked into Sandy, so.
Oh, well.
So now it's Richard Spedding, who qualified 6th on the 37.17. Time to beat is Robert Kenrick, 37.64.
And that was a 10th quicker than his time run, in the competition run, was it?
Yes, quicker than his record. Well, he makes a habit of going quicker than the record in the runoff. So he's not failed as he's done it again.
I think that's basically because he usually goes faster on every run than on the previous run.
Yeah, and that's the lead at the moment from Jonathan Varley, Olivia Cooper and Steve Owen. That's the 4 times that we've got, with 2 retirements, unfortunately, or 1 non-start and a retirement for Les.
And he's guaranteed at least a top 7 as Robert, once again, after picking up 7th in the first runoff. Car on the hill though.
So Richard Spedding away from the line, 2.22. Nobody's beaten Kenrick yet.
That car is still sounding rough. I'm sure you could hear it in the speakers, but it didn't affect his time earlier on. So let's wait and see. He was very, very quick despite the rough sound.
Last run yesterday it sounded incredibly smooth. Now I'm just wondering if there was a tiny little bit of understeer through Junction, but to be honest, this looks like an absolutely shattering run. Speed across the meadow was unbelievable.
Speed through the S's is pretty quick, and with a 19.53, that was quickest at Junction, and it's 37.44. So new leader, Richard Spedding.
Guarantees him a top 6 as well.
I think in fact Les was a non-starter because I don't think he actually got to the line before the chain broke. So I think Les would actually go down as a non-starter.
Yes, I think he would. Yeah. It was probably during a tire warm-up, I would guess.
Yes, I think it was. Yeah.
Our reigning champion Trevor Willis should be next up then. See what he can do. He's been on it all day. Not necessarily been the fastest runner out there, but he's definitely been pushing on.
He's just being held here at the moment.
Oh well, he spraying the first run off, so he has yet to score today. Qualified 5th on 36.87.
So Tim's now calling him forward, so that's Trevor giving the signal to go.
So the hill waits with bated breath as Trevor Willis lines up. Time to beat, of course, just been set, 37.44 by Richard Spedding. Second place at the moment, Rob Kenrick on a 37.64. So if Trevor can get into the low 37s, that'll guarantee him a top 5 finish in the runoff. And we know he can do that. He can go a lot quicker than that. But is the track there?
Don't think it is. It's still quick.
I think there'll be a 36s in there.
Well, Kenrick's
might
done
do,
his
yeah.
best time of the day so far. So
Actually, that's an extremely good point. I shall now switch off my mic for the rest of the meeting.
So 3 times British champion Trevor Willis.
I can hear the traction control going, I think. Can I?
You'll hear the launch control when he leaves the line. Unmistakable.
Actually, no, maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm confusing the sound of the generator.
I think that's
Can I
that's
go
like
home
the generator.
now, yes.
Turquoise Westfield with a Kermit frog.
What's your first name?
Vela.
Vela.
Wonder what the hold-up is.
John, this is on the wild off chance. Have you just been talking to somebody who knows about cars called Kermit?
Sorry, yes, my speaker was on. That was just to tell me that the person who had the turquoise Westfield with Kermit was somebody called Vela Alexander.
Yes, Vela McAllister, as was. Have you been talking to
Oh,
Vela?
yes, Vela McAllister. That rings a bell now, yes.
No, I talked to Nicola.
From way back.
Oh, Nicola. Oh, right.
Oh,
Okay.
well,
Yes.
she would know.
You say Westfield, and I think it was a Dutton though. And her father, John McAllister, who's
I'm not going to go into this any deeper.
Sorry?
I'm not going into this any deeper.
So I think what's actually happened down in the paddock is they're trying to get something sorted on Trevor's car in time to get his run. So that's maybe why there's a slight delay.
They've dashed up to the start line, yes.
Had some frantic work by some
Tom's
mechanics.
rushing back, so this could be a repeat of an event which happened a few years ago, where he actually broke a drive shaft in the warm-up area. But maybe it's not that. I'll just have a wander up.
Must be an issue of some sort.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get something sorted on the car while he's still got the chance of running in order. Of course, as you were saying, they do have to run in order, so if they can get something fixed quick enough and the officials will allow it, then he'll be all right. So well, maybe it's a race against time.
Strictly speaking, you have to start your run within 2 minutes of the last run being completed. But
at the discretion of the car of the course, that is.
And I think
and
also
the other
the discretion of
competitors.
the other competitors, though, because I think when there was that drive shaft problem or whatever it was, Trevor took 20 minutes. And basically all the other drivers were saying, yep, go on.
Well,
yes, take your run, take your run.
There's been several instances of this, drive shafts being broken on the way to the line.
Well, at the moment, whatever the problem is, it's under his seat. He's got the seat out of the car, and there's 3 of them trying to fiddle something under the seat. So I'm not sure what's down there in the car.
Somebody dropped a £1 coin underneath the seat.
So we've got Trevor, Tom,
It's not
Ray
Wallace, is it? Wallace hasn't said, I think I've dropped a £1 coin down your seat, Trevor.
I'm just wondering if it might be a gear shift issue, because those of you who were at Craig Antlet, those of us who one or two, I think a few years ago, Trevor did have a problem, and he did this was during a qualifying run, he did the whole run in first gear, knowing that as there were only 12 registered contenders, as long as he got to the top, he would qualify.
Well, I don't remember it that way. I think it was the actual qualifying run. And he thought, even if I'm in first, it might be in second gear actually. He thought, obviously, if I go up in second gear, I'm going to be behind all the other single-seaters, but I'll definitely beat Finlay and Herbert and their Honda Civic and Porsche 911, and he didn't.
So at the moment, as I say, it's Trevor and Tom New helping as well. So the camaraderie of hill climbing, Steve Marr
that's
also
so
involved as
yeah.
well. Ray Rowan and Sam Wilson all there. Some gaffer tape coming up now.
Everybody is on that car. Could there be an ECU of some sort underneath the seat
I'm
of
not
that
sure,
car?
but at the moment they're now getting some gaffer tapes. There must have been some loose connection or loose bolt or something.
Okay. I hope this isn't the live stream, actually.
It's probably not
There's a
actually,
camera down there, isn't there?
it's probably not quite caught. I think the camera actually just points at the start line, so it's a bit further down than that.
Oh, right.
It's right down towards the start of the tyre warming area.
Well, could Rich or Eleanor maybe be on the handheld?
I last saw Ellen, I think, in the paddock, so maybe.
This is just becoming too tense. Goodness sake.
I think we're nearly there. The seat's about to go back in again, so Eleanor's actually filming from the back.
Ah, right, okay.
From down by the paddock entrance, so maybe she's catching the gist of it all. Certainly the seat's going back in now.
I do like the handheld camera work on the live streams that have just come in. I think they started this year. They do add quite a lot. I mean, static cameras are fine, but of course, however many cameras are on the hill, there's going to be people saying, can we have another 4?
Okay, so he's getting back in the car now.
Good.
Apparently the master switch has failed. There's just a jury rig on it to make sure it works again.
Why would the master switch be under the seat?
Well, maybe it wasn't. Maybe that was the only place you could actually get the fix without actually doing anything to actual master switch. Maybe they had to get to the further down the line, away from the switch.
Yep.
And maybe the easiest thing to do at the time.
As I believe I said yesterday, life would be a lot simpler if we were all driving Model T Fords. Because you can immediately see the bit that's broken, you can unscrew it, you can screw in the new one, and off you go. This is not an idea that I feel is being universally accepted.
You want single make hill climbing now?
Doesn't sound as good when you put it that way.
No, it doesn't.
But MX5 hill climbing is good.
So it's it's good of everyone to allow Trevor the time to try and get this sorted as well.
As he's in the car now, just Sam Wilson standing over it.
Obviously, it's a dry track as well, so there'll be no it's not as if the track's drying or anyone's getting a disadvantage or an advantage, so that's really nice to see.
And maybe you can hear it started up. So he'll be tyre warming very shortly, and we'll be on our way.
Here we go then. I can hear that car warming its tyres.
I'm definitely not confusing that with the sound of a generator.
Probably not. So we get back to our feet and we get ready to go again then.
A marshal was standing up exactly at the moment you said that.
Just remember, 37.44 is currently leading the runoff at the moment. That's Richard Spedding in his GWR Raptor. You've got Rob Kenrick in another GWR Raptor, 37.64 in second place. So that's the times Trevor needs to beat if he wants to be top 5. Beyond that, of course, we'll have to wait and see what everyone else does afterwards.
He's off the line now.
Yes, 2.05, quickest launch so
Already
far.
with me. Oh, he's so fast through Oak Tree, but I think he went a bit too fast, got very close to the barrier and had to lift it just a wee bit, so he's lost a bit of time on the exit. Very exciting indeed.
Very, very, very quick. I can only say he's going very quick. That is all that's happening.
And he's half a second quicker than anybody else to junction. According to the clocks, he's into the S's already on 30.21, and the time for Trevor Willis, 37.20. He takes the lead.
Oh, for goodness sake.
So now it's Sean Gould. Missed out this morning in qualifying after and off. Now got it all repaired. And qualified fourth with a 36.62. Won both runoffs here back in June.
This could be very, very good.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what he does. Obviously, since repairing the car, he didn't take time to make sure it was all okay. He obviously just got straight out there and had the confidence. So the car feeling exactly the same as it was before by the looks of it. And yeah, you cannot write him off. Definitely not. If anything, he's one of the favourites.
He qualified fourth, only half a second away from Alex Summers' fastest qualifying time.
He has won more Doune runoffs in 2019 than anyone else.
Yes, 100% more.
As in 2 versus 1.
2 versus 1, of course, yeah.
Yes, because he won both in June.
Can he make it 3? That's the question. And it would be obviously Sean's most successful year to date if he can, especially, well, it already is one of his most successful anyway, most amount of wins in a year. But can he, if he takes more, then it's just going to get even better for him.
Well, he's had 5 runoff wins so far this year. Could this be a 6th?
And such a great lead into the 2020 season. I mean, you have to. I don't think there's any one single favourite for next year, but Sean has to be in the group of favourites.
Yeah, momentum is definitely a thing.
Yes.
second half of his season has been quite extraordinary.
So I'm sure this delay for Sean won't be quite as long as the delay for Trevor.
It's gone all quiet down here again.
Can you see anything wrong, John? John,
I'm just about to wander up to see if I can. I don't think he's been called forward yet. The busy sweeping again, Tom says. So somewhere up the hill they must be sweeping.
Not at the top of the hill. Do you have a red flag, John Munro?
No, nothing at all. Things are clear up here. Everyone's waiting with bated breath once again. But yeah, just building the atmosphere, building the anticipation, but no sign of any issues.
And it's interesting that Wallace
extra information, there is sweeping going on at the
I think
exit of the Essex.
No, we can just see marshals on the track after East Bray, in fact.
Well, I've been told post 9, which is the last corner on the hill, so which would be slightly out of your sight, so you wouldn't see marshals there. But apparently that's where the main sweeping is going on.
We're looking towards East Bray through the trees, and we can just see marshals on the track, orange overalls on the track, but what's...
Are they sweeping or are they sunning themselves?
Another interesting point is that Wallace has got different tyres on the back for this run, not the ones he had on for qualifying. You can tell because he's got yellow wheels on the back this time, so this must be his run-off set he's using for this run.
Yellow wheels on the front.
Yes, he has yellow wheels on the front and black wheels on the back for the class run.
Does the colour of the wheel denote the manufacturer of the tyre? Or
No, it's just whichever set he puts on those wheels.
Okay.
I do like the bright green wheels, I must say. It goes well with the car.
Yeah, there are green ones as well as the yellow ones, yes, but these are...
Goes well with his eyes.
Yeah, these are different from the ones he had on for the qualifying run, so these are probably his run-off specials, perhaps.
I wonder what difference that'll make.
There are marshals on the track on the exit of East Bray, but it's so difficult to see what they're doing because they're behind trees and foliage. He's just standing there.
I can usually see marshals sweeping the track at East Bray from here.
Well, it's after East Bray.
I can't. Yes, I think it's after Essex.
Just before the entry to the S's.
Oh, sorry, the ones you're looking at?
Yeah, the ones I'm looking at.
Ooh, right.
Not quite sure what's happening, but there's obviously a problem there.
Honestly, my information was the very last post.
No, the last post. Well, in fact, marshals are walking down with brooms from the last post, and so there's obviously some sweeping of some sort going on just after East Bray and before the S's. But as I say, it is behind the trees, and we can't really see from here.
I have put up 9 fingers to a distant marshal who has nodded his head vigorously. He insists that it is the finish straight that's being swept.
Well,
tomorrow morning this
all I
won't
can
matter,
say is that marshals are advancing through the S's and walking towards East Bray with brooms.
Marshal is advancing through the S's.
I like that.
Against the raging Scots and Englishmen, yes.
That was on a level of luridly huge Peugeot 206 or whatever it was.
So quite why they're doing sweeping now and why it wasn't done 5 minutes ago, I don't know.
maybe just weren't aware that it needed done.
Maybe they
so
are all coming back from having swept that corner.
That could be true.
Well, I'm sure we'll all read about it in the papers tomorrow. So.
Well, we won't speculate, but...
Well, Sean's engine started, Sean's getting up to line now, so obviously it's all clear, ready to go.
I've never been more relieved to hear.
Maybe the problem was after the S's and they were returning with the brooms to the normal point.
Either way then, we'll be underway very shortly for our final 4 cars of the day. So first up we'll have Sean Gould, then we'll have Wallace Mingus, Dave Uren and Alex Summers as the cars we have left.
It's
impossible.
any of those for you.
Car on the hill, guys.
Right, Sean Gould,
already with me,
1.95 launch.
flying through. You're unbelievable through Oak Tree. Possibly the quickest I've seen all day, guys. Fully committed. This is going to be a good one.
I think unbelievable for Sean Gould is pretty much normal.
Could be an 18, yes, 18. 3-2, tremendous time to the junction split.
And his entry speed onto Meadow, extraordinary. Look at the acceleration
it's
to
really
the
flying
S's.
into the S's. This is the quickest run we've seen. It's got to be FTD, which currently is 36.08.
Oh my
yes,
God.
35.97 for Sean Gould. Fastest time of the day so far.
Did any of us see a 35 coming this weekend?
Nope.
That is
But it was
immense.
It was well worth the wait.
It really was.
That was, I mean, I called it from Oak Tree. I could see it, you know, just visually. He was, put it this way, his throttle position was more like it was a 1600, but he has a V8, so he's obviously got so much more power. He's carrying more speed, but he still kept it nailed in Oak Tree, and it just shows you how it's possible. You know, he obviously wasn't completely flat, but there was no big lift. It was, if anything, a feather, and he carried the speed all the way through, and it just visually, you just knew straight away it was going to be a good run.
So this must mean great chassis, great aero, if he's able to do that with all that power.
Exactly.
So it's not just brute force of power, because that doesn't work at Doune.
After having an off at Oak Tree earlier in the day, to come back and do that is just phenomenal.
Yes.
And as we say, the momentum right now firmly with Sean Gould, unless someone can do something about that.
Well, currently, that is the lead from Trevor Willis by 1.5 seconds, which is an incredible margin at this stage in the runoff.
Really?
He is a Doune specialist, isn't he?
What, Sean?
Well, he's 2 wins in June.
How many wins do you think Trevor's had here?
Well, yes. He's got not quite the same amount of horsepower, but nonetheless. Sean, tremendous run. Can anybody beat that 35.97?
And there was also an enormous number of years where people like Trevor and so on were competing, and Sean wasn't.
Yeah.
It's only quite recently he's come back to the sport. Well, relatively recently. Well, I'll tell you, if anyone can beat that.
Another car on the hill. It'll be with me in a split second.
Oh, let's see what the new champion can do about it. It's a 1.98 launch, which is almost as good as Sean's.
I would say that's the best Wallace has been through Oak Tree all day. Not quite as quick as Sean, but the best Wallace has been.
Well, Sean was 18.32 to junction, 18.52 for Mingus.
Carrying a lot of speed onto junction and into East Bray, actually. That's a hell of an entry speed to East Bray.
This is going to be a close one, guys.
It's going to be a close one, yes. He's over the line now with a 35.63.
What?
So the grip's not too bad then, is it?
Shows just why he's British Hill Climb champion. Tremendous run there from Wallace.
Members of the Gould family are looking perhaps not quite as delighted as they were a minute ago, but still smiling.
Wallace has still done it in a Gould, though.
Sorry?
He's still done it in a Gould.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
that got a lot of
key
nodding from
thing.
members of the Gould family.
Well, Dave Uren, who qualified second on the 36.32, can he top that? And Alex Summers will be struggling perhaps as fastest time. 36.11, he was top qualified, but it's Dave Uren next to go.
He's on the hill.
Yep.
2.15, not as quick a launch.
Oh, bit of a wiggle went into it. Good bit of wiggle going to Oak Tree. Gets it all together, very close to the barrier on the right, but gets it sorted for Garden Gate. I don't think it's quite as quick as Wallace and Sean, but it's not bad.
That's David's. Oh, right. He touched the grass in the middle of the meadow and got a wee bit sideways, but not too much of a problem. Faster entry into junction than usual for Dave.
Again, these last few cars really hurtling through the S's. And David Uren's over the line already, 36.18, which is third place.
Yeah, knocks Trevor Willis back down to fourth then.
How is the track getting faster as it gets colder?
Well, can Alex Summers, with his deficit in horsepower, get on terms with those sort of times?
Honest answer? He can't, but he's probably going to anyway.
35.6.
He wasn't British champion in 2015 for nothing.
35.63 though. That is a tall order for Alex Summers. I called at the start. I thought Alex might take the win in this runoff, but given that time from Wallace, the odds are stacked against him.
Well, it just had to be restarted now. There's a bit of a slight delay there. Went in the corner okay, but they just had to run up and plug him in again. And that's okay. It started up again.
He shouldn't be able to get this. Doesn't mean he won't. To be honest, the way this event has been going, I would probably not be surprised by anything at this point.
If you're wondering, by the way, why we've only seen 10 cars and not 12, it's of course because Les Much and Dave Warburton both, unfortunately, failing to start their runs.
Do we have a Gould 1, 2, 3 at the moment?
Yeah, we do. By a long way as well. Full second clear of anyone else. Here we go, though.
Alex Summers away, 2.01. That's
he's so very, very quick guys through here.
Well, it's got to be an 18-second split and probably a mid-18 at that.
It's really good, though.
18.27. That's the quickest we've seen to junction so
It's
far.
looking lovely. It's just, really good turn-in speed into Eastbury. Surely he can't do this.
Well, it'll be tremendous. Very quick through the last bend. Haven't seen anybody go as quickly as that before. 35.73.
Oh.
Just by 1/10 of a second, he fails to match Wallace Minges.
1/10. Unbelievable. And that's obviously those two tied for the win in the first run-off. They've taken the 1-2 again this time with 1/10 between them. Fair play to Alex. That's an incredible effort.
I remember a few hours ago saying that really was a special first run-off. It's actually now seeming a bit average.
Well,
this
it
one
pales into insignificance. So Wallace Minges, the new champion, takes the win, 35.63 seconds. And his rival in the first run-off, just 1/10 of a second behind, Alex Summers, 35.73. In third place, Sean Gould coming back with a 35.97, and we all thought that was going to be the win, but he's third.
We all knew that was going to be the win.
Dave Uren, 36.18 for fourth. In fifth place, Trevor Willis, after problems at the start, 37.20. In sixth place, Richard Spedding, 37.44. Seventh, Robert Kenrick in there with a 37.64. In eighth place, Jonathan Varley, 38.73. Ninth, our new Doune ladies record holder, Olivia Cooper, 40.19. And 10th, and the final point to Steve Owen on 42.32. And David Warburton and Elizabeth, unfortunately, failed to start. So that ends another tremendous year of British hill climbing at Doune. And fastest time of the day, of course, Wallace Minges with that 35.63 to win the second runoff. So thanks to everybody involved in the running of the meeting, all our marshals and officials, and from me personally to Peter Curtis on my left, who's been keeping us in touch with all the championship running order and the positions. And thanks too to my fellow commentators, John Brown, Paul Hunter, Al Suttie, David Finley and John Munro. So from me, Jerry Sturman, it's goodbye for now, and we'll see you next year. And thanks to David, Al, Paul, John and co.
Thanks, Jerry, for leading us so well today. I hope everybody enjoyed it here and also online. And I'm sure we'll all be going back to watch some of those runs on our own personal tablets, etc. tonight, just to really see what we saw. Was it really true? But yes, it was. There was a great exhibition of hill climbing here at Doune. So I'll say goodbye from my post down here in the paddock and pass over to one of those up on the hill, David.
Sounds like David's already gone.
Oh, John then.
No, I was taking the headphones off. What was that?
Just to say bye-bye, David, that was all. Have you got a message for your viewers?
I love you all indiscriminately, especially the ones from Wishaw.
Thank you, John.
Yes, thank you. It's been a great day. Obviously, I've turned up a bit late, but I've really enjoyed what I've seen. I'm also here with Paul Hunter after a great last run, so you did a pretty good job there at the end there.
Yeah, quite happy, very happy actually. We mentioned there's a competitor in class SM, Graham Hunt. what a drive in the standard mini, sub 62nd in a PB. I'm sorry we missed that out, but just to put that in there because I think that's really important. It was a seriously good drive.
Yeah, there's a lot of good times in that class, of course, as well. So brilliant. Thank you very much, Paul. And for myself, yeah, I had a great time. Thank you so much to everyone for helping us out. And huge thanks to Jerry up in the box, all the organisers and everything like that as well. Everybody, I'm sure you've heard it all before. But yes, I'll sign out from here and we will see you all next time out. Safe journey home, everyone.
And if those who wish to stay for the prize giving, I'm sure it'll be outside the Secretary's office in about 15-20 minutes.